Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Great. Hey. Thanks so much. Welcome to everybody. We've got an amazing packed house here in Congress House, and I know there's also people following us online, so welcome to everybody. My name's Kate Bell. I'm the TUC's Assistant General Secretary, and it's really nice to be with you here all this morning. It's my job to say a few words to kind of set the scene for today's discussion before welcoming Torsten Bell. I want to reassure you that Torsten and I are not related, but Torsten is a very good friend to the TUC. He's the Minister for Pensions, and he's going to address us shortly. So, as I was preparing to say a few words to you today, I went over to talk to the legend that is Jack Jones. For those of you who don't know him, that's our pensions officer, now looking very embarrassed at the back. And on his desk, I found a pamphlet by the other legendary Jack Jones, the General Secretary of the Transport General Workers Union, and of course, founder of the National Pensioners Convention. Hey. I knew that should get a clap from some people in the room, at least. So that pamphlet was published in 1973, and it's called What About the Pensioners? And I think it sets out a pretty great agenda for today's conference. So as that Jack Jones says, the government, and indeed the whole community, has got to understand that the case for a better deal for the aged is based on hard facts and not just sentiment. But all of us have to remember that it is people we are talking about, not mere statistics. The facts are on the side of the pensioner, but time is not. So Jack Jones, back in 1973, was campaigning at a time when pensioner poverty was at a much higher rate than it is today. And much of that reduction in pensioner poverty took place under the last Labour government. It's worth noting that today is the first TUC Pensions Conference we've had under a Labour government for a very, very long 15 years. And that last Labour government made a lasting impact, not just on pensioner poverty, but on pensions policy more broadly. The Pensions Commission, which ran from 2002 to 2006, introduced auto-enrolment and the flat-rate state pension. And that commission brought together worker and employer representatives to build a consensus on the way forward for pensions policy. We're really delighted that the trade union representative from the Commission, Baroness Jeannie Drake, will be speaking about this in our first panel discussion. And that commission, that bringing together of experts, employers and unions, was one of the most successful policy innovations we've seen. It's often held up as an example of cross-party, long-term policy making. And of course, those policies set up by a Labour government were eventually implemented by coalition and even Conservative administrations. And they've succeeded in getting 10 million workers saving into an occupational pension for their retirement. But we know the job is only half done. Even now, 52 years on from when Jack Jones was asking, what about the pensioners? Too many workers are either not on track to get a decent retirement income or not able to build up any pension at all. Millions of workers, particularly those on low pay, from black and minority ethnic groups, women and the self-employed, are still excluded from workplace pensions. And we know that our state pension and our social security system isn't generous enough to keep them out of poverty when they retire. About 4 in 10 people saving through a defined contribution pension are still not expected to get a decent retirement income. And that's an unacceptable 7 million workers, let's remember they're people, not statistics, who fall short of a minimum benchmark that's been identified by the Pensions Commission of getting 2/3 of their pre-retirement income. So the government has said it's going to do something about this, and the TUC has welcomed that commitment to a wide-ranging review focused on that really important question of adequacy. We think this is an opportunity to finish the job started by the last Labour government by raising contribution levels, improving the way our pension schemes are run, and rethinking how they turn those pension contributions into a retirement income. Now, we know we're going to need a new political consensus, and we know that's not going to be easy, especially because we think it will have to include an increase in contribution rates. But it's really necessary, just as it was back in the 70s and just as it was in the 2000s, to achieve that long-term change. And that goal is to reshape our pension system to make sure everyone has financial security in old age, still the goal of trade union pension campaigning. As well as that question of how much gets paid in, we have to look at the security of pension income and how pension schemes manage the risk for individual workers. It's clear that our current defined contribution system just doesn't do this well enough. So unions want to see a widespread introduction of those schemes that share risk, like the newly opened Royal Mail Collective Defined Contribution Scheme. And we're lucky enough to be hearing from a trustee of that scheme this afternoon. And though the state pension has much improved since Jack Jones was campaigning for an earnings link, it's vital this review looks at it again. It's the bedrock of most workers' retirement. Increases to the state pension age have led to steep rises in pre-retirement poverty, and the impact of that has to be on the table. The review also needs to take into account the factors in our lives outside the pension system, from housing to the quality of work, that have a fundamental impact on our incomes at retirement. As everyone here knows, poor pay equals poor pensions. Lastly, whatever money workers are able to invest into their pension needs to be invested wisely. So we want the review to take the government's work on pension investments further, giving people the returns they need, supporting a thriving economy, nationally, regionally and locally, and financing that just transition we know we all need to a net zero future. So we support the government's goal of moving to a system of fewer, bigger auto-enrolment schemes. But we know that consolidation alone isn't enough, and bigger isn't always better. So alongside that scaling up, we need strong regulation and higher levels of governance and member oversight. At the end of the day, we're going to hear from the CEO of the pensions regulator, Narzika Delfas, about how they intend to regulate the schemes in the future. But we think the funds in these schemes belong to members and they need a seat at the table. So that upcoming pension schemes bill must include a role for member representatives on the board of major trusts and of local government pension scheme pools. Reforming the pension system is a huge job, but trade unions are ready to do our part to thrash out that new consensus. Decent pensions have always been one of our defining causes. And as Jack Jones said, if some people are able to enjoy better living standards today, it is in large part due to the work and sacrifices of the pensioners. They must be guaranteed not just enough to get by on, but enough to enjoy life with. Pensioners must have not only the right to live, but to live well. So we want to work with the government, with employers, and with the regulator to secure the change we need. And with that in mind, it gives me great pleasure to welcome our first speaker, Torsten Bell. Torsten was elected the Labour MP for Swansea West last July, and was appointed Parliamentary Secretary for HM Treasury and Parliamentary Secretary for Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State for Pensions in January. Maybe he can say his own job title better than I can. Many of you will have known Torsten as the Chief Executive of the Resolution Foundation and a leading expert on incomes, living standards and inequality, which I think he's about to demonstrate to us with some slides. So Torsten, you're very welcome and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kate, can you guys hear me on this microphone? There's going to be some charts. I want to point at them. Otherwise, it's hard. Thank you very much for the introduction, Kate. Thank you, everyone, for coming. It's nice to see lots of friendly faces. It's nice to be back in this building, although I've just learned it's being sold off, so that's obviously disgraceful. But I do like this building. The last time I was here was for Frances O'Grady's leaving do, who is a good comrade and a very good friend, and she would have taught us all that nothing is too good for the workers, including a decent retirement after a lifetime of work, as Kate has just said. So I completely agree with that. I was also thinking, look, lots of us here are pension types, and some people, when you tell them that at parties, think it's not very fun. But actually, today is a good day for that. The sun is shining, so you've come to a pension conference on a right day, and today is also going to teach the world that just because something is boring, they don't normally think about it very much, doesn't mean it's not important. That's tariffs, but for all of us, it's pensions every day. So it's a good lesson for everyone. Now, what I'm going to do is take you through a few slides. First of all, though, not going into the weeds of the government's pensions reform, but talking about the bigger picture. Because I think it's important to think about how this all fits together. And what is the economic backdrop? Because we're not making lots of technical changes to the pensions landscape for fun. We're making it as part of a wider economic strategy for making sure this country is a better place to work in, not just to retire in. So what is the economic backdrop? Well, most of you probably know this, but not great. So this is a chart of average weekly earnings over the course of this century. The line used to go up. Those were the good old days before the financial crisis, and the line stopped going up over the last 15 years. Put that together, if we'd carried on seeing earnings growing at the 2.2% we were used to before the financial crisis, the average worker would be earning £14,000 more today. But economic failure matters. Getting this economy growing again is really important. That matters for today's workers, but what are today's workers? Tomorrow's pensioners. What is pension levels linked to? Earnings. Right? This matters for everybody, and that is the fundamental problem this government is trying to solve. The good news is, if we'd continue this chart into the last year, we've now got wages are now currently growing at twice the rate of inflation, about 6%, 5.9% versus under 3%. But the point is to sustain that for a long time, because 15 years of damage doesn't get solved overnight. So that is the problem. That's the problem statement in simple terms. What is the answer? Well, a large part of the answer is making this a country that starts investing in its future again, because we are a very low investment nation. So this is economy-wide investment levels, public plus private. Now, you can be a country, and this is showing you the whole 25 years running up to 2022. You can be a low investment country for a year or two and get away with it. In the same way you can not bother fixing the problems with your house. I know none of you would ever do that. But you can get away with it for a bit, not solving the problem, but then the roof falls in if you don't do it for decades after decades. And that is the situation Britain is in. If you looked at just public investment, then one G7 country invests less than us. That's Germany. Has anyone ever been on a German transport system or their energy system? It's a disaster for the same reasons. Very low levels of public investment, but Germany makes up for it for very high levels of private investment. Britain is by far an outlier on private investment, and we're second lowest on public investment. Put the two together and you get this. And that is the problem we've got to solve. All of the gap in wages between us and France is more or less explained by French workers having more kit to work with because they've been investing more every year for years. So growth is the problem, showing up in wages and lower pension levels. The investment is a large part of the longer-term causes. There's obviously shorter-term causes too, but a large part of the longer-term causes. Right, what are we going to do about it? The big picture, I'm going to come to pensions, but what is the government doing so that you can have in your head what is the wider economic strategy that then pensions sits within? Well, first of all, we're putting a stop to the boom and bust in public investment. That's the bit that the government directly controls, particularly in a country like the UK that's relatively fiscally centralised. This is showing you public sector net investment. Everyone loves Ken Clarke now because he wears shoes and he's very affable, but he absolutely cratered public investment in the 1990s. Everyone said that was a very clever sweating of assets. What it actually meant is the trains didn't really function for years afterwards. So we're getting back from basically zero levels of public investment in the 90s. Some increase in the 2000s. People would reasonably say not enough. And then under the Conservatives, boom and bust cycles, basically. So someone coming in and say, yeah, we probably should invest something. This net zero transition's capital intensive. Britain's been under investment for years. And then as soon as anything bad happened, slashing public investment. And that was what was planned by the Conservatives before the last general election. Huge cuts in public investment. That's what the dotted line is showing you. And the firm line is showing you what this government has done. They say, we're not doing that. We are leaving public investment at the highest level that's been sustained since the 1970s, 2.6% of GDP. What is that in cash? About £113 billion extra over the next 5 years. Whenever anyone says to me, oh, this is just like austerity rolling on, I'm saying you haven't actually bothered to read a single thing. £113 billion extra on the capital side, £50 billion extra a year in day-to-day public service spending. That is what is actually going on if you bother to read some documents rather than spending your time on Twitter. That's my only political point for the day. It's not. So public investment, we are done on the volatility of it. We're leaving it there, and it's going to stay high. That is how we're going to finance not only what we need in terms of the net zero transition, but also in terms of renewing public services. When everyone says, oh, why is NHS productivity low? Low levels of public investment. You try running an A&E when it's collapsing. It will be low productivity, right? So public investment, that's the easy bit in some ways. The government controls all that. So what else are we doing? Well, we need to build some houses. So this chart is showing you homes per person, dwellings per person in the UK and France over the course of the last 65 years. In general, this should just be going up over time. Right? As countries get richer, they tend to have more homes per person. Hopefully, they're bigger homes per person. We basically stopped bothering about 30 years ago. We stopped bothering because the population growth sped back up again, and we didn't respond in any way in terms of house building, and we've not been building enough homes per year almost every year since. How does that show up? Well, this is dwellings per person. If you actually look at the things we also care about, how large are those homes per person? The average person in Britain now has a less space than the average New Yorker. Right? So the whole of the UK, lower than the average in New York. That is mad. But that is what happens if you don't build enough homes. It also shows up in low-quality homes. It shows up in too expensive homes. Right? In London, where we are today, if you're poor and you're in the private rented sector, you are on average spending 40 to 50% of your income on rent. Right? That's what happens if you don't build enough homes for year after year after year. So planning reforms, again, if you have a look at the OBR last week, they're setting out that because of the planning reforms, not even the bill that we introduced 2 weeks back, but the planning reforms we've already introduced, giving councils clear targets for house building and allowing people to build on the grey belt, that will lead to the highest house building in 40 years. And there's more to come. Right? We've got to build homes. I know it's not always popular. People will say, I don't want the field in front of my house having homes built on it. I understand that. But what I say is your kids won't have a future unless you build the homes for them. And that is what we are here to do, because in the long run, that's what Britain needs. So house building. Right, then this is now linking slightly more to the pension space. So as I'm going to come on to, we need higher levels of investment. We need high levels of productive investment, including by Britain's pension schemes. And one thing people sometimes say to me is, oh, but there's not a pipeline of investment. Right? There aren't the private assets to invest in Britain. To which I say, well, that's interesting, because the Australian and Canadian pension funds opening up in London obviously think there are, because they're not coming here for fun. Right? But the second thing I say is, I take that very seriously. It's government's job to make sure there is a pipeline. And do you know what we're doing? Actually building some. So solar farms, when we came into office, there were some applications for large solar farms that had been sitting on the desks of ministers for 3 years. They've all been approved in weeks, right? Because if you're serious about the net zero transition, stuff has to be built. And I know, again, people might not like having solar farms next to their houses. I personally think they're quite pretty, but don't pretend to yourself that there's some way of delivering this net zero transition that doesn't involve things being built, including energy networks, right? The wind is often blowing in the sea. The people do not live in the sea, right? It's got to get from where the wind blows to where the people live. And that's what this government is doing, taking the long-term decisions, which is basically a large investment program to make sure that this country's energy stays on, is secure, is domestically produced, and is green. Right? And on the reservoir side, one of my favourite facts in life, which unfortunately is going to be ruined at some point, is that we built a reservoir almost every year from 1850 through to the early 1990s, almost every year, including in the wars, and we haven't opened a single reservoir since, during a time when the population grew by 10 million people. That's what a country not even bothering to invest in its future looks like. We are done with that. We've already approved 6 reservoirs. That does involve some tough choices in terms of how those are paid for, but that's just another example of how this is going to be a government that makes sure we invest in our future again. Right, I promised some pensions. I'm the pensions minister. This is a pensions conference. I should probably talk about pensions, otherwise there'll be a riot. So what about the pensions backdrop? I'm going to do some good news first of all, because we're going to come on to some policy changes, things that need fixing, but let's not forget to celebrate some of the good news of what is happening. Kate touched on some of this, but not this bit, which is if you went back to a TUC Pensions Conference in the 2000s, I don't know if they happened in the 1990s, I'm looking at people at the back. Were the pensions conference in the 1990s? You're pretending to be too young to remember, come on. I don't know if they were or not, but they were. If you had come, you'd have heard people saying things like Maxwell, or worried about people losing all of their pensions. Right? And by the way, if you want a thing that the Labour movement has achieved and the Labour government past have achieved, at about 6 o'clock tonight, we'll be celebrating 20 years of the Pension Protection Fund in Parliament. A huge Labour achievement by the last Labour government that's created a world where people's, maybe, I know it's not full compensation, but transformed the protections of defined benefit pension schemes over the last 2 decades. So this is showing you surplus payments by employers into DB pension schemes to deal with the deficits. Okay, and we don't talk about this enough. None, up to £18 billion going in as annual, and that's now coming through the floor. What that's telling you is that we've now moved to a world where more than half of DB schemes are in surplus. Right? That is very good news. The problem on pensions in the 1990s was worries about deficits, insolvency, people not getting their pensions at all. On the policy side, the PPF solved that. Now it's being solved by interest rates having risen, much better funding positions for across our DB pension schemes. This is a big, big improvement in our landscape. We should celebrate. We're obviously talking about difficult questions about how we do surplus extraction when you have very large surpluses in those pension funds. But let's just be clear, the economic effects are already happening. Right? One effect of those large surplus payments was some downward pressure on wages for workers, because the firm was having to pay compensation for previous workers at the same time as paying wages of current workers. This is like good news in terms of investment levels, it's good news in terms of wage levels and the rest, because overall compensation for workers includes DB pension payments. So good news on that side of things. Kate's touched on this, so I won't dwell on it, but auto-enrolment worked. And it worked particularly for the people that we care about most. Low earners, if I do the same chart with men and women, you would see a very significant narrowing of the savings gap between men and women driven by the auto-enrolment nudge over the course of the last decade. Doesn't mean it's job done, as I'll come on to, but it is a very, very big change. Again, if Maxwell was the problem of the 1990s, by the time we got to 2010, 2005, not saving at all was the problem. Look, 31% in 2012, 31% of low earners saving at all into a pension. Now it's 80%. That is what policy success looks like. And then Kate also mentioned this, pensioner poverty. So working age poverty, I'm afraid, as a percentage has not much changed. Child poverty did fall, obviously, in the last Labour government, but pensioner poverty has been completely transformed. Kate was also not nice enough about the last Labour government because she said a good chunk of the fall in pensioner poverty happened under the new Labour government. No, it basically all did. A halving of pensioner poverty rates under the new Labour government, halving. 1 million pensioners out of poverty, and it's gone up since by 200,000 or 300,000. Right? Now, that's mainly driven by the introduction of pension credit. And yes, there's triple lock, the maintaining of the higher new state pension is then taking over the role of pension credit in keeping down pensioner poverty rates. But we now have lower pensioner poverty rates than most European countries, having had the highest. So that doesn't mean it's not too high, but that is what success looks like. Right, where now? Some actual policy of what we're going to do. Well, first of all, this is showing you DC pension funds, the consolidation that is already underway. So there is a big shrinking of the volume of DC pension funds as the market consolidates. That is exactly the right thing to do. What we are doing as a government is to give that a little helping hand. We need fewer, bigger, better pension funds for a whole host of reasons, some partly for the reasons Kate's raising on governance, partly for the reasons I'll come on to in terms of the asset mix they're investing, but also in terms of giving savers the best possible outcomes. Lower costs. This is showing you, let's do assets first. What do we need? What will larger schemes be able to do? They will be able to invest in a wider range of assets. This is showing you UK DC market across private equity and infrastructure investment. What proportion of their investments are in those private assets? Basically none, rounding to none. Australia and Canada, much bigger pension schemes, significant differences. But I'm also just showing you the UK LGPS, also very, very different. Partly because it's larger, partly because it's more established, partly because it's an open DB scheme. So lots for the DC sector to learn from parts of the DB landscape. And remember, this is what used to happen. If you went back to the 1990s and looked at the investments of those DB schemes when they were open, they were doing something more like this. So we've got to get back to that world. We cannot have our pension schemes that are just investing in equities and bonds, which is what too many DC schemes are doing today. And scale will help us move towards that world. It will also drive down costs. This is a really simple chart, just showing you average management charges by small schemes, medium-sized schemes, and large schemes. Large schemes are not always better, but they are cheaper to run. And remember, we're not aiming for a world where cost is all that matters. Returns is what matters. But lower costs, because schemes have got more bargaining power to negotiate, for example, with private equity or with infrastructure investments, does matter in terms of driving up the returns for savers, and that is what we are going to. That is what we're going to do. Right, this is the chart. This is the chart the civil servants enjoyed making the most. I said, go away and find a picture of pots. So this is a picture of pots. Why am I showing you a picture of pots? Because one of the things that gets raised, and not many things about pensions get raised on the doorstep on a Saturday when I'm door knocking, but one last Saturday, I'm not making this up, and I did not tell this woman I was the pensions minister, was she said, my husband keeps shouting at me because I've got all my pensions in tiny little pots spread around, and it's a nightmare, and I don't want to engage with them. Surely you should just fix it. And I said, well, how long have you got? We are going to fix it. We have a policy called the small pots policy, which will be consolidating the fragmentation of people's pots when they're very small, under £1,000, into larger pots, so people don't have to sort out. Because remember, small pots, large charges, not good value for money for the saver, as well as being risk of being lost, and as well as being confusing to deal with. Obviously, that will fit together with the pensions dashboard reform, so people can see what pensions they've actually got. So for once, I had a very happy constituent when I gave them a very, very long answer. But I never got to meet her husband. So small pots, that's coming. That will reduce costs significantly. The pensions industry is currently spending a lot of money administering these small pots. That's bad news for everybody. Right, we need to focus on the actual returns. So what matters for pension savers is not what their employers tend to focus on when they pitch and they go and get pitched to for which pension provider is going to provide their scheme, which is costs, just the low cost, the management charge I showed you earlier. That's all they focus on. That is not what matters to savers. What matters to savers is the net return. How much is that growing? And sometimes there'll be some higher costs involved in delivering those higher returns. Investing in infrastructure is more expensive than just putting your money in trackers for equities. But we need that to happen. And we also need to just recognise that there are some low-performing schemes. So value for money reforms coming in over the next few years will force the industry to focus and to be transparent about the returns that savers receive, and the least worst performing schemes will need to consider their position. Because we can't have savers who the government has basically soft mandated into savings not getting returns for what they are putting in. And remember, in the move from DB to DC savings, we have moved to a world where the individuals, the workers, bear all the investment risk. Okay, so it's our job to make sure they get the best possible returns, and we can't have this level of variation over time. Right, then we come to what comes next, and Kate talked about this as well. So look, we have seen big increases in savings rates. This is showing you low earners, but they're still too low for some groups. The self-employed are obviously the large gap in the market. You all know that already, but some ethnic minority groups also have much lower savings rates, about 10 percentage points lower for people of Pakistani and Bangladeshi background. We need to wrestle with why that is happening. The actual adequacy question, this is showing you adequacy rates for lowest earners to highest earners on the right in two different ways of thinking about it, the replacement rates or actual levels. And we need to think about this adequacy question not just in aggregate. So too often I see reports saying, on average, people are not saving enough for their pension. That isn't telling us anything interesting that we need to know. We need to think about different groups, because remember, for lower earners, the state pension is doing much more of the work in terms of their replacement rate, which is how the Pension Commission mainly came at the question. But obviously, when you come to actual income levels in retirement, you need to think in a different way. And both of those things are important, and we need to wrestle with both of them. We also need to wrestle with who bears longevity risk. Okay? So I said to you earlier, we've moved the investment risk from the employers to the individuals. The other thing we've done, which is significantly more problematic, is that we've moved longevity risk from the schemes to individuals to bear. Individuals in a DC pension world are being asked to bear all of the uncertainty, this is a bit morbid, I appreciate, about when we pass away, but I think you probably all knew that we do pass away at some point. And that is impossible to manage at an individual level well. Okay? You will either end up having far too much savings at the end of your life because you've kept it all because you're worried about how long you will live, or you end up with far too little, and then we end up with poverty rates when people are in their later life. And that is not a good situation to be in. We need to do a better job of managing that risk as we go forward. Right, and then just to wrap up, so I've only been the pensions minister for 2 months, so you can't blame me for really anything yet. On the day I was appointed, so a woman came up to me and she said, "Oh, Torsten, congratulations on being appointed." I said, "Thank you very much." And then she said, "I was the pensions minister once for about a year." And I was like, "Oh, this is interesting. I'm looking forward to hearing this." And then she said, "It's the worst job I ever did." I said, "Oh, well, that's sad. What was the problem?" She said, "It's just numbers. Just every day, they just keep putting numbers in front of you. And I just don't like numbers, so I asked the Lords Minister to do it all." But the good news is, one, I do quite like numbers. And secondly, she's wrong, because it's not about numbers. It's about making sure, at a moment when we do, for the first time in a long time, have an emerging consensus about where we need to get to over the next 10 years in terms of basically finishing the job in terms of a new pension settlement. I think there's actually now a pretty big consensus about what needs to happen. Bigger schemes, more investment in a wider range of productive assets, better protections for individuals, better governance for those schemes, different ways of managing the decumulation phase of pensions. There's a lot of consensus, and it's our job now to put it in place, and that's an interesting thing to be doing, and to work with all of you in doing it. So I'll wrap up there.
Thank you so much, Torsten. We have got some time for questions. I'm suggesting that people don't ask about whether solar panels are actually pretty, whether Torsten's constituent was more or less likely to vote for him after the description of pension pots, or the labelling of his charts. But there's loads of hands in the audience, so I'll take the woman here first. I'll take them in groups of 3s, and I think we've got time for about 2 rounds. So, woman with the black jacket here.
Hi, let me repeat that. Mona from Room 151, journalist. I understand you've been meeting with the LGPS polls over the last couple of weeks, and you mentioned the need for bigger and better pensions. How satisfied were you with their business plans, offering good value for money for scheme members?
Right, I'll take over there.
Go again.
Right, Nigel Cockgrove, member-nominated trustee at the BT Pension Scheme. I'm interested in CDC and where that fits into the government's plans, because obviously I think that's an area with lots of opportunity but not much movement apart from Royal Mail.
Thank you, and I'll take the woman at the end of the row just there. Sorry, Jack.
Hi, my name's Darlene from Unison. My question is, it's kind of three-fold question. First thing is, you mentioned about compensation. I say, what's the compensation for the waspies? Because that's not really kind of been part of your agenda, and it should be at the forefront. The second thing is, you mentioned about the reservoirs. Thames Water charging us extra money, £17 a month extra. And I just think that's based on where you live, and I think that's unfair. The second thing is, as going into pensioner stage soon, if you're a single person, you pay 25%, you get a 25% discount for council tax. I think it should be 50%, because in actual fact it's based on two people sharing, and so there's a majority of elderly, mostly women, who live by themselves, who are paying, only getting 25% off, and that actually has an impact on their income. Thank you.
3 questions for you there, Torsten. Any order you like.
Right, Muna's is easy. So Muna's asking about the, for those of you not spending your time in LGPS land, we have asked the pools to come forward with their plans for responding to our consultation last year in terms of managing more of the assets of their administering authorities and FCA regulating and the rest. I am new to politics, but I'm not rude. So I've had excellent conversations with all of the pools. We will be responding to their business plans and their letters, and I think it's right that I do that politely to the people that have written to me. I'm going to write back to them before I tell you, Muna, but it's nice. It's a nice try. Nigel, basically, just quickly, yes, I just basically agree. CDC does have an important role. I think we should talk about CDC in the context of the decumulation phase, not just the accumulation phase, because obviously that's more relevant to the large numbers of people that have now built up large volumes of DC savings. We'll be making sure we provide a regulatory basis for that uncertainty in the months and years ahead, and that's for the obvious reason that it is one way, it's not the only way, but it's obviously one way of addressing some of the points I've raised around longevity risk. It's one way of making sure we pool more risk, which the history of pensions tells you is an important part of what we're doing. So basically, yes, did you say you're from the BT pension scheme? Yes, okay. I was doing some history with you guys the other day. I think the BT pension scheme was one of the first to start exiting British equity investments. You were very controversial back in the day. But I'm not blaming you, Nigel. It's not blaming you. On many questions, I'm not sure I can do justice to all of those, but on the water system just generally, which you raise, I mean, broadly, look, you're right, it's a disgrace. Right? People are paying for rivers that are full of sewage, and for not enough reservoirs that are then inhibiting our ability to either deliver the homes we need and the rest. So no, you're completely right. It is an absolute disgrace. That's why when I'm saying in terms of, we are agreeing to investment to proceed, because we're not going to keep repeating the mistakes of the last 25 years, but we are ring-fencing that investment within the firms to say that has to be delivered to make sure the reservoirs and the pipes actually happens. You raised the issue of WASPs. You're not the only one to raise this. My aunt raises this with me occasionally, Annette from Aberystwyth. You'll be shocked to know she is a WASPy woman. I mean, look, I'm not got anything new to say. You know what our position is, which is clearly there was maladministration during the 2000s in terms of periods where it would have been better to have sent letters earlier. The government's said that. Our judgment is that the evidence is clear that people in general, not everybody, was aware that the state pension age was rising, and in that context we can't justify £10 billion worth of compensation, but I appreciate people don't all support that, and that governments make decisions and then we're held accountable for them, and I am all the time in the House of Commons or in the Westminster Hall for those debates, and that's the right way for it to happen.
Thanks, Torsten. I think we've got time for one more round. Please make them questions. Please make them quick. I'll take the front row.
Thank you. Exactly. In fact, many of our members, if I look across the channel to Europe and they say that pensioners there have the free travel on the rail system, I know that accountants will say, well, that will cost money, but by keeping pensioners active and healthy, that will indeed save money. So there's actually a saving there. It's also a good morale booster to get visit other parts of the country. And also the UK pension is the lowest in Europe. In order to increase it, why not put forward, in fact, a wealth tax? Thank you.
I'll take the woman in the white cardigan with glasses there.
Thank you. Congratulations on becoming Pensions Minister. I hope the honeymoon period lasts longer than 2 months. My questions are, would the government have less needs to deal with if you lowered the pension age and increased the state pension, which would also go some way to assisting the WASPy women? And the second question was, you talked about low pay affecting people's pensions. When will the staff in DWP, AAs, AOs and EOs, who get a pay rise every time the minimum wage goes up, look forward to having pay, which means they don't have to claim universal credit when they're doing a full-time job for government? Thank you.
And one more with the kind of maroony jacket.
Thank you. Good morning. The Institute and Faculty of Actuaries reported earlier this year that GDP is on track to halve in future decades as a result of the climate and nature crisis. This will have a far greater impact on young pension savers than proposals such as consolidation or increasing minimum contributions. How is it possible that a pensions review in 2025 concerning future pensioners doesn't have climate and nature issues at its heart, when pension funds can play a critical role in investing in decarbonisation, like your solar panel slide showed? And is this something you can address in phase 2?
Great. We've gone far and wide. Let's bring together some of those on, let's do the state pension ones together and the call for additional pensioner benefits. And obviously that goes on top of what happens in bus travel already. And the point you make about an active and healthy pensioner population is obviously true in terms of life. It's just valuable anyway. That pensioner poverty line coming down actually partly also reflects a growth in some pensioners working part-time while pensioners. It isn't just about the pension credit position. So for the reasons you make, I'm going to be honest with you, because I haven't been a politician for long enough to have stopped yet, that I'm going to be clear what our priorities are. And this is the answer also to some of the other questions that have been raised. My priorities are the state pension, where the increase in the state pension over the next few years is pushing up spending by £31 billion a year. And making that actually happen is the priority, and that is being traded off against some other priorities. I know, it hasn't been raised today, but I'm sure some of you would prefer still be receiving a winter fuel payment. And my answer is that's understandable. If I were you, maybe I'd be saying that as well. But the most important thing is we deliver on a state pension. The increase, £31 billion in aggregate spending, what does that mean for a pension on the new state pension? An increase of £1,900 a year over this Parliament, £1,500 for someone on the basic state pension. That's the priority. My second priority, if we're going down the list, is an NHS that actually functions. And as I say, we've put in £26 billion already extra into the NHS. The biggest disgrace in terms of letting down pensioners today is the state of our health service. And so those are our top two priorities. And it's, I think you want politicians that are able to say, those are the priorities. I can't give you everything you'd like. You should keep asking for it. That's what our democracy's about. But those are our priorities, and those are the things we're actually delivering. And every day, this connects to the question that's popular at the moment on the wealth tax, right? Look at what we've actually done, not what is on Twitter. Look at what we've actually done. 2 changes to close down loopholes on inheritance tax, increases in capital gains tax, abolition of the non-dom status, increased taxes on private schools and on private jets. This is a government that is making fair choices every day to make sure we can invest in our public services, keep the state pension rising. That is what a social democratic government actually look like. I don't care what people think in terms of their memes on Twitter. Change is actually happening. Let's judge it by what is actually going on the ground. And I'm attacked from the right for those tax rises every day, and I justify them on the basis of the change we are actually delivering. On the IFA GDP halving, I don't know what that number's about, so I'm not going to comment on the number. On the big picture, again, what is the government actually doing? Making sure the investment that's needed to deliver this net zero transition actually happens. That's the most important thing. Right? Does it mean that some smaller stuff that's less existential is totally unimportant and I shouldn't bother doing it in the pension space? No. Government needs to carry on. People deserve functioning pension schemes anyway. But that locks into what we're doing on the investment side, on the energy transition in the short term, but also on cars and on the home heating side. That's exactly what this government's doing, right? What is our opposition doing? Running around saying, let's not bother having the 2050 net zero target. Another way of putting that is, let's put a big sign over Britain saying, don't bother invest here. There's been over £30 billion worth of investment in green energy since the July election. We have transformed the investment environment for that. That's what we're doing. I'm not asking you to like everything we're doing. But you need to recognise that there's a massive change that's happened since July, and our opposition don't want any of it. The end.
Thank you so much, Torsten. Thank you for your time today. Thank you for your honesty as well. We appreciate it. I'm sure there'll be many, many more questions from everyone in this room coming your way in the years, hopefully, in which you are in this job to come. But for now, thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much. See you soon.
We're going to go straight into our next panel. So hopefully the speakers, Mubin, Jeannie, John can come and join me on the stage. Where's Jeannie gone? Can you see Jeannie? Do you want to get her? Can you move closer? We're both really far away. Yeah, well, leave that with Janie and then, yeah. Yeah. There's a recording, so I imagine that's so. I don't know about transcripts. I don't know if they're going to share them, but we'll ask. Jack is your person. Yes. Yeah. Oh, yes, sorry. So we're going to go straight on to our next panel, which I am chairing. This is the panel called What Next for the Pensions Review, and we've got a really fantastic set of speakers. I will introduce them, and then so they know what is happening, we're going to go Mubin, John, and then Jeannie. So just before we go into Mubin, let me just introduce the great panel we've got here today. Mubin Hack, who's going to speak first, is CEO of the Aberdeen Financial Fairness Trust. And before that, he was at Trust for London for over a decade, where he was the Director of Policy and Grants and played a really significant role in developing the London living wage, among many other things. Next, we're going to hear from John Neal, who is the National Pensions Officer for Unite. He provides support and advice to Unite members and officers on collective issues relating to pensions. And he's also a trustee on Unite's pension scheme and has been for more than 10 years. So a whole wealth of experience from that perspective too. And then last, as I mentioned in my speech, we're really delighted to have Baroness Jeannie Drake. Jeannie was the Deputy General Secretary of the National Communications Union, and then following a merger, the CWU, and she was President of the TUC in 2005. And as I mentioned, she served on the last Labour government's Pensions Commission, which set the scene for many of the conversations we are having today. So we're going to hear from our speakers. I'm going to take them each in turn. They're going to talk for 7 to 8 minutes, and then we'll open the floor for questions and discussion. So Mubin, over to you.
Great. Thanks, Kate. The problem going after Torsten is he steals most of your facts. And it's unusual to have a minister actually have quite an extensive slide deck. But, you know, this is what comes from working at Resolution Foundation. So very impressive and, you know, great to see him in the role. So just a bit about the Financial Fairness Trust. I should say Kate is a trustee of a trust. We're an independent funder, and our focus is on improving the living standards of those on low to middle incomes across the UK. We fund policy and research work, and in fact funded a lot of work that Torsten did at Resolution Foundation, and a big area of work for us is pensions. So this is going to get a bit confusing potentially, but we actually set up a pensions review 2 years ago. So there's a government's pensions review, but there's a pensions review we set up with Institute for Fiscal Studies. And that's chaired by David Gork, who was a former Work and Pension Secretary. Jeannie is also a member of steering group, and Joanne Seegers and David Norgrove. And our focus is primarily on future generations of pensioners rather than pensioners now. We do cover a bit of that, but it's mainly future generations. And there's a couple of things in particular that we are trying to do through the pensions review. One is about improving living standards in the future and financial security. And secondly, it's about reducing the risk and complexity that pensioners face. And in particular, the client move that there has been from DB to DC schemes. And obviously, there's an upside in terms of DC schemes in the greater flexibility that has. But the downside is, as Torsten said, individuals bearing the risks and managing their pensions. And that's really complex for many people. I'll come on to that later. And our focus mainly is on DC pensions and the support that's provided by the state. So in addition to the steering group, we've got a number of advisory groups. That includes people from government, civil society, trade unions, employers, and we've been busy listening to them and feeding in the ideas that we have. So lots of analysis, lots of reports. We've done a dozen to date. In fact, we launched 2 yesterday, which is on that term called accumulation. So I've had to learn lots of different terms, which all my family get bored with. And we've made a large number of recommendations. We've got a final report coming out on the 2nd of July, which will bring all of that together. So as Torsten said, it's 20 years since the Pensions Commission, and it's a long time, 20 years really. I mean, the first YouTube video was posted back 20 years ago, and Facebook was coming into being. But the Pensions Commission did a huge amount of the heavy lifting that was needed. So significant improvements to the state pension and also bringing in auto-enrolment. And it's provided very strong foundations for us now. So our position really is that we don't need a complete overhaul in terms of pensions, but there's a huge number of challenges that we are facing which we need to address. Some of those have already been touched on by Kate and Torsten, but I'll just run through a few of those, which we've been trying to grapple with at the Pensions Review. So firstly, an ageing population, and as the Minister said, this is placing growing pressure on public finances. So currently we spend 4.9% of GDP on the state pension. In the next 10 years, that's projected to rise by between 5.3 to 5.8%. And if you think we're going to increase defence spending by just 0.7% over by 2030. And in the next 20 years, the state pension is projected to rise by between 5.4 to 6.4% of GDP. So we could end up spending 1.5% extra on the state pension. And on top of this are the extra costs related to health and social care. So these are significant rises which we need to take account of. Secondly, rates of pension saving are too low. Auto-enrolment, huge success, but people aren't saving enough. So if we take those saving into a DC pension, just 4 in 10 in the lowest income quartile are projected to reach the minimum standard of PLSA. So, you know, 60% aren't going to reach that minimum. So not the comfortable one that Torsten had on his chart, but the minimum. In the third quartile, it's a much happier position. It's 8 in 10. And a particular concern has been around self-employed people. For self-employed earning over £10,000 a year, pension participation has fallen from 60% to 20% over the last 25 years. So real significant drops. For other big challenges around home ownership, at the moment, only 4% of pensioners live in the private rented sector. That's set to rise substantially. It's quite hard to estimate how high that will be because of impacts of inheritances coming through. But the poverty rate is significantly higher for those living in the private rented sector. So for pensioners, it's 38%. That's 3 times the level it is for owner-occupiers. The rising state pension age has also pushed up income poverty amongst those in their mid-60s. Income poverty for those just below that, who are aged 63 to 65, is 26%. That's 5 percentage points higher than those in their early 40s. And the benefits that people get during that period before they get the state pension or pension credit is 2.5 times less than pension credit is. So there's a significant disparity between working age benefits and benefits that you get when you are retired. And then 2 last things, and these are to do with pension freedoms. Whilst auto-enrolment has many benefits, as I've highlighted, it creates a new pension pot with each change of employer. So it was great to hear the Minister talk about the consolidation that needs to happen. There's 12 million pots, which are worth under £1,000. Whether or not that needs to go even further in terms of smaller pension pots, that is something that we should definitely look at. And many are unsure about how best to draw down on their pension wealth through retirement. So lots of people don't take any advice or guidance in relation to drawing down their pension, and it's hugely confusing for lots of people. If I can just read out one quote from some research we did with the University of Birmingham, and this was from focus groups that we ran as part of that research. And it was an individual who said, I wasn't sure what a defined contribution pension was, so I didn't know I was eligible because I didn't know what that meant. And annuities, is that the right word? I think every word I read on pensions, I haven't got a clue. And I've got a university education. And I think that's a situation lots of people face in terms of the complexities that there are. So what do we do about that? Like I say, we've been thinking through a lot of recommendations. I'm just going to draw on 4 main areas that we feel we need to see change. So state pension, we think there needs to be a clear earnings-linked target that should be set, similar to the national living wage. So currently, the state pension is worth 30% of full-time median earnings. That's the highest rate it's been for half a century. But I'm sure lots of you here will agree it should go higher. That's a question for government as to where the balance is set. But if we set at 1/3 of earnings, that would deliver state pension equivalent to £243 a week, which is £22 higher. That would deliver over £1,100 a year extra in the state pension if we took that level. In terms of private pension saving, many need to save more. However, I think we've got to see what that balance is between the impact on earnings now and what that means for the future. So always there's this balance between now and the future. Now, I'm sure we'll come on to this as to where that money comes from, whether or not it does unduly impact wages, or if it can come from, increased costs, or from more senior executive pay and that reducing. But we're making some recommendations into that. Firstly, employer contributions should be extended to almost all employees and apply to all their earnings. We also say that employer contributions should not be contingent on the employee contributing. And that would particularly benefit those low earners. And we would also remove automatic enrolment age limits. And the modelling we've done on this, in addition to a few other reforms, show that that would deliver a 12 to 16% gain to retirement incomes for the bottom half of the population, but there'd be less than a 1% fall in take-home pay. So just a couple of other things, and then I'll wrap up. On means-tested support, as the state pension continues to rise, universal credit should be enhanced for those in the run-up to state pension age, and means-tested support should also be made more generous for those in the private rented sector. And pensions just need to be easier to manage. So we need to consolidate many more of those pots, and people should be guided through defaults in sensible ways in which they can draw down without having to rely on expensive financial advice. And there was this report we launched yesterday with our IFS, and there were some interesting recommendations there from Nest in terms of how they are looking to guide their members. So in summary, our proposals are more evolution than revolution. And it's important to say that pensions are probably not the most important pressing issue of the day. For people in this room, it clearly is, but for government, they've got lots of other priorities. But the one thing I would say is that reforms take a long time to bed in, and changes to savings take a long time to bear fruit. And that's why action is needed now rather than later.
Thanks, Mabin. That was a great overview of the issues and some really clear recommendations we can discuss. And we've got our second slides of the day. So over to John.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. I'm John Neal. I'm United Union's National Pensions Officer. I'm going to cover a couple of very big, meaty subjects in terms of pensions adequacy and state pension in a few slides and in a few minutes. So I'm sure I might not do them fully justice, but hopefully it'll provide and provoke a bit of debate with regards to that. So, auto-enrolment / pensions adequacy. Now, I know that might be a little bit of a contradiction in terms. One provides a bit of a minimum floor, and one's really seeking what we would potentially actually need. But I think it's quite good to look at both in the round. And also, firstly, we've touched upon the success of auto-enrolment. However, we have to delve a bit deeper than that, and you can see some of the stats that are up there. 17 million adults in the UK aren't saving enough for their retirement. 33% of those who think they're on track are actually facing a shortfall of more than £100,000, which, when we get into the weeds of the actual subject, and we know we've talked about the point around numbers are very important, and they're important to people. A frustration is the last improvement in auto-enrolment when the minimum total reached 8%, where employers can get away with paying as little as 3%. That's as far back as 6th of April 2019 now. We've seen no progress from the outgoing government, and they acted very late in the day with regards to those 2 bullet point improvements there. With regards to, they've legislated to remove the low earnings limit, as I'm sure many people in the room know. That doesn't currently be pensionable, which makes up a high proportion of lower earners' earnings, so obviously is very, very crucial in terms of their future pension savings, and also legislated to lower the age of auto-enrolment from 22 to 18. However, no timetabling was done with regards to this. So although the law's been changed, it hasn't actually been acted upon, and no one has to do anything about it. So we're in a state of flux, and there's a vacuum out there, and I'm sad to report that employers are already moving against this. And we're finding that they're looking to protect their bottom lines with regards to that, which has led to some industrial actions with some unions in terms of trying to defend that. So it's very important that we get that timetabling put in place, because more employers will be looking to move against that, which then sort of defeats the purpose of the improvements that have been talked about and the benefits that that can create. Is auto-enrolment enough anyway? And obviously it's juxtaposed with the pensions adequacy. And again, I appreciate that one's meant to be a floor, and one's perhaps looking at what we think is the right number with regards to that. But we've seen other stats. 10 to 20% of auto-enrolment households do not meet the Pensions Lifetime Saving Association's minimum retirement standards today. As it says, many are experiencing significant affordability challenges today that affect their ability to save for the future. And we know that the lowest paid need to spend a higher amount of their income on necessities in retirement. So that's slightly different to the point that Torsten made with regards to that. And I'll touch upon that a little bit more later. But what's the right number? So currently we've got a minimum total of 8%. And I think we all know in this room that that isn't enough on its own. There's been a lot of discussion over the years, perhaps a collection of the willing that says 12%, should be the next target and the next mark that we should all be moving to. But we have no roadmap or timetabling with regards to that at the moment. Many commentators have previously said that a total of 15 to 16% within a defined contribution pension may be the right sort of target, looking to target about a 2/3, 67% of your current income to live in retirement. So again, is that the right amount? Could we all afford to rein it in by a third and live on what that would give us in retirement? That's the question that it poses. Now, United's policy is still to reopen defined benefit schemes, which is very, very difficult, particularly in recent years, although the current timing is a very interesting one because the way the economic environment has moved and interest rates and gilt yields is actually seeing defined benefit schemes become more affordable than they've been for about 15 years. And in some situations where we do still have some private sector defined benefit schemes open, the required contribution in those schemes is actually less than what they're paying for the defined contribution. Now, that's only one snapshot moment in time, of course, but if you take a long-term view, I think it's proven that many things that certainly trade unions have fought and battled for over the years has proven to be true. Unfortunately, governments and employers have jumped off that bandwagon, and it's become very, very difficult to defend. But still, that the guarantee that defined benefit schemes give you, opposed to some of the risks of the defined contribution, and us not really knowing what's going to be in that pot that has been spoken about, is obviously very, very key with regards to that. Let's look at auto-enrolment minimum contributions and that total of 8%. That's intended to achieve a replacement rate of about 45%. If we accept that 2/3 is the right or wrong answer, we'll delve a little bit more into that. So again, it just proves the point that that isn't enough on its own. The Pensions Commission's target replacement rate was that 2/3, 67%. Again, as we've spoken to, we know that defined benefit schemes provide guaranteed income for life, but in the defined contribution context, we don't know what we're going to receive. There is that investment risk, and we are in very uncertain times, perhaps more so than in lots of years previous to that. So what would be a right DC number? Now, we may say higher than 20%. And why would we say that? Well, obviously, it's higher. That's a good place to start from as a trade unionist and as a negotiator with regards to that. But I think there's good reasons again. We have 2 million pensioners that are in poverty, 16%. A fifth don't meet the Pensions Lifetime Savings Association's retirement living standard. I'll move on to the state pension next, but just 54% receive the full new state pension. So we've got to factor that in when you're putting this combination of elements in, particularly for the lower paid as well with regards to that. Investment performance is unknown, the point between guaranteed defined benefit and members running the investment risk of a defined contribution scheme. And the lower paid, they do need to spend a higher proportion on their income on necessities in retirement. So is 2/3 the right target for them to be targeting? I would argue that it isn't, and hence why a higher adequacy number would be a correct one. So how are we going to get there? We've heard some good ideas with regards to that already, but I think beyond all the good ideas, the first bullet point is the key there. Ultimately, we need the political will and conviction to bring about change. We've heard a lot of rhetoric today about the economic situation, which I'm sure we all find worrying and quite frustrating when we want to be making progress with regards to pensions, and we know the desperateness of the situation out there for current generations and future generations. But what could we do? The government could set a timetable now for how and when to increase default workplace contributions to give us that direction. Or we could set up a pensions commission like previously, and also the great success of the low pay commission that could perhaps operate in a similar way. Or there could be annual government assessments of where auto-enrolment savings levels are achieving decent retirement outcomes, and if they're falling short, whether contributions can be raised again. Now, there's lots of different options for us there, but again, what undermines it or underpins it is really that commitment from government. State pension. Both in terms of the amount but also the age, as I will get to. We've heard some figures already mentioned. Apologies for some of the datedness of these stats, but in general our ranking remains the same amongst others in terms of our spend in comparison to others of GDP. Now we're hearing that it's going to go up, which we see as a good thing. We know economically that it's a big number. However, when you compare ourselves to our international counterparts, we are a long way behind. Now, this is slightly slanted in terms of the UK system, does rely on occupational pensions to supplement that total as well, but we're still behind on that when you put it together. So I'm just going to reference the triple lock because I think it is still very, very important. And I would be very, very reluctant to see that go and for us to be exposed politically, no matter what government is in power with regards to it, because it does give us some security. It isn't the answer in itself, and we've talked about the amounts, and we believe that it should be higher. But without some commitment to a better system that more adequately funds state pension, that triple lock, should remain. And one last point with regards to the state pension age. There is a Unite campaign there with regards to 68 is too late. There's various bullet points that highlights why that is the case, and I think the current government has an understanding for this at the current times and has gone on record in terms of saying that. Labour will not raise the state pension age was the newspaper title from Rachel Reeves. Shadow Chancellor says there is no justification for increase on September the 2024. Now, this is something we'll be watching with keen interest in terms of whether that narrative changes going forward, particularly the current government's focus with regards to the economic realities. So I highlight that for good reason, because I'm sure it's in everyone's thinking. There's a lot of attention generally on the spend with regards to state pension. These things obviously come hand in hand, so there's going to be, I'm sure, lots of future campaigning that's needed with regards to these things. So thank you for your time.
John, it's a really great reminder to be ambitious, and I think also a reminder when people say, does anyone actually care about pensions, that people will take industrial action to defend them, and that shows really the importance. Last but by no means least speaker on this panel is Jeannie.
Okay, thank you. Well, good morning everyone, and it's lovely to be here. I haven't been to a TUC Pension Conference for a few years, actually. It used to be an annual event for me. Somebody's waving at me. Can you not hear me? Sorry. The old age problem. There's no box for me to stand on. I'm very good on soapboxes. Prefer them sometimes. Well, where are we? What's likely to happen over the next year or two? I mean, the ministers explained very clearly the government's #1 priority is to deliver growth and economic well-being across the UK. That means in all those regions as well where their economic performance is very low, and some of them are very low, to raise employment opportunities and raise people's standard of living, get those earnings up, get those employment opportunities up. And we need the Labour government to succeed in their mission, because failure is awful. It's just decline, and that means, you know, a decline in the economy and public services, some of our regions getting much worse, economic and life chances for our citizens, and particularly for our younger generation. So whatever the differences on detail, we need this Labour government to turn round the UK economy. And that challenge has just got a lot tougher with what's happening in the world generally around tariffs and threats of war and whatever. But to succeed, we need greater investment. That's a big weakness in the UK. And we need it in infrastructure, in emerging technologies, in the growth sectors, in housing, in public services, and much more. We have a huge requirement for investment. And the pension sector is the major allocator of trillions of investment capital, supported by over 70 billion pounds of tax relief a year going into those funds. And most of it is bypassing the UK and going abroad, or not officially investing in the UK. And we have to do that. It's an absolutely integral part of succeeding for growing the country. So we've got deep savings pools in this country. Auto-enrollment has helped to make them bigger. And yet we've seen a sustained reduction in investment in the UK. It isn't sufficiently benefiting the UK economy or our citizens. But the structural reform is needed to get that level of investment and in the places that won't want it. And we need to achieve greater consolidation in the market, as the Minister said. There are lots and lots of little pension providers who haven't the capacity, capability, or skills to deliver the kind of investment or invest in the sort of things we need, and they're not producing particularly good value for savers. So expect a lot of focus on consolidating that market into fewer, larger schemes, and I think that'll be a priority for the government, in order to deliver higher returns for savers and invest, and to be able to invest more in UK productive assets. But there are other inefficiencies in the market too. The Minister talked about the small pots, and there are millions of them. And lots of low-paid people and young people have these small pots, all sitting isolated, attracting higher charges, and they're just not together working for people. And we have to have a mechanism where those pots can be consolidated every time you move into a bigger, more successful pension schemes. And as for the DC savers, they're not supported. They get to the end of their working life. They've got a pot of savings, and you're on your own, mate. There isn't a solution and help given to them. They've got to make, and many of them are making really bad decisions. They're taking the money in their 50s. They're taking it very quickly. They'll have nothing left by the time they get to mid-60s. And the government is going to require trustees to come up with retirement income solutions and default options. If you feel you can't cope and you can't make a decision, there's a default option for you. And the longevity risk, posh way of saying, you know, you've got to manage how long you think you're going to live for. We should be helping people with that, because that's a big risk. I mean, living longer is a great thing. I don't want to kick off early. I want to hang around. I've got grandkids. But I need to think about that. I need to think, oh, I ain't going to have enough money if I'm, you know, having a whale of a time with my grandkids in my 80s. But addressing those investment and structural weaknesses in the pension system is an integral part of delivering the growth, and it's the main heavyweight agenda covered by the first phase review of pensions, which the government say they're going to report on hopefully by the end of April. So we'll see some movements or key signs of what the government's going to do on that first. How do we change the pension system so it produces more investment for the UK? And actually, a previous pension minister advised or made the statement, boosting the amount of retirement savings invested domestically in the UK and improving returns for savers must come before any increase in the proportion of wages automatically put into pensions. So there's a sort of sequencing here. Take the big picture issues, then move through into details like, important details, don't make me understate it, the adequacy of retirement income. So we'll soon get that report from the government's first pension review, and that'll be followed by a pension bill, and we don't fully know what's going to be in that. But I'm not the only trade unionist in the House of Lords. There's other Labour peers, and Bryn Davies is here today. He's very active on pensions in the Lords, so we'll be looking very clearly at what the government's suggesting. But then there'll be a second pension review, and we don't know the timing and the nature of that. I think the hitting employers with national insurance contributions and an increase in the national minimum wage, I think, disturb things a little bit. But we need to see the timing and the nature of that second review. And the first pension commission was focused on what seemed to be an irreversible decline in private pension saving and a decline in the state system, and getting that huge juggernaut around, so you rebuilt it and it started to improve. The challenge today is how you improve on the pension system so that it works more efficiently for the country and for the savers. And there's an urgency to that agenda. You could see it in the Minister's voice. It's not one where you can leisurely have a 3 or 4 year review and then take 6 years or more to implement. There's a pace to it. So I expect this agenda to move quite speedily over the next year. But in terms of that second review, and John covered a lot of, and others covered a lot of the sort of detailed issues that we as trade unionists care about, are going to be covered in that second view. And I think it's going to cover, I would hope it's going to cover adequacy of income in retirement. You know, is what's being provided through the state and the private system adequate? Do we need to look again at the level of statutory contributions from the employer, from the employee? But those reforms have to cover the whole of the workforce, because a lot of trade unionists are not working in SMEs, but 60% of the private workforce of this country is in SMEs, and it's mostly small and micros. So if we care about the lower paid, if we want a universal solution for workers, it's got to work for the 60% of the private sector workers in SMEs. And I think the Minister was right. Okay, we can talk about replacement rates. Everybody gets a 2/3 replacement rate. But is a 2/3 replacement rate for somebody on 150,000 a year as important as someone who is on 20,000 a year, where you're trying to get an adequate level of income in retirement? So I think those are issues that we have to look at. And I think increases in contributions will, if they come, will be phased in gradually. I don't think they'll come in one big bang, because I think there'll be these wider economic issues that will come to bear. But hopefully the second review will come out with reforms that improve the pension levels of future generations. And this other issue, which I keep coming back to, is too many people left on their own with their pension pots, taking their money too quickly and too early, and are going to be absolutely exposed when they come to that state pension age. And we do need to address the significant numbers of self-employed workers. Not all self-employed workers are successful business owners. There's a very large number of low-paid self-employed people, and actually savings amongst that group has fallen, not risen. So it's not a question of raising it further. It's the fact that it's actually falling, how you reverse that. We still get a problem with the gender pension gap. It's growing in many areas because so many women are having to pick up the consequences of caring not only for their own children, but for their grandchildren, for parents, and it's beginning to show in a widening of the gender pension gap. One of the benefits of the last Pension Commission, which is often not mentioned, was the huge reforms to the crediting of carers in the state pension, which means most carers, even if they're not, if they have to take time out, will get to that full state pension much more quickly. At some point, we're going to have to tackle tax relief. I don't think they're going to give a big fiscal issue like tax relief to the second stage pension review. But we're spending 72 billion of tax relief per annum supporting the pension system. How are we doing that efficiently? Where is it targeted? And it's going to grow, because every time you increase contributions, you increase the level of tax relief that's there. And it's a big issue, and every time we touch it, there's a scream. But if you care about the moderate and median and lower earners, at some point, there has to be some reflection on this. No government's going to reverse the rises in the state pension age that have been introduced. But what do we do in the future? And John referred to that. Because we are seeing increasing differences in life expectancy and healthy life expectancy between different socioeconomic groups and communities, which we need to consider. When we looked at it 20 years ago, they were narrowing, but now they're beginning to widen again. And actually, the IFS are doing some important research. I think the only ones are at the moment, outside maybe the civil service, on the income of those in the 5 or so years before the state pension age, and some interesting things that are coming out, and they may actually be some of the most financially disadvantaged because of the way in which the social security system works. So what are the implications of that, and what does it mean for any social security reform? So that's really an important area too. And we have to keep the state pension as the firm foundation. If the state pension falls, then you can't improve your earnings in retirement, because all that's happening is your private savings are covering the fall in the state pension. But, of course, a lot is on the triple lock, but the obsession with the triple lock is itself a statement of failure, because the triple lock becomes important because inflation has been going ahead of wages. And the old Pension Commission fought to have earnings indexation restored, because if we're having a country where inflation is always above earnings, everybody's getting poorer. I mean, that's the whole point. We need to improve the earnings and the success of our country. If you improve the success in your country, you'll be the first one shouting, can we have it indexed by earnings? Because the earnings generally in society are above inflation. So I'm not arguing against the triple lock, but what I'm saying is the fact people are so passionate about it is actually a reflection of the decline in our economy, because if everybody had good wages and earnings were going up, you'd be fine with earnings indexation. But what's really important, finally, is that the trade unions and the TUC engaged with this review. When it was done over 20 years ago, you know, I was a trade union deputy general secretary and got a chance to be there. You know, I was familiar with the concerns and priorities of ordinary working people. And, you know, what we're seeing with this Labour government, and we should be engaging with, is how our pension system's going to look over the next 20, 30 years, how it contributes to the wealth of our economy. And that's really big stuff that we should be at the party for. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Jeannie, and thanks for coming back to Congress House. That was great. We've got about 10 minutes for questions, so I will go straight to the audience and the gentleman here who I missed in the first round of questions. I'm going to take 3 again and then come back to the panel.
Thank you. Yeah, Bernard Casey. I'm a retired academic. I wanted to ask about pensions commissions and pensions reviews, because John actually made reference to a new pensions commission. In fact, at various stages, pensions commissions almost seem to be combined with pensions reviews, and I wasn't sure whether a pensions commission should be some kind of standing body. John suggested it was, and suggested that low pay commission was a sort of marker or an indicator of how this should work. What should a standing pensions commission, which I am aware that Turner sort of made recommendations, what should it be doing that is different from a review, of which we are seeing something about now, and a next stage of a review, which is what we were also talking about?
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've got the person in white to your left or right, can't work it out now, Jack, and then the gentleman behind you.
Hello, Pat Roche from UCU. 2 questions, but first, before I ask the questions, I came to the conference last year. It was stunning, and it's just as stunning, so thank you to the CCC for putting it on, number 1. The question I have is, it's good to see younger people in this room. Now, we don't teach pensions at school, and one of the things about GCSEs is that when a person fails the GCSE, you can see their poverty going forward. That's their life defined. So poverty breeds poverty breeds poverty. So it's not enough to talk about the end. We need to talk about the beginning. Secondly, when will the government do something about the legacy pensions? Because they keep saying in the papers, oh, they've gone up by £1,000 this week. Most people on the old pensions don't get even that. And we shouldn't be in a position where we have pension credit. We should have decent pensions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think the gentleman behind you, Jack.
Yeah, hi. I'd just like to say that Jenny and I came from the same school. Everything you said, I agree with 100%. And I wish that we could actually go down the road you're travelling at the moment. I hope we can, but I don't know. Thanks anyway, Jenny, again.
Great. So that was 2 bits of praise in the questions. I normally say only questions, but I think we will also take praise. I think what the question I'm going to put to the panel in particular is, what do you think could be the role of a standing pensions commission? Is that something we need? How might it work? And what would that look like? And then if anyone wants to pick up the question about legacy pensions or basically raising the level of kind of pensions awareness, that would be great. And maybe we'll go in the same order as people spoke. So Mubin, do you want to pick up on your...
Sure. Pensions Commission as being a standing body, I mean, I think you could see a very similar role to what the the Low Pay Commission does. And I think part of the problem we've had over the past 20 years is that it was such a good job done by the Pensions Commission, but problems have come along the way and they've just kind of drifted. So the government's done some reviews. It's kind of said it's going to take action. I think in mid-2020s was when they were going to make these changes to AE, but it's not been enacted. Actually, if you had a Pensions Commission, that would have happened, just because it's an independent body which holds government to account in that kind of way. Though some commissions can become quite toothless as well. So if we take the Social Mobility Commission, which we had, every year there'd be a report coming out saying things have got worse, things aren't improving, we need to take action. Got a lot of attention, but nothing seemed to change. So there's a bit there as to who's on there. So really important to have that mix that Jeannie and Kate talked about, which is employers, trade unions, and government, and other key bodies as well. But yeah, I think it could be a good idea. And then just on legacy pensions, I'm not sure what the government will do in relation to that, but we really need to improve take-up of pension credit. It is so low, and I think the winter fuel allowance has highlighted that in particular. And how can we make that transition from universal credit to pension credit so much easier than it currently is?
Great, thanks, Mubin. John, have you got as far as writing the terms of reference for the new Pensions Commission?
No, not quite. But look, I'll go to the opening point, which is about political commitment. And I think the importance of a Pensions Commission could be that it's actually there, first of all, in the way that the point's just been made. But we wouldn't want it to be a talking shop in itself, or something that just drags its heels and doesn't sort of move on in time. But at the moment, we haven't got that commitment. The government could legislate tomorrow if they wanted to, but without that political pressure, that's unlikely to happen. If we look at what happened in Australia, it took them over 20 years and lots of different political battles along that road. And we've got to restart that journey, back off the good work that's been reflected upon in terms of previously with the Pensions Commission, but we have rested on our laurels, and we do need to get that commitment again. So whether it's wrong or right, it kind of doesn't matter. I think having it there gives us some political direction, something to hold the government to account with. So that's what I would say. Let's not just have it that's a shut and closed sort of review. It has an ongoing remit and commitment similar to the Low Pay Commission, and that doesn't have to spook all employers that there's going to be increases every single year. It can be timelined, but let's start that journey, because I feel we've lost time already, and we're behind for this generation, and we're going to be further behind for others. The education point is obviously a fantastic point. Financial literacy, it goes hand in hand in terms of directly with pensions and that level of understanding. Again, that's a plea to government, and one that I'm sure that everyone would support. It should be part of the education system, and if it isn't, then it most certainly should be. Obviously, all our support with regards to any forms of legacy, forms of pensions, or pre-97 or discretionary increases and things like that I get lobbied about quite often, as you would expect, on behalf of our membership, and particularly in time where we've seen some surpluses arise in many, many different sort of pension schemes. I know it's something that the Pension Protection Fund, which we all lobby with regards to this issue, is looking at, and they've made proposals with regards to that. They've got quite a healthy £13 billion surplus at the moment that I know government and others are taking a keen look at. Certainly we would be pushing strongly for some of those improvements in those areas. We'll see what happens there.
Great. Thank you, John. Jeannie, would you like to chair a standing pensions commission?
I'm always up for things, yeah. If I'm honest, I don't think this government for the moment is going to concede a new pension commission. And I think because they want to own and drive growth, investment and public spending, I can't see them handing it over, and the Treasury is going to want, I'm being realistic. If things get calmer and the trajectory is all positive, then I do think there's a row for a standing commission. And I think why we suggested last time that it would be an idea that what you need somebody independent to track that you're on course, what is happening, and actually to give a comment on any government policy. So, example, the pension freedom that were introduced by the last Labour government. There was no analysis, there was no impact analysis, and there were all sorts of downsides that came from that pension freedom. Whereas if you had a pension commission, you know, you could ask governments to pause while an analysis is done, and you can think it through. And it can also come up with views as to, if you're not on track or you're on track, what kind of policies are needed there. So I do believe, in principle, it's right. I mean, it's a big picture issue, pensions, so I don't think they're going to devolve lots of power to a commission. But I think it's right. But, I mean, for the gentleman who said, well, there's a commissioner review, review is job and finish. You get a group of people together, you ask them to look at something, give you a report, end of. And that's what will happen with the second review, if they have it, that, you know, there'll be a group of people preparing that report. But a standing commission is much more like the low pay commission. Yeah.
Great, thanks. I think we've got time for one more round, if you don't mind your coffee break being cut a little bit short. So I'll take gentleman in the front here, and then the guy over there, so you know where the mic's going next.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear? Yeah, sorry. Yeah, John Gray, I'm a Unison activist, but I'm also a representative of all trade unions on the London CIV, the local government pool. And I work for a large housing association as a convener, and a lot of what I have to do as convener is try to represent workers. We have an in-house DLO, we have caretakers, we have a lot of manual workers who are just really knackered. And you know, they've been put through sickness schemes, capability. So you know, ideally, the employer would pay for this, but is there any room in the pension review to having some sort of incapacity, medical retirement capacity, because it is desperately needed? And we're having problems with my employer where we've got a recognition agreement. In lots and lots of employers where there isn't any recognition agreement, it must be really, really even more dire.
Great, thank you. I had a guy, yeah.
Hello. So pension wealth inequality is even more stark potentially than income inequality. Is toying with tax relief the only way to really tackle this?
Great, lovely, concise question. I can fit in one more. A woman here with the reddish dress.
I'm retired from the NHS, and there is a hemorrhage of NHS and social care staff between 55 and 60. One of the problems is that chronic health conditions and cancers on the increase in the age group between 55 and 68, and yet the employers do not support people with disabilities, do not allow time off for appointments and scans without giving hassle, and people are just leaving because it actually increases their life expectancy. And that's one of the reasons I've left, and I wouldn't go back. What can you do to support people with chronic health conditions who may wish to continue working until they're 68? Nurses in particular will have a huge deficit in their pensions, some in 1995, some in 2008, and some in the 2015 scheme. It is utter chaos. And on the back of that, we've got the McLeod remedy on the age discrimination, and there are delays in payment in the back pay on that. And some people are already deceased. So we need to sort out this mess.
Right, thank you very much. So we've got two questions about the interaction of our pension system with kind of health, and obviously a big conversation going on in the country around levels of inactivity and how those have been rising. How do we kind of put those two challenges together? And then a clear question about, is the pension system the way to tackle wealth inequality, or what should we be thinking about there? Should we go in the other order? So, Jeannie, do you want to kick us off?
I take the pension inequality first. No, tax relief isn't the only reason. You couldn't do it all through tax relief either. I was pointing it out that I think that's something that its time will come, but you need wages up would help, and that can translate obviously through to pensions. You need to be careful about the level of the state pension, but also in this country, A lot more of our pension income is based in pension-related benefits, much more than, say, in other European countries. So we need to understand how those pension benefits work, particularly when we're looking at more people entering retirement in rental housing when the cost of rent's going up. So no, I think it needs a comprehensive series of measures. I was just identifying that 72 billion and rising is a big chunk of tax relief, and it does warrant, I mean, the Treasury are not going to let go of anybody else analysing that, but it'll need some reflection, I think. But no, the answers to your question is multifaceted. On the issue, the over 50s in and out of the workforce is a big issue. And actually it is being looked at by this government because, in a sense, we haven't really talked about the dependency ratio, but we're heading for a situation where for every, 3 working age people, there is a pensioner, and the ratio of bearing of the cost of that is going to be quite tough because it's not just pensions, it's healthcare demands, it's social care. I mean, there are trade-offs happening. There's not a lot of money going in social care. So that has to be thought through. And the problem is if you add to that people leaving the workforce early and therefore not sort of contributing to the kind of output of the country, that is an issue. And in some areas it's getting worse. So the government is looking at that and has got people looking at what is happening with over 50s and over 55s participation in the workforce, what is causing that. And that includes looking at things like ill health, because it is clear in certain areas, ill health is in older age group is rising. So as that total group of issues is being looked at by the government. What they come out with, I don't know, but it is being looked at. For the pressures in housing associations, I'm just hesitating. I understand what's being described. I mean, housing associations are under pressure, and in fact there isn't enough social housing is another issue. So housing is a real top priority for the government. What I'll do is I'll take away the point that you've made and maybe raise it with people about the pressures on the people themselves working in housing associations and the behaviour of housing associations as employers.
Thanks, Jeannie. John?
Yeah, so firstly, John's point in terms of not healthy workforce, Unite's hearing the same, John, with regards to surveys of not just in that sector but other sectors also, and sort of linking it to the sort of state pension age and some of the points that I spoke to previously in terms of an unhealthier sort of future for many people. Now, whether there's a state way of dealing with that, I'm not sure. I think if we were, we could be waiting a long time for something like that to be brought in. Perhaps the collective solution amongst the unions in terms of trying to get a collective form of pension and a collective form of other benefits, including that could particularly cater for problems in the way that you list with ill health could be catered for in that way. But that takes a real collective input, and I'm sure any political assistance in a sector would definitely perhaps help get that moving. In terms of the second point around pensions, wealth inequality and tax, posing the question, is tax the only option? Obviously, I agree that wouldn't be the only option. We would hope employers are paying their part with regards to the wages point that's been mentioned, contribution. Obviously, members have got to pay their part with regards to that as well. Perhaps sometimes that's education, but sometimes that's the reality of the bills that members have got to pay, particularly at the lower pay end. But sometimes they make those choices in the here and now, which is only natural, with not one eye on the future. But there's other options and things that have been suggested around that in the past, obviously looking at different types of retirement ages depending on your occupation. But again, trying to get them to have political traction, particularly with the state, is going to be very, very difficult. But there are obviously other options out there, but it needs to be a combination of all. On the NHS, I actually sit on the Scheme Advisory advisory board for the NHS scheme, and some of my colleagues for other unions within the audience. So there has been some big moves with regards to flexibilities to encourage certainly older workers to stay within the NHS, because obviously we desperately need them, working through backlogs, etc., so forth. It's the first time I've heard the point being made with regards to obviously health conditions. That hasn't factored into many of the conversations that we've had, and certainly I can be raising that. I guess the difficulty with a chronic health condition will be whether they're able to still do the same job, or there's a different job or way they can still support the NHS. But obviously, I and others will continue to raise that point. And within that, obviously, we've been raising the point with regards to the absolutely unsatisfactory in terms of not knowing your numbers with regards to the remedy. You made the point about people already passed away, and that money will obviously go to the dependents in the end, and that person wouldn't have received it themselves, but obviously their loved ones will at some point. But also the point that there's people that retired, they've retired making decisions not in the full knowing of the facts, whether it was the right decision to make for themselves. They will receive and get the better of too at that point, but obviously they haven't been able to do that, and obviously people leading to retirement. So we're on it, we will keep lobbying with regards to it, and obviously we hear the point.
Great. Last word to you, Mubin.
Yeah, great. So in terms of keeping older people and those with chronic health conditions in the workforce, I think the real problem we have is really sort of two-tier flexibility. So in certain sectors and for more senior staff, there's greater flexibility, and for others there isn't. And how do we change that and kind of tackle that issue? So we did a report with Timewise recently in relation to this. But there's a lot more that employers could do early on. I think what we do in this country really is kind of like say, you have a workforce, you'll go into benefits, you'll be on disability benefits potentially for quite a long time, and then 1 year down the line you're actually given some support. By then it's actually too late, so we need much more support for employees earlier on whilst they're still part of the workforce. That happens in lots of other countries, can happen here. In terms of pension wealth, it is the biggest part of wealth that we have in household wealth, much more than housing wealth, which sometimes comes as a surprise. And we have done some things to try and close down some of the loopholes there were. So it was mentioned earlier about inheritance tax and the loophole there in terms of passing on pension wealth, which was escaping inheritance tax. So that was a really good thing. But quite a lot of pension wealth is quite intangible. So we saw last year a 2 trillion drop in the wealth in the country. That's a massive amount. But virtually all of that drop was in DB pensions. Now, that actually didn't make a difference to those people claiming DB pensions because, there was a guarantee of what they were getting. So there's difficulties in terms of taxing that wealth because you may end up penalising those on DC schemes more than DB schemes. So I would urge some caution. But tax reliefs, definitely, there's a huge amount that goes in there. How we can reduce some of that, including on the 25% that people get tax-free, has got some potential.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Mubin. It's been great to have our own mini pensions commission on this panel. Thank you very much. Thank you for your questions. Just to say, there's a coffee break now, and then in 10 minutes, I'm afraid I've only left you 10 minutes for coffee. We're back in here for the next panel on the National Wealth Fund. Thank you.
everyone. I think we're ready to get started. I'm very conscious of standing between you and your lunch if we start too much later. So if everyone could just come in and take their seats, that would be great. All right, thanks very much, everyone. What a great morning it's been so far, and we have another absolutely stellar panel for you before lunch. My name is Nicola Smith. I'm Policy Director here at the TUC, and I am very excited to be chairing this panel with three excellent speakers. I have Jessie Griffiths, who is CEO at the Finance Innovation Lab. I have Tom Railton, who is Head of Communications and Politics at Prospect Union, and I have George Dolner, who is Policy Lead for Responsible Investment and Stewardship at the Pension Lifetime Savings Association. What we're going to be discussing in this session is the role of pension funds in spreading prosperity and growth, and what the role of the National Wealth Fund could be in enabling that to happen. I was very struck when we heard our new pension minister, Torsten Bell, this morning speaking to us earlier, that he started his presentation with an overview of the scale of the living standard squeeze that the UK has experienced and the failure of real earnings to keep up. Then he pivoted directly to a slide on how poor our investment, both public and private, has been over recent decades and the absolute imperative of resolving that. And it felt as if the scale of the government's ambition, both in terms of boosting living standards and also securing investment growth and making sure we've got the policy framework in place to enable that, was high. What we didn't hear about, understandably, we're still early in the new government's term, was exactly what the breadth of the policy agenda to ensure that shift needs to look like. And I think we were set up well, with hearing about how the shift, particularly from DB to DC pensions and the different investment strategies that different schemes are now following, has led to a shift in the scale of the infrastructure investment that UK pension funds are able to deliver. The panel think, there's a really exciting opportunity to think about the National Wealth Fund playing a role in driving that agenda forward, and there's a huge range of expertise sitting with me here to give a bit of thought to that. Each speaker is going to speak for about 5 minutes. We're now at 12 o'clock. We're going to finish at 12:40 for lunch. So we'll have 3 contributions and then we'll open for questions and discussion. And I should say this is a sort of new policy agenda. We are in a space where we've got, I think, a growing consensus of the needs to think about how pension funds can direct their investments towards wider economic growth and prosperity here in the UK, but we also have a big opportunity to think through what might be the right way to set that up so that it works, and it works in the interest both of the wider economy and scheme members. So I'm going to go first to Jessie, as I said, CEO at the Finance Innovation Lab, and he leads the lab's work there to build a financial system that serves people and planet. He is also chair of the board of trustees of the Jubilee Debt Campaign and a trustee at Tax Justice. Jessie, you are very welcome. Really looking forward to hear your thoughts on this important and emerging policy area.
Thank you very much, Nicola. It's so great to be here, and thanks to all the organisers. I love this conference, and I feel like incredibly honoured and excited to actually get to speak at it. So thank you so much. I've got 3 main things I want to say. The first is that, as the Minister said, underinvestment is a real problem in this country, and the National Wealth Fund should be a big part of the solution. The second is that it really matters how you design the fund, because there's 3 big traps that we could easily fall into, to do with its mandate, to do with its governance, and to do with its scale. So we need to avoid those traps if we want the Wealth Fund to help boost investment. And the third is that a really effective scaled-up National Wealth Fund would be really good for the pension system. So first point, and you've seen it from the Minister is that the UK needs much higher levels of investment, and the National Wealth Fund should be a key lever for that. So we're at the bottom of the G7 table, as we've seen. We also have very significant need to scale up investment, including in the just transition. So the Climate Change Committee just did its estimates, and we need to get to £46 billion extra investment by 2029, so in this Parliament. So there's a lot of work to do there. And the National Wealth Fund is a very sensible response to this problem. And if you like, we should think of it as being a state-owned or a public development bank, which is very common across the world. And many countries use these types of institutions, and probably the most famous is the German KfW, which has been around since 1948 and is a big part of the success story of German investment after the war. And what do we need these types of state-run development banks for? For two things, really. One is to lead the market where it's not going to go. So there's plenty of areas we need more investment that if you just leave the market to its own devices, you're going to get underinvestment or no investment, particularly when we're thinking about the just transition and the new economies the new industries we're building for the future. And the second is that in many areas, the market won't scale up quickly enough, won't invest enough for the kinds of things we need as a society. So it's about leading the market in some areas and scaling up the market in other areas. But to do that, we need a very proactive market-shaping institution. It can't just be following where the market goes, and it can't just be a tool of financial markets. It needs to be acting in the public interest, and it needs to actually be going out there, building the pipeline of investable projects that the Minister talked about, helping regional economies develop, and so on. So we need a really effective, proactive institution, and that's why my second point, we've got to avoid the three big traps that the government could easily fall into on this agenda. So the first trap is the mandate trap. So if you have a wealth fund that is too spread across too many issues and doesn't have the scale in each area, in each sector to make a difference, you're going to end up with one that isn't really moving the market investment where we want it to go. You also need a long-term mission for such a fund, because you don't want a new minister to come in and decide, oh, actually the wealth fund should be doing this now. So it needs to be long-term and embedded. And I think at the moment, it seems like the government's approach to this seems reasonable. So they've just issued their statement of strategic priorities or strategic direction for the National Wealth Fund, which says keep the existing UK infrastructure bank mandate. So the National Wealth Fund is just a rebranded UK infrastructure bank, slightly bigger, which would be to focus on climate and regional inequality, but focus it on some areas, some key areas of the industrial strategy where we need more investment. So that seems reasonable, and we've got to keep them to that. So that's the mandate trap. The second is the governance trap, and this is probably in many ways the biggest trap. It would be very easy to fall into two parts of this trap. The first is that the National Wealth Fund just becomes a tool of the Treasury. And the Treasury tends to have quite short-term views, quite conservative, and also is very subject to political changes. So it needs independence from the Treasury, but equally important, it needs independence from financial markets and the financial sector. So it can't just become a tool of the investment markets either, because that way you end up just subsidizing investments that were going to happen anyway, and private financial interests benefit. So I think the best way to try to make sure that we don't fall into this governance trap is to make sure that public interests are very strongly represented in the governance of the fund, including having trade unions on the board. So that would be the governance trap. And then the third trap is the scale trap. At the moment, the National Wealth Fund is very small compared with what we need it to do. So in the last year that it dispersed about £1.7 billion in loans and other projects. And the government wants to double this to about £3.5 billion. But KfW, the German equivalent, in 2023 dispersed 111 billion euros. So it's many, many, many times bigger. And it's that kind of scale that we need if we actually want to see a public development bank helping to boost overall investments, in particular in regions and parts of the economy that we need them to. So one very easy way to boost the scale would be to allow the National Wealth Fund to issue its own bonds, to borrow against the government's capital, and that could, some estimate, boost its firepower by up to 14 times its current scale. So that's the second point, avoiding those traps. But then the third point, to bring back to the point of this conference, is that I think if we did that, we made the National Wealth Fund effective, scaled it up, it could be really good for the pension system. Well, first, those bonds that it would issue could be green bonds. So it would allow the pension system to get a decent rate of return to invest in sustainable bonds, which would be good. The second is the projects that it helps to develop, in conjunction with pension funds and other investors, would help to reduce the risk for those pension funds and allow them to invest in a wider set of assets, but directed at where the country needs those investments to be. And then finally, of course, we all know that if the National Wealth Fund could be scaled up and effective and help to boost investments at the level that's needed, that would be good for incomes, that would be good for the economy, that would be good for our climate futures. All of those things are really good for our retirements in the future. So that's what I wanted to say. So in summary, I think the National Wealth Fund as a public development bank is an excellent idea, but we've got to avoid the traps that we could so easily fall into as we're developing it. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Jesse. Lots to think about there in terms of opportunity, but also how the policy will need to develop to make sure it's realised. I'm now going to hand over quickly to Tom Railton, who's currently Head of Communications and Politics at Prospect, but before this was Director of Campaigns and Advocacy at the Economic Change Unit, an organisation which does some really great work campaigning for economic system change and setting out the evidence as to why and how we should be making the case for a stronger, fairer economy. So, Tom, your thoughts on this question, both on the need for the National Wealth Fund to step in and what we think about how it should do that well.
Thanks very much, Nicola, and it's great to be here. This is my first time at the TUC Pensions Conference, so hopefully the first of many. And I'm going to start by an apology, because not only am I standing between you and lunch, but I'm also going to be talking quite a lot about the government's fiscal rules, so that's a kind of trigger warning in advance there. I think it's important to start with kind of why we, Prospect, as a union, care about what is quite a wonky policy issue about how the National Wealth Fund works. And I think it's important because we kind of see both sides of this equation. Clearly, pensions are a huge issue for our members. People want decent pensions to retirement, and how pensions are invested is a huge part of that. But also our members are working in many of the areas covered by the government's industrial strategy, energy, defence, tech, creative industries, and the kind of aim of the National Wealth Fund to boost these sectors and drive growth and drive good jobs and good wages in those sectors is really important. So I think should be a very core trade union issue, and that's why we as a union really care about it. So I want to kind of focus my points around the point around scale. And first of all, I say, having spent the last 3 or 4 years of my life wandering around trying to get government to care about the overall level of investment in the economy and how this is terrible for outcomes for everyone, it was pretty great to see the minister start with that on a slide, and that the government is caring about this a lot. But clearly there are issues around scale that we need to get into, and one of the real problems here is the way the fiscal rules work. So without kind of boring everyone too much, the government has a series of fiscal rules. It set them out again or changed them in the budget, and there were some really positive changes that they made. First of all, the main one in terms of how it interacts with the National Wealth Fund is that they adopted a debt target called per snuffle. In wonky terms, it's public sector net financial liabilities, and that means that when the government makes investments, financial investments, so for example, loan guarantees or stakes in companies, then they're allowed to take into account the value of those as well as the liabilities on the government's balance sheet. Perfectly sensible thing, but we've not been doing it for a very long time, and that kind of frees up a little bit more space. And that's why, as the minister was able to set out earlier, they've been able to maintain the current level of public investment and not implement the cuts that the Conservatives were planning in levels of public investment. Having said that, the level of public, you saw the kind of stabilised flat line at the end of Torsten's graph earlier. still a pretty low level of public investment compared to most OECD countries. It's good that we're not cutting it, but cutting it was frankly a crazy thing to do anyway. So we've kind of got back to base camp there. And if you look at what is needed, we saw the Climate Change Committee publish its 7th carbon budget last month, and they say we need about £26 billion every year of investment just in the green economy in order to hit our net zero targets and stay on the path to net zero that the government set out. So £26 billion is about the entire size of the entire National Wealth Fund. So we clearly have to do a bit more on scale. So how can we do it, and what are the problems? So despite what I've just said about the public sector net financial liabilities target, this operation of the National Wealth Fund is still pretty heavily constrained by our fiscal rules in a couple of ways. So firstly, the way that the Office for National Statistics works means that the government can't take majority stakes in any of the projects that it's funding through the National Wealth Fund without them showing up on the fiscal rules and therefore limiting the government's ability to do other kinds of investment. So it can only take minority stakes, and even then it's a bit constrained in how it can do that. So there are kind of practical things that are weighing on the ability of the National Wealth Fund to actively drive investment in the sectors that it wants to do that. But the more problematic thing is that the fund is, the public investment side of the fund is funded through general government borrowing, which means two things. One is that the interest on that debt shows up on the current spending of the government, and therefore kind of the big problem we've got in our fiscal rules is on the current spending side. So that's a big problem in terms of if the government wanted to borrow more to scale it up, it would be really constrained in doing that. And the second thing is that whenever you're under general government borrowing, you're competing with everything else the government might want to borrow money to do. So fund the NHS, anything that the government wants to do, you're competing with that. And that's a big problem. So we've essentially set the fund up, but it's got got the handbrake on at the moment, and I think it'd be interesting to see how we could take that handbrake off. I would say, in fairness, if the Treasury were here, they would say, in terms of scale, that the public element of the National Wealth Fund isn't the whole fund. That it has this target to crowd in £3 of private money for every £1 of public money, and that's where pensions come in, because where they want to get most of that private money from is from pension funds, and you heard the Minister talk about that earlier. But I think there are serious questions about whether the way that the fund is currently set up is going to get that pension fund money crowded in. Clearly there are things the government's doing. You heard the Minister talk about consolidation, that they think will drive a bit more pension fund investment in some of these projects. But at the moment, the way the fund is set up means that they can only get that private money in on a deal-by-deal basis. So by bringing forward projects and asking funds to partner with them in investing in those projects. What they can't do is take a whole view across the fund's portfolio of investments and ask pension funds to invest in that way. And that means that these investments are going to be inherently riskier than many of the things that the pension funds are currently invested in, and trustees might be quite hesitant about that. Also, because if that investment project goes wrong, then they're quite exposed. Also means that it means that there are, we've got various different sizes and kinds of pension funds operating in the country, and that kind of investment isn't going to be appropriate for all of those funds. So we need to think about other ways we can crowd in that pension fund money and get it working in the real economy, investing in the things that are going to drive economic growth. Which kind of brings me to the point of whether the National Wealth Fund should be able to issue its own bonds. And I think this is a good idea for a number of reasons. First of all, this is how most other of these similar kinds of funds operate in most places around the world. You heard Jesse talking about the German KfW earlier. It issues its own bonds separately to German government bonds, and that allows it to kind of have this independence and drive forward its own investment agenda. It would, if the National Wealth Fund was able to issue its own bonds, these bonds would provide a kind of steadier rate of return for pension funds and give them a different kind of asset to just owning government bonds that would allow them to invest directly in productive infrastructure without maybe taking the kind of risk exposure of investing in individual projects. I think the other key point, though, is that this would enable the government to scale up the National Wealth Fund without it competing with other projects that it's trying to fund through general government bond issuance. So you get a different kind of asset that pension funds could have in their portfolio, and funds would feel more secure. A lot of funds would feel more, especially, for example, smaller DB schemes would feel more secure doing that than investing in individual projects. It wouldn't stop pension funds investing in those projects if it makes sense for them, and I think it would still be important for the government to try and crowd money in that way. It would just give a wider range of ways that pension funds can be involved in supporting the National Wealth Fund. And so finally, I just want to end by going back to the fiscal rules a second, because if we did this, and I think it would be great if the government were to do this, that would mean that that you'd be able to crowd in this money, but the fiscal rules would still be a problem, because you might have the National Wealth Fund then wanting to take bigger and bigger stakes in projects that it wanted to bring forward if it's able to raise money through bond issuance. And then, therefore, I think it also, alongside doing this, makes sense if the government clarified that the National Wealth Fund and its investments were outside the fiscal rules entirely. And that gets to the kind of which is how the German fund, for example, works. And that gets to the final point, which is that we've got a kind of time horizon problem here, which is that if you think about the graph that we saw earlier about public investment, you think about the challenge of many of these infrastructure projects that we're talking about, these are long-term problems and that need long-term solutions. And pension funds also want long-term returns on their investment. And yet we have a government fiscal rules framework which has a 5 or sometimes a 3-year time horizon. This isn't a sensible way of constraining our national kind of investments and the way we want to mobilize capital over the long term. So it would make much more sense for that to be brought outside the fiscal rules, to allow it to issue its own bonds and to kind of move it forward that way. So this is a plea to kind of take the handbrake off the National Wealth Fund, let it issue its own bonds, and be able to scale up to be the kind of investment vehicle that we need it to be, both to deliver good returns to pensioners, but also to deliver the investment in infrastructure that we badly need in this country.
Really helpful analysis, I think, both of what the constraints of the government's fiscal framework might be, but also what the opportunities might be for pension funds of a National Wealth Fund that was better able to operate more ambitiously, and really interested when we come to questions to hear from anyone in the room about whether you think that model would work for funds that you may be trustees of or work with. But we have one more speaker between you and questions, and last but very much not least is George Dolner, who, as I said, is the policy lead for responsible investment and stewardship at the PLSA, and has also previously worked at the Department for Work and Pensions on pensions policy, among other areas. So, George, your thoughts on this issue, ideas about what the next steps need to be for the policy agenda, and then we will open up for questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, great to be here, and just to echo the comments of others on the panel, it's my first TUC Pensions Conference, so good to see. Yeah, well, I was expecting it, but yeah, no, great to see a really engaged and passionate audience. So yeah, thank you. Just quickly, just a bit of information on the PLSA. So some of you may be aware of us, what we are, who, and what we do. We're a membership organisation representing the interests of pension schemes. Our members have assets under management of over 1 trillion, representing 30 million pension savers. And ultimately, my role at the PLSA is to think about responsible investment and how we can get pension funds thinking about that in the way they invest. But fundamentally, it's about ensuring that people have, good retirement outcomes when it comes to receiving their pension. So I'm going to take a little bit of a step back just to sort of think a bit more broadly on why sustainability matters. Then there's also 4 things I want to talk about. So it's the challenges facing pension schemes, the challenges facing different types of pension schemes and how it's important not to treat them in the same way. And also thinking more about the sort of specific opportunities that the National Wealth Fund can bring through that suit pension schemes and will help to deliver the sustainable growth that we think is needed. So first off, sustainability, it really does matter. Without it, all of our other work that we do to deliver good pension outcomes will be in vain if there's no world to retire into. And I think we think fundamentally, sustainable growth opportunities are important because they can have real-world impacts on members here and now in terms of the benefits that they can deliver. I'm sure the minister, I missed the minister unfortunately, but I'm sure he set out how growth is obviously the key priority, and it has been for consecutive governments now. And I think for us it's about thinking about how can we best support pension schemes to support that government ambition whilst also representing the members. It's worth noting that UK pension schemes do invest a lot in the UK already, so across bonds and gilts, as well as other sorts of private assets. The pension schemes already invest over £1 trillion. But clearly there is a sense that more needs to be done. And I think the work that we've previously done has identified a number of areas that can help facilitate that. So, through the National Wealth Fund, a pipeline of opportunities, also the need for incentives, both fiscal and investment. And also, as has been touched on in some of the previous conversations, the importance of adequacy, not just for outcomes, but in terms of increasing that pool of capital that can be put to use and invested in the UK. So of most relevance to this conversation today is the work we've been doing around the pipeline of assets. We published a report last year which looked at the sort of areas that we think, or that our members are telling us they're interested in investing in. And we've kind of grouped that into 4 key themes. So for us, there's climate, infrastructure, social and community funds and opportunities, as well as AI and life sciences. And obviously for the National Wealth Fund, it's the climate and infrastructure opportunities that we think are of most relevance. Before I get on to some of the specifics, I just wanted to reflect on how it's important that the government doesn't look at pension schemes all in the same way. Clearly, different types of schemes, whether it's open, closed, DB, DC, the LGPS, will all have different needs and will be open to these opportunities more or less depending on their risk appetite. So, closed DB schemes are unlikely to be all that interested in productive assets because, their focus is on more stable investments, gilts and bonds to ensure they can pay their members. Open DB and the LGPS, we expect to be quite open to this, but there is also a kind of a trade-off here in that a lot of DB, Open DB and LGPS schemes are in surplus and are also facing challenges in terms of quite a risk-averse regulator approach. So some of that needs to be addressed and unlocked in order to help those types of schemes to invest. And then I guess that leaves DC, where I think probably rightly the government is focusing most of its efforts in terms of, for DC schemes in the growth phase, their main priority is growth. And so, the opportunities that can drive their investment in will be really important. And I think whilst, there's a lot of talk about the need for consolidation, driving greater scale, there are also other things that we think the government can be doing to sort of support DC schemes to unlock further investment. So I guess thinking about what our report last year and the work we did highlighted in terms of the sorts of opportunities, we've been very sort of keen to focus on climate and the infrastructure opportunities that the National Wealth Fund will have a significant role in delivering. So there are a range of different sort of infrastructure developments that suit pension schemes. For Open DB and LGPS, renewable energy assets offer regular cash flows over a long period of time, which align pretty well with their sort of with their liabilities. Similar for DC schemes, and actually some of those opportunities to invest at an earlier stage suit DC as well, because they can take a bit more risk in terms of the development stage of those opportunities. And so they're the sorts of things that really should be quite a high priority for the National Wealth Fund. Clearly there is a need for sort of pretty effective communication, clarity from the National Wealth Fund, collaboration with the government to ensure that some of the stuff that's coming out through the government's industrial strategy feeds into the things that they prioritise. And also because I think there are a number of areas where there is a need for conversation to think about how we can unlock investment in things like nuclear, which we acknowledge is still pretty controversial for some, but can offer both very effective returns, but also huge energy outputs potentially. thinking again sort of more widely the need to think about planning reform to further unlock some of the those renewable energy projects. And also there's clearly a need that, if we ramp up all of this production of energy, the issue of storing that, so planning reform to support in improving battery storage, to manage all of this. And again, all of these opportunities provide real opportunity for schemes to invest and to deliver that sustainable growth that we think is needed. Another thing we focused on within our report was looking at the UK building stock and the need to think about investment in facilitative technologies that can help to improve the sort of energy efficiency of the UK building stock. Could be a really good opportunity, particularly for DC in the growth phase. There's a little bit more risk there potentially. So lots of different opportunities, and another plug for our report, because there's loads more in there in terms of the detail on what sort of things suit which type of schemes and investment areas. And just very, very briefly, I think we might be able to touch on this a bit more in the sort of Q&A, but we also, we sort of, the government and the National Wealth Fund working together to provide clarity on the need, the investment opportunities is one thing, but we also think that this can be supported by fiscal investment incentives. So, actually, the National Wealth Fund in itself is quite a good, quite an effective guarantee for pension schemes, and that if it aligns effectively with the government, it sort of has that support, and that in itself is quite an effective incentive. But also, there's things like whether we can consider, planning reform, other types of regulatory reform to sort of unlock these investments. Incentives like the LIFT initiative, so long-term investment for technology and science, has been proven to be quite effective, and so there are other opportunities similar, but in more of a sort of infrastructure sector that could be of interest. So lots of other things, but I think I'm probably running over time, so we'll end it there for now.
Thanks so much, George. It was a really helpful overview, I think, of the sorts of need and also opportunities that there is for different types of schemes and the sorts of considerations that any new approach to the National Wealth Fund would need to take account of when thinking about what different schemes would want to see and would feel it was appropriate to invest in. So we've got 10 minutes for questions now, loads to talk about in terms of what the scope is for those opportunities and what alignment there is between the government's growth agenda and the needs of schemes, and what the National Wealth Fund should actually look like and could look like. So I'll take them in groups of 3. I think I'll probably have time for 2 rounds. Got a woman at the front with the black glasses there. I have a gentleman there in a hat and a woman in a red dress. I'll take those 3 to start with. Just there.
Hi, Daniela Silcock, independent pensions researcher. Thank you. Those were brilliant presentations, as all of the presentations have been today. My question is around the future. So looking at, say, Nest as a DC pioneer in terms of investment, what we've seen that they've done as they've grown in capacity is they've wanted to make their own direct investments rather than going through funds. Will we see the National Wealth Fund and things like long-term asset funds in some ways being maybe a stopgap until schemes consolidate and become large enough to want to do more of their own direct investment and bring that kind of strategy in-house? Or is there more permanence? Can these types of funds maybe adapt and grow so that they're still relevant in, say, 10, 20 years?
Thanks very much. That's great. Gentleman over there.
Yeah, my question is towards George. Local government pension scheme member. I'm beginning to hear, time and time again, surplus. Should we be alarmed by this? Because, that doesn't sit well with me, the thing about the surplus. Constantly being mentioned, there is a surplus there in the local government pension schemes as such. And, we are a target, for want of a better word.
Yeah, no, I hear you. It's an important point. And women in front of you?
In terms of personal savings, how about creating green bonds that individuals can invest in, and then for retirees it can actually increase their current pension and they receive some of the returns directly? A different model to anything mentioned.
Okay, great. So we've got three points across there. National Wealth Fund as a stopgap before the schemes consolidate and run their own investment strategies. Views, colleagues, on whether or not that is one possible approach. The challenge of this discussion around the surplus that many schemes find themselves in, and I guess what you're talking about is the risk that then erodes confidence in the schemes, or the suggestion that the schemes are not using their money effectively or are overly generous. And then another suggestion for alternative modes of boosting pensions and individual investment. So I'm not expecting you to answer all of them, but I'll go to you first, Jesse. Give us a sense of what you want to say on those.
Thanks. Yeah, great question, Daniela. And my answer would be that it's definitely a permanent issue. And I think that's because you have to think about investment challenges are fairly permanent in the way that they need to be responded to. So there are some areas of investment where the private financial markets are very unlikely to touch. And so there is always going to be significant public investment. And then there's some areas where financial markets are very keen. And then there's this part in the middle where institutions like the National Wealth Fund help to bridge. So investments where financial markets might regard as too risky at the moment, or where they might think the returns are not enough. And it's those kind of areas where you will always need, I think, some kind of institution like a National Wealth Fund to do that. And I think the renewable energy industry is a really good example of this, because, why is it that solar costs have plummeted and are now predicted to be the cheapest form of electricity in every country in the world by 2030, including really cold countries that don't have sunlight all year round? It's because there was a long period of massive state investment in those technologies, and it's since been taken up state plus private, and then increasingly private investment. And most of that investment came from China. But that's the point, that the investment is something that requires a mixture of different types of institutions, I think. I'll leave the other questions to the others, but I would say on the surpluses, I think the point made on the previous panel about we need to fight in this pensions review to reinvigorate DB schemes and to see if we can get them to become part of the pensions landscape and grow in the future is really, really important. And that's the question about surpluses, not about whether they should be released to companies or not, I think.
Thanks, Jesse. Tom, George, do you want to come back on either of those other questions?
Yeah, I think just on the first question, I think Jesse put it very well, so I won't add too much to that, but just to say that I think the point of the National Wealth Fund is it's strategic and it's aligned with the government's industrial strategy in a way that if big DC schemes were left to their own devices and weren't given that direction, then I think you wouldn't necessarily find everything that needs to happen. For example, for a mission like the green transition, we know there are different technologies that need to be invested in at different stages. So the point about it is that it should be able to make sure that those investments are happening at the stages that it needs to happen at. So I still think it won't just be a stopgap. There should always be a need for that kind of fund. On the final question about green bonds, I think it could be a good idea, and I think there's nothing wrong with doing it. I just think that the scale of capital that we need to mobilise, I mean, we heard earlier about how pension wealth in this country is, there's more wealth locked up in pensions than there is in housing. This is how we're going to, getting pension funds buying bonds is the way that we're going to mobilise the capital at scale that we need to do. I just don't think there would be a huge amount that you could raise through individual green bonds, though I think it's probably worth exploring further and seeing what could be tried. But I mean, especially if you're looking at the cost of living crisis, obviously, that we've been through, I think the idea that people have got loads and loads of money sitting around to invest, to make their own personal investment in green bonds, I think it'd be much better to make sure that the money they already have saved in their pension is working harder to invest in the real economy through issuing bonds to the National Wealth Fund, the policy ask I'll refer back to.
Thanks, Tom. Nicely done. And George?
Yes. So on the first question, I think it's both, possibly, potentially, as it develops. I suppose initially, it will be, your big schemes like Nest are already doing a lot of their own stuff and are pretty effective. So it will probably be more suited for those mid-level schemes looking for opportunities. I suppose as the market consolidates, mega funds emerge, the National Wealth Fund will have to develop with that, and if it wants to continue to operate and serve a purpose in terms of delivering like the ambitions of the government. I think it is likely to be quite a significant challenge, the fund being able to deliver opportunities of sufficient scale, particularly the level it's at the moment. So I think possibly not a challenge for now. I think it will take time, and obviously we'll have to see how quickly the market consolidates, but something to monitor, I think, in terms of how it will manage that challenge. And then on the surplus question, I think something just to sort of reflect back on, the LGPS is already, LGPS funds are already doing a lot more than most in terms of investment in productive assets, and so we've been quite strong on sort of making that point, showcasing the best practice of the LGPS, who are doing a lot, and also sort of trying to push back against mandation in terms of requiring LGPS, other schemes, to invest a certain amount into certain types of assets, because that starts to get a bit risky for us. In terms of the question around, I think you sort of tried to, what your concern was about, there are all these surpluses there, let's just not grab at them just because, there's a lot going on at the moment in terms of, I think it's the triennial valuation is going on, and we're hearing that surpluses are looking at possibly increasing, and so I think as part of that, the expectation, it sounds as though, I read a couple of articles yesterday that they think there was a look to reduce employer contributions to support there. So I guess there's a question around how we balance, yes, there is a surplus, and that may naturally lead to a sort of more risk-averse approach because there isn't the need to take the risk, with also the fact that the LGPS do a lot more than most. So I don't think we're not saying, we're not making the point because we want them to be grabbed at. I think it has to be done in the right way.
Thanks very much. That's great. Okay, I've got time for one more very brief round of questions. I had a woman in the front row here in an orange top, a gentleman right at the back who had his hand up for a moment, and one more gentleman over there. And then we'll have one brief round of responses, and then it will be lunchtime.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for all the information you've given us. I noticed that the panel is quite a young panel, and a lot of us sitting around here have a bit more of grey hair. So my question is to do with what timescales are we looking at for these implementations? Because you're giving a lot of recommendations, and it's good because a lot of us here are worried about our children and grandchildren and what they're going to get out of their pensions. But for us, some of us, it's a bit too late now. So what sort of timescale are you looking at for these sort of implementations?
Thanks very much. Good, straightforward question, and I will take that as a massive compliment, seeing as how I am proudly owning my grey hair at the moment. Gentleman at the back.
Yeah, listen, I've been a member-nominated pension trustee for 30 years, and I've been coming to conferences here, but this is quite depressing. Some of the information coming from the top. You don't seem to have any cross-party agreement on the way forward with all the money that's in these funds. Why can't we get something positive? Is there anything positive from the cross-party agreement?
Okay, thanks very much. And I think there was one more gentleman over there.
Thank you. I'm a DB pensioner, and that basically gave me some strength towards retirement because I had some way of examining what I could and couldn't do, which isn't open to DC. So security of the future is an essential element. What hasn't been mentioned anywhere so far is that the pension fund managers are looking at an 80-year time frame for returns. They have liabilities far into the future than any political or immediate government organisation has. So also with the fiduciary duty on trustees to invest for that purpose, to suddenly ask them to consider changing, first of all, it may be against the law as it stands at the moment, but secondly, is it going to produce the better return? And for ethical investment, they have this conflict, which they do have to address. And the last point, quickly, is when we invest in something, so do other companies, particularly hedge funds and private equity funds, and they could easily outbid pension funds. So what is the guarantee of actually getting the investment you're looking for?
Okay, thanks very much. So I think we had two good questions there, both about timescales and consensus on need for change. So how quickly can this policy agenda become something that is delivering? I take those wrapped up together. And then a helpful intervention there about both referencing, as I think we all do in this room, in this conference, would always recognise the importance of security. And as we just discussed in the last panel, moving back to a world where more people have got more security over what their retirement incomes might be, but also about the potential conflict that there is between new investment strategies and the fiduciary duty that trustees have towards their current scheme members, particularly in DC schemes. We're very pushed on time. I'm going to ask each panellist just to take either or from that group of questions, and then we will go to lunch. So, Jesse, I will start with you first.
Thanks. Yeah, I think the first two questions go together. So, cross-party consensus actually is kind of the National Wealth Fund's an unusual area. Well, we'll see where the Tories go, but they set up the National Wealth Fund when it used to be called the UK Infrastructure Bank. So they recognised the gap that needed to be filled. And the problem under them, and it's the same problem now, is it was very small. It was supposed to replace the investment we were getting from the European Investment Bank, but it didn't even do that. So we're stuck with an institution that's nowhere near the right scale and needs reform in order to fulfil that mandate. The timescales point is that the institution exists and it could be scaled up. It wouldn't be scaled up instantly, but over the next 5 to 10 years, it could grow, some estimates say, to 14 times its current capacity. So I think it's a question of getting on with it, doing the sensible things that other countries already do and have done for years, and recognising that we need a public development bank if we're going to scale up the investment into the regions and sectors that we need the investment to go into.
Thanks very much, Jesse. Tom?
Yeah, just on the timescales point, I think clearly a lot of the beneficiaries in terms of the investments that will be made and that we've been talking about are future pensioners and pensioners in the future. But I think we shouldn't forget that the kinds of investments that this fund is going to be making in renewable energy are going to be doing things like bringing bills down in the short to medium term that will help kind of current generations of pensioners as well. So I think it's important to see both sides of the equation here. Like the benefits aren't only coming from the kind of increased pension returns, they're coming from the actual investments in the things that people actually want to get better in this country that the fund will be making. So I think that's fine. That's it. And then just finally on the final question about fiduciary duty and making it attractive for funds to invest, I think it is clearly the National Wealth Fund has a job to do to show why the returns are there and to make pension trustees feel reassured that they're making good decisions and securing the retirements of their members. But I would also make the point that, I may be a young member of the panel, but I'm old enough to remember Liz Truss, and that sometimes some safe assets such as government bonds sometimes can have a bit of a rocky time as well. So I think we need to take a kind of longer term view of what's in the long-term economic interests of the country, because ultimately, if we have a strong economy, that's going to be good for pension funds and good for pensioners as well.
Thanks so much, Tom. And final words briefly to you,
I'll be really
George.
quick because my time is rambling too. I think I just on the fiduciary duty point, I think I was just going to add that first off, I think there is good evidence that sustainability and sustainable growth investments do deliver. But also the full name's going to escape me, but the FMLC paper from last year issued some really helpful guidance that showed that actually climate considerations, should be and can be considered within your legal fiduciary duty. And I think we would argue quite strongly that, as Tom said, not just does it help to improve lives now, potentially bringing down energy bills, all that kind of stuff, but also coming back to that point I made at the start, there is a risk that there is no world to retire into, and that essentially we can do all we want to deliver returns, but if there's not, a nice, comfortable, happy world to retire into, then it's all kind of a bit irrelevant, really. So I think there's a lot going on around fiduciary duty at the moment. What should be considered? So I think it's one to watch and something that we're definitely keen to keep engaged with.
Thanks Thanks so much, George. Well, I think we can conclude that there's a great opportunity for us to invest for current pensioners, for the economy at the moment, and that we need to move quick and get it right. So huge thanks to the panel for a really stimulating discussion. Lunch is across the room. You are going straight into workshops after lunch, and workshops start at 1:30. So do check the programme to see where you're going. Thanks so much.
household group in which they have financial support. But because women live longer, as they get older, they're more likely to be single. And it's really these older single women who we start to see having very, very low incomes, because they won't have saved the same necessarily as their partners during working life. And a lot of pension incomes don't necessarily, like for example annuities, include provision for a dependent spouse, especially now that fewer people are having DB pensions. We also see women that were divorced or bereaved during working life, when they reach retirement, having generally lower retirement incomes. So there's also quite a lot of data. Well, actually there isn't enough data. But we know that when we look at ethnicity, Pakistani people, Bangladeshi people, and people from different black groups have the lowest incomes in terms of ethnicity in retirement. Like I said, there is not enough data on this, and it's quite scandalous because we can't really break down very well and look at exactly what's happening. There are other ethnic groups that we know are also having poor experiences, such as travelers, that we don't have very much data on. And like I said, there will be some crossovers between these. People who were caring or disabled during working life and in retirement, less likely to be working up until retirement, more likely to be in part-time or low-earning work during working life. Again, much more associated with lower retirement incomes. I've talked a bit about older women. Older pensioners in general, we see much lower incomes. This is because, again, a lot of the income that pensioners receive might erode over time in earnings terms, so they might be experiencing a lower standard of living. And generally, some of the income sources might die out. So older pensioners generally, also a lot of older pensioners will be receiving incomes under the basic state pension system. They won't be eligible for the new state pension. This doesn't inflate as quickly for various reasons. But I've only got 7 minutes, so I'm not going to go into those. And renters. This is a key group. It should probably be at the top. We're seeing a huge change. And the problem is not just that fewer people are buying houses. The problem is that there's fewer social houses available. So more pensioners in future will not just be renting, they'll be renting in the private sector, which means much higher rents and a lot more insecurity around rents and what will happen in the future. And that's going to be a key issue. So how could policy help? So I think benefits are a key issue, and we have been talking a lot recently in this country about how we get people off benefits and how we reduce the benefits bill. And it's important to recognize that older people are significantly impacted by benefits, particularly older pensioners. So not necessarily younger pensioners, but once you get into your 70s and 80s, things like the triple lock, like pension credit, like winter fuel payment, have a huge impact on poverty. So it's really important to keep an eye on those and to look at specifically how they're inflated, how they're targeted, whether or not we're taking into account the impact that, for example, means testing winter fuel payment has on older people. I mentioned renters. I think there really needs to be a strong focus on housing. If you're in the pensions world, you know we're all talking about how pensions policy can fix the housing crisis. I'm sure it has a role to play, but personally I think we just need some more social housing. Torsten talked about the building of new housing that the government is pushing. If we had sufficient social housing, then pensioners renting wouldn't be such a problem. This is a private housing issue. So focusing on actually ensuring that there's sufficient social housing for renters would ensure that there would not be such a significant rise in poverty as a result of fewer people owning homes.
Daniela, you've got 1 minute.
1 minute, that's good. I only have 1 more minute to talk. And older pensioners, like I said, people who aren't actually receiving pensions under the new state pension system. A lot of current pensions policy is focusing on how to help young people save more, how to help newly retired people ensure that they access their money properly and that their money is properly inflated. But there's still a large cohort of older pensioners that are actually quite poor. And even though poverty rates have gone down a little bit for pensioners after going up, that's not really happening for older pensioners, so we can't take our eyes off this cohort. I think they need to still be in target. So any of you who's been looking at this and thinking, what the hell do I do now? I don't have enough money, or I'm not sure what I'm going to do when I reach retirement, there is free support and guidance out there. Money Helper is available, and there's a website address there. PensionWise is specifically for anyone who has defined contribution savings over the age of 50 and doesn't know what to do with them, but Money Helper will help anyone. And if you have any sort of legal or benefits issues, Citizens Advice is also there.
Thank you, Daniela.
Thank you, Daniela, and that leads very nicely into our next address, which will be presented by Morgan Vine, who's an Independent Age Director of Policy and Influencing. So handing over to Morgan.
Thanks very much, and thanks to all of you for spending the time to come to this session. For those of you who don't know who Independent Age are, there will be no judgment on my part. We're a national charity. We've been going for about 150 years. We used to be quite broad across sort of every issue that somebody might face in later life. But over the last few years, we've been sort of thinking really hard about the group that needs us most. So we've refocused, and we now specifically target our support at older people living on low income and living below the poverty line. In terms of what we provide, which I thought might be helpful to some of you in this room, because I'm aware that you might be talking to people in your communities and things like that. So we provide free information and advice. You can order free paper-based guides from us. I've left some at the back if anyone wants to take them. We have a free telephone helpline that people can call. We've got telephone advisors who can take people through exactly what they might be entitled to, try and work out what's around for them. So we have a full services offer. We also offer free training. So if you are working in the community with a group and you want to open up some of these conversations and you feel a bit less confident about doing that, which might not be the case, but it may be, we provide free training. So get in touch with Independent Age if any of that would be helpful. We also have a grants fund. So as a national charity, we're really, really aware that there are lots of people who need us who will never contact us. For lots of different reasons that I'm sure everyone in this room is well aware of. Stigma, embarrassment, low awareness, etc. So to try and tackle that, we opened up a grants fund. We're very lucky to be financially secure. So we've released some of our money to fund community-based organisations, because we know that people in later life, particularly some of those in the groups Daniela mentioned, might feel a lot more comfortable connecting with an organisation they've already got a relationship with in their community. So we run our own services and we grant fund community organisations, and then we use the evidence and insight from that, including national data, and we gather it all together, and then the team that I'm in try and work out what are the key problems people are facing here and how we're going to fix them. So I thought, just to sort of off the back of what Daniela shared with us, and I'm really aware some of you in this room will hear this on a daily basis, but I know not everyone will. So I thought it was important just to share some of the things that we hear from people. So we get people contacting us saying they're using cold water to wash. Often these might be people in their 70s and 80s. People telling us they're no longer using their cooker, they're only eating cold food. They're only eating one meal a day. That won't come as a shock. I mean, we hear that a lot, don't we? Obviously, people not turning the heating on. Some of them going to bed at 2 in the afternoon just because that's the only place that they feel warm. We had somebody call us recently who said that they're using their washing up basin to flush the toilet at the end of the day to save water because they're really, really worried about their water bill. So I thought that was important to share. And the people that we speak to, more often than not, there is no way they can increase their income. There's nothing coming down the line. The only way to do that is if they're entitled to social security payments, which not all of them are. So for a lot of the people that get in touch with us, things are bleak, and I'm sure lots of you are hearing that in your communities at the moment. So there's two groups that we're really worried about, broadly. So one group is the group who are entitled and are not receiving their entitlements. So whether it be pension credit, housing benefit, attendance allowance, council tax reduction, the list really does go on. Too many people who are entitled don't get the money they're entitled to. And as I said, there are lots of reasons for this, but we can all play a part in making sure we're flagging stuff. So to give you some context, I'm sure, hopefully by now, pension credit is a bit more on the radar. It's been in the news a lot over the last few months, but there will still be people who don't know what it is. Pension credit is a top-up. If you're living on a low income in later life, it'll top your pension up. In simple terms, it can be a bit more complicated, but that's it in a nutshell. At the moment, the most recent data from the government, nearly 1 million older people entitled don't get it. That's not counting people who just miss out. That's eligible people. So it's billions per year not going into the pockets of older people entitled. And what that can look like to somebody's income on average is about nearly £2,000 a year more. And that's only from pension credit. Pension credit opens you up to all these other things. Free TV licence, council tax reduction. Your council tax can go to nearly zero if you're on pension. I think in most places it does go to zero if you're on pension credit. So there are all these other savings that can add up to about £8,000 more a year, even if you only got 50p of pension credit. So we need to get pension credit into the pockets of people, housing benefit, attendance allowance, and independent age can help. If you've got people that you think might be eligible, our advisors will help them go through the system. Alongside stigma and awareness, there is a problem with the system, which I'm sure those of you who navigate the system are well aware of. It's incredibly complicated. So just to give you a flavour, imagine your income is just above pension credit, so you're not going to get it. If you applied for carer's allowance, and you're in later life and you're a carer, you apply for carer's allowance, you get it, you won't get any money, but your income would be allowed to be a little bit higher and you could receive pension credit because it's called an underlying entitlement. Why would anyone apply for something that they're not going to receive any money from on paper? That's what you'd think. So there's lots of things the government could do to make sure that people are getting what they're entitled to and that things make more sense and that they're not having to fill in redundant forms that they then don't receive anything from, which they obviously understandably would think was completely pointless. So our advisors can help with all of that. They can make sure people are getting what they're entitled to. The other group that we're really concerned about is the group who do not qualify for anything. And we're getting more and more calls to our helpline from people in that situation. So we do the checks and they're £2 over the threshold. Now, many of these people their only income is 12.5 grand potentially. They're not rolling in money by any means. Many of them are private renters, as Daniela said, and housing benefit does not cover the shortfall in most people's situations for their rent. So we are increasingly worried about this group. So as well as calling on the government to get everyone the money they're currently entitled to, we are also calling for the government to re-look at where the thresholds are set for these things. So, for example, winter fuel payments, is it only needed by people who have £12,000 income a year? No, people who have a little bit more than that coming in still desperately need that money. So we're asking the government to look at the thresholds and think about what do people need to avoid poverty in later life? And how can we, as a society and our social security system, help them reach that? However that may be, whether it be private pensions, savings, state pension, social security, etc. So that's all right, I'm on time. So that's what we do. If you do want any of our guides, they're at the back. They've got our free helpline number on, and people can chat to me afterwards if there's anything else that they want. But hopefully that gives you an overview of who we are, what we're doing, and if you want to get involved and connect with us, then that would be very welcome. So thanks for listening.
Which leads nicely into our last presentation this afternoon, which will be from Josie Irwin, who is from Unison, and she's the head of Equalities. So, Josie.
Thank you very much, Michelle, and hello, everybody. As Michelle said, I'm head of Unison's Equality Unit, and my job is to work with our Black, disabled, LGBT+, and women members, young and retired members, to advise on Unison's strategic priorities for organising, for bargaining and campaigning on equality. And giving our retired members in Unison a voice is as important as the support that we provide for our working members. Two of our National Retired Members Committee, Rosie and Andrew, are here this afternoon afternoon. Poverty for pensioners is key, as Daniela said in her opening remarks, if not the key issue for Unison's 170,000 retired members and growing, many of whom have worked in low-paid jobs for a large part, if not all of their working lives, but particularly women. And over 80% of Unison's 1.2 million members are women, making us the largest women's organisation in the UK, as well as one of the biggest trade unions. And of course, today, women make up over half of the UK workforce. 77% of the jobs in health and the social work sector, and 70% of jobs in education, where Unison has significant membership, are held by women. Often low paid, often working part-time, or in insecure employment in multiple jobs. Often to balance, as Daniela said, working part-time to balance their caring responsibilities at home with their paid employment. And we know the proportion of women in the workforce decreases with age in occupations where pay increases. So for managers, directors and senior staff in engineering, in local government, and this is because many older women work part-time. The gender pay gap is highest for women over 60. For women over 60, it's even higher. And the gender pay gap remains stubbornly high despite mandatory reporting, which was brought in 2018. And of course, it goes without saying, there's an impact on pensions, inevitably. And going back to what Daniela was saying in her remarks, about 1 in 5 female pensioners in the UK lives in poverty. It gets worse if you have intersectionalities, if you have other protected characteristics, if you're disabled. 1 in 3 Black and Asian pensioners live in poverty. Women, as both Daniela and Morgan have said, don't pay as much into their pension pots for various reasons, and the value of their pension is therefore, on average, half of what men have in their pensions. And that's a consequence, in Unison's view, of how society views women and the work that, that women do. It is an equality issue. And that's why we give so much priority to giving our 170,000 retired members a voice, organising around and campaigning on policy change to address discrimination and disadvantage in old age. So we organise retired members at union branch level, regionally, and we organise nationally as well. And of course, many men, as well as women members of ours, will work in low-paid jobs for a large part of, if not all, their working lives, and they consequently have low pensions. So it's not surprising then that the key campaigns for Unison's National Retired Members Committee this year are about raising income or addressing government actions that make things worse for pensioners. So persuading the government to reverse the decision to restrict the winter fuel allowance and demanding that the government pays compensation to women born in the 1950s, the WASPy women who lost out on their pensions through no fault of their own, are really, really key campaigns for Unison. And we've worked alongside WASPy to raise awareness in the media and to lobby parliamentarians. But we also provide information through our welfare service, which is called There For You, to boost the take-up of pension credit and to ensure our retired members access all the benefits to which they're entitled. And we don't just work in the trade union box. We work with other organisations representing pensioners and work with them campaigning. So we work with the National Pensioners Convention, Age UK, and we work with Independent Age as well as the TUC to campaign for a decent pension income, retention of the triple lock, and against any further increase in state pension age. But I would say that our work for our members in employment is also important in ensuring members have decent pensions, good health, and can enjoy retirement. So we've lobbied and campaigned from an equality perspective on day one rights, on parental leave, sick pay, flexible working, the ban on exploitative 0 hours contracts and better protections for new mothers. New rights which will be introduced when the Employment Rights Bill becomes law. Rights that we think will help working families, particularly women, and will lead eventually to a better old age, as will proposed new pay negotiating bodies for social care and schools, because they have the potential to address low pay. And of course, employers have a role in keeping people in the workforce and avoiding poverty in old age too. So, for example, in Unison's experience, many women find that coping with problematic menopause symptoms in an unsympathetic and inflexible work environment is just too difficult, so they fall out of the workforce, or they work part-time and around their symptoms. Agreeing good workplace policies can actually go a really long way to ensure women don't feel their only option is to give up their work, with all those consequences that Morgan and Daniela have addressed for poverty, health in old age. So just by way of summary, I think that influencing policy change to improve the workplace and working lives for those in work, in employment, is as important to deal with disadvantage in old age as campaigning on pensions and age and discrimination. And that's why retired membership is as important for Unison. Campaigning on issues for retired members is as important as campaigning and working and negotiating for our members who are working. Thank you.
Thank you to the three panellists. That's a lot for us to think about, but also to ask questions. I'm hoping that I'm going to see some hands. Is there a roaming mic, or is it? Brilliant, thank you. So I'm going to go number 1, number 2, and then number 3 over there, and then we'll come to the next 2 next. Oh, just to say, if there is a question you want to ask specifically to one of the panellists, then do say that. Otherwise, the question will be open to all 3. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, I'm stuck. Pat Roche, UCU. I just want to, it's not really a question, but I'm not, most people don't know that you can claim a disregard on your council tax. Mm-hmm. A disregard is not a reduction. It's not a benefit thing. If you have a person in your house that you care for, you don't count as a person. It counts as only one person living in the house. And even if you ring the council, they don't know. So if I did one thing today, is to let you know that you can get a disregard. If you are looking after somebody in your house, there's 2 of you, they disregard you. They don't. So I think it's really important that nobody knows that. It's 25% off your council tax. Thank you.
Brilliant, thank you. It's that kind of information that we need to keep sharing, so thank you very much. Number 2.
Hi, this is Martha Morgan. I'm a member of the pension committee, and I work in the local council, and I've found there's a number of, like Josie said, low-paid, part-time women that are working, and they're getting a very, because they've been auto-enrolled into the pension, and they're ending up the finishing work with a very, very small council pension. Yet it's putting them over. Is so. Yeah. Is it your advice? Is it better to sort of say, opt out of the pension because you're going to miss out on all these benefits because you'll just be a few pounds over the pension credit? I feel it's really bad being on a pensions committee, sort of thinking actually you need to opt out of the pension. But it is putting them over. They're all, like the care workers, the domestics, the cleaners, and they're all part-time, 18 hours a week, and they're getting a very small pension when they retire.
Yeah, thank you. And our number 3 was over there. So I failed to say at the beginning as well, if anyone's got specific casework they want to ask about, then try to make it as broad as possible. And of course, don't identify anybody who you may be working with as well. Thank you.
Hi, Mohammed Khan, GMB. 3 questions, actually, one for Daniela. Can we come up with an international definition of poverty? Like, for example, the World Bank, the United Nations, TUC, can we come up with one? Can we get the experts inside the TUC? Inside every union that's part of a TUC, like a working committee, yeah? Because obviously you know what's going to happen, the government's going to squirm out, you know what I mean, of dealing with poverty because they've got their own definition. Second question to Josie is, how do you change culture? Yeah, I've heard a lot about, you know, women get treated like this, ethnic minorities are treated like this, but how do we actually change culture? And the third question, or the third fact I just wanted to share, is the pension deadline for checking your national insurance record is next week. If you've got any missing or part years, you need to ring the pension service, get yourself a pension forecast, ring HMRC and pay whatever missing or part years you've got, because the deadline's coming up next week. It's worth thousands. Thank you very much.
Brilliant, thank you, Mohammed. We're going to start, should we start at this end?
Me?
Yeah, are you okay to go first, Mohammed?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Sorry, did you say this end? Sorry. This end.
So I'll come to the question that was directed
Sorry, I'm
to
just
me.
going to ask everyone to just settle down so we can hear the answers. Thank you.
So first of all, I'm not an advisor, so I can't give professional advice. My personal opinion would be it is always good for people to save, because we don't know how the systems will change. You know, they might be over the threshold now, but if we can get a government to move on that threshold, they might not be in the future. So my personal opinion is I wouldn't be advising people not to save. What I would be saying is, for that group, which we're really worried about, there are things out there. So attendance allowance, for example, if you have a health condition or disability, lots of people don't know about it. The name makes no sense. Nobody would think, oh yeah, that's for me. But it can be sort of 50 quid or 100 quid, I think, a week, depending on the severity of your condition. The form is complex. Charities like us can help, but that's not means tested. So there are things out there. And as I mentioned, things like carers allowance, underlying entitlement, they're things which if you can get somebody to prove that you would have been owed them, your threshold goes up, and you might then qualify for the financial support. So I get that group is really struggling. I wouldn't advise them not to. The other thing to flag is there's lots of companies that offer discounts, water, energy. It's not the same across the country, and some companies, the criteria is you're on pension credit, but not all companies. Some companies say, if you're struggling, call us. And even if you're not receiving a means-tested benefit, we will see if there's anything we can do to help. So I would also advise that for utility bills and things like that.
Brilliant, thank you. I'm going to go to Josie next.
Thank you very much. And I think I had two. So coming back to you with your members in the local council, like Morgan, I'd never advise anybody to stop paying into a pension fund to maximise their contributions as best they can, because, as Morgan said, the rules can change. Where we are today might not be where we are tomorrow. But what we ought to be better at and sharper at is directing and signposting our members as trade unions to places that they can get help from. We're not always the expert as the trade union, even with very good welfare advice, and we do need to use the very good organisations like Independent Age UK out there, and other advice organisations, so that all that range of top-ups that people can get that aren't means tested, they can get. And, you know, we have the same problem as trade unions when we negotiate pay rises sometimes for people in low pay who then fall under the universal credit links. But it can't stop us negotiating for the best possible improvements that we can for our members. So it's a bit of a sitting on the fence answer in a way. And to Mohammed, who asked the question about, well, how do you change culture? That's $1 million question as well. I was on a platform talking on International Women's Day just a couple of weeks ago about how much progress, in inverted commas, women have made in the 50 years since the Equal Pay and Sex Discrimination Acts. And in some ways, a huge amount of progress has been made. Women are working in all sorts of different ways in which, you know, they never envisaged. But still, we've got this enduring gender pay gap, and still we've got the pension gap. And I think there's all we can do is to keep on talking about it and raising awareness of the impact of the way in which women's work is valued, how that impacts on their whole working lives and their retirement afterwards. And sometimes legal change will make a difference. So just as the Equal Pay Act and the Sex Discrimination Acts in the 70s started to change things, so maybe the Employment Rights Bill will also make that dramatic change, not for today's pensioners, but in the future, because women will have better maternity rights, women will be able to work flexibly, and maybe that will make a difference to their income or to the gender pay gap, and then, you know, that will transfer through into retirement. So, Daniela.
Thank you. So regarding lower earners, this is a really thorny policy issue that I think is exercising a lot of people at the moment. Part of the issue is that auto-enrollment's only really just finished rolling out at the end of last decade, and we're starting to see some of the issues. And there's a real debate around what do we do about lower earners, because if we don't enroll them, they're missing out on tax relief, they're missing out on employer contributions, then there's a really unequal distribution. One of the options that some people are looking at is employer-only contributions, so people aren't actually foregoing any income during working life. There's ways of looking at increasing contributions, and I think to some degree these policies around lower earners being auto-enrolled are targeted at younger people who may have higher earnings in future. With any sort of national policy like auto-enrollment, there will be people who fall through the cracks, and that's really unfortunate. And also, I think one of the other things that we've seen over time is that the current benefit system is designed to support people who own their own houses and are on defined benefit pensions. They're not designed to support low earners saving through auto-enrollment into a DC pension who are renting. So there may be some benefit reform as well. So I'm not going to specifically talk about whether or not they should or shouldn't opt out, rather to say, I suspect in 10 years, maybe less, hopefully, this won't be such an issue for people. In terms of an international definition of poverty, I think that is quite helpful in comparing countries, but within each country, poverty has to be relative, because you might have a standard of living that is completely acceptable for people in one country where they don't actually feel like they're being deprived, which in another country would actually make people feel physically and mentally like they were struggling, like they were experiencing financial hardship, and vice versa. So it's really helpful to compare between countries with international definitions, but in the UK we have to look at what's happening in the culture at a time, and we have to look at how living standards have changed as well, because today we might feel like we're being deprived, and rightly so, if we don't have access to the internet, if we don't have all sorts of electronic or mechanical things that 20, 30 years ago would have seemed futuristic nonsense. So we actually need a different level of income now. So it's not just relative to other people in the country, it's relative to past living standards and future living standards as well, which is why we have to really stick with relativity and earnings levels to fully understand how people are experiencing living standards.
Brilliant. Thank you, Daniela. I saw a couple more hands at the front. 1, 2, 3. So number 1 over here, then number 2, and then number 3.
Hi, my name's Darlene. I'm Unison from the Whittington branch. My first question, because I already asked this earlier on to the Labour man, whatever he is. Anyway, I asked him about... sorry. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but that's my feeling at the moment. It's just a case of I was asking about, as you was mentioning, there's some people that may be not entitled to any discount because they're above what they're above. But to me, to kind of help with that would be, one thing is council tax. I say it's not about me, it's about we. And so everyone's meant to get something out of that council tax in our local place. where we live, but I don't think we are, because if you're single, you're paying 25% discount you're getting, but like the rest you have to pay for. But if you're, but it's based on two people sharing. What are they going to do to make that more equal, so that if you're a single person, you should be paying 50% less, not 25% less. Now, the other thing is about, you mentioned about attendance allowance, what people can get, the elderly can get. Now, isn't that the same thing as before you reach into the elderly column, you go to the PIP? And they're getting rid of the PIP next year for many people, thousands of people. And so doesn't that still have an impact on people's attendance allowance? Isn't it the same criteria? Because it's based on disability, despite the government acting like it's based on people getting back to work, despite knowing that PIP is based on disability and people are working with their disability as well as not working. Thank you.
I'm going to ask people to just keep your comments and questions quite succinct, because we are running out of time and there's a couple more people who've still got their hands up. Thank you.
2 points. Would it be helpful to educate school-age children or girls about pensions, state pensions, what to do if they're on maternity leave to fill gaps in the state pension? Same for carers, because women do a lot of caring roles, because that would close some of the gaps and improve state pension at retirement age. Second thing is about technology poverty for much older people. It'd be really good if Age UK could have, or an organisation could have some sort of resource to help much older people have some IT training, access to IT devices, because they miss out on a lot of offers and stuff that's going on simply because they can't access the internet. Thank you.
Thank you, and I think that's why there was a bit of a titter around the room when we talked about HMRC for that reason. And I'll answer your first question, yes. There you go. Number 3. Who's number 3? Oh, it's you, sorry.
Dennis from Prospect, and I'm trustee of a pension scheme. You've already mentioned auto-enrolment and DC. And a lot of us in the room are enjoying final salary pension schemes, not all of us. And that's been a demise, hasn't it? It really has over the last few years. So DC and auto-enrolment, that worries me that things aren't going to get worse, for the simple reason that the DB's been an enjoyable source of pension for a lot of us, and gives for spouses as well. Half, 2/3, not unusual. Just a thought for the team. Thank you.
No, thank you. I'm really conscious of time, so I'm just going to fill a little bit to give the panellists a bit more time, so you can also kind of draw in your wrapping up as well, if that's okay. Would you like to start, Danielle?
Yes, sure. Okay, the first question was, should we educate school-age girls and carers? The thing about education is, what are we trying to educate them to do? Because we're not going to say, don't have children and work longer when you're trying to also take care of a child. I think this is a society problem, and I've written down the 3 options that we have. Either we compensate carers, that's carers for children, carers for disabled people, to the exact same degree that we compensate people who are working. Otherwise, we'll continue to have inequality. Or all pension saving is shared at a household level. So if you're a carer in your household, whoever is the higher earner is saving just as much for you as they are for themselves, either into your pot or they're splitting it, or policies and culture change to reflect the fact that women are working now, and actually men take just as much leave, they take just as much opportunity to work part-time or flexibly to take care of children and disabled people, and then we wouldn't see the same employment penalties. So I think it's those 3 options. I'm not really sure what else we can do other than telling women to stop having children, which I don't see happening anytime in the near future. What about DC? The issue with DB and DC is not just that DB is a better pension, it's that the contribution levels are so much higher. Employers were paying between 20 and 25% into DB pensions. If we saw that level of contribution into DC pensions, we wouldn't see so much suffering. So it's not necessarily that DC is a bad pension scheme. It's just not adequate at the moment. Obviously, yes, there is another issue there about how you take the income, but we're seeing a lot of changes in the DC area. The government is introducing policies around default retirement income products, and the stuff they're looking at is kind of brilliant because it's about having a flexible income and then a fixed income. So I think 10, 15 years will be all right in terms of how we access, but really it's how much we're putting in, and hopefully the government's adequacy review will help us get to some kind of target.
Thank you, Daniela. Josie, go back.
Just to go back to the question from Darlene from the Whittington, and I'm not going to come back on all of what you were asking because I'm not a benefits specialist, but I just wanted to make the point to reinforce what you said about the proposed changes on welfare benefits, and particularly the personal independence payment, because I think that's going to have quite a dramatic impact on Unison's disabled members, low-paid workers who may be working in health or in schools as teaching assistants who are disabled but are working, who will be forced out of work from the changes, and that will obviously have an impact on their long-term benefit situation, their pension as well. And we need to be speaking out now to make the government aware that the changes will impact as much on disabled people who are in work as those out of work that they would like to be in work. So that will be a focus on Unison's consultations response. To the second question, which raised the issue about educating school-age people, but also about the digital divide. The digital divide is a huge issue, and it dominated the debates at National Retired Members Conference earlier this year. Banking has changed. There are no high street banks. You have to do everything on a smartphone. You know that. But that's the way the world is going, and we can't avoid it. And as soon, before we know it, AI will be doing it all for us anyway. So I absolutely agree with you. There is more we can all do, whether we're working for organisations that represent or speak out for retired people, or whether we're a trade union, to try and help bridge that divide. And I'm going to dodge the complicated question about final salary and direct contributions from Dennis from Prospect. And just if are you wanting us to wind up and make our final comment as well? So my final comment would be to go back to something I said in my opening comments, which is it is as important to focus on today's world of work as it is on retired. You can't do one without the other, because we need to be thinking about tomorrow's retired people while we're influencing equality policy, employment policy at work. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you, Josie. And lastly, Morgan.
Right, I'll be quick and I'll just fill some of those gaps. So in terms of IT and the digital divide, so we did a project with Vodafone called High Digital, which was about simple skills, learning how to do simple things. But there's also a really good organisation called the Good Things Foundation, and they can provide free devices, training. So I'd recommend having a look at them. And they have community hubs across the country, so if that's helpful. In terms of educating school-aged children, yes, but it's not always their choice, as Daniela said. I mean, this is a societal problem where people aren't supported and then they're forced into making decisions rather than people making bad decisions. They just can't possibly work while they're giving birth, etc. So I think, yes, it will go some way, but it's obviously not going to fix all of the challenges that we face. With attendance allowance, as far as I know, at the moment, attendance allowance isn't having the same impact as the people that receive PIP. But I agree with you, it's a concern, because if PIP is being changed, attendance allowance is the equivalent. So it's for all of us to keep an eye on that and advocate for the necessity of attendance allowance wherever we can, I think.
Brilliant, thank you. I want to thank all three of our panellists, Daniela, Morgan and Josie. If we can give them a round of applause. We've had a very detailed and thought-provoking conversation today, so I do want to thank everybody for their patience and for their contributions. Before I let you all go, just to let you know, there's some of you may be leaving this room to go to other sessions. The next session in here will be what to do with defined benefit surpluses, which is a really nice movement over into from this discussion, and workshops on managing climate change risk and the role of the local government pension scheme in supporting local economies will be happening in the breakout rooms which are down the corridor. Thank you very much, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you. Oh no, 2 minutes over.
Right, hello, and sorry for that slight delay, everyone. Just a quick reminder before we start that there are other sessions going on at the moment. We've got workshops going on down the corridor on the LGPS, investing in local economies, and also on managing climate change risk. In this room, we're going to be talking about DB surpluses. So if anyone is in the wrong room, now is your time to switch. So I'm sure most of you know who I am because I've been herding people in and out of rooms all day, but I'm Jack Jones. I'm a policy officer at the TUC. And I'm joined by Douglas Primrose, who is a partner at XPS and is a scheme actuary to a large number of open schemes. I think more than one trade union scheme, including the TUC's own scheme. And he's going to be talking to us about DB surplus release. So let's kick off with why are we talking about this, particularly why now?
Well, mostly because lots of schemes have got surpluses. It's the main reason. So for most of my career, battling against deficits, trustees making difficult decisions, managing risks, employers paying in a lot of money and contributions, and members, importantly, seeing benefits lost. Then over the last 2 or 3 years, things changed pretty dramatically. And the biggest factor was the gilts crisis that followed that disastrous mini-budget from Truss and Kwarteng in 2022. The gilts market went haywire for a few weeks, but the end story was that the yield on gilts or government bonds was much higher. So because a lot of pension schemes, not all of them, but a lot of pension schemes value future returns on their assets based on a margin above gilts, higher gilt yields mean higher expected return on your assets, means that you need less money now to pay the same benefits in 10, 20, 30 years' time. I always think of it a little bit like an upside-down mortgage. So with a mortgage, you borrow a fixed amount of money, you've got a stream of payments, interest rates go up, you pay more money. So instead assume interest rates don't change, your payments don't change, interest rates go up, you can borrow less money. Right? That's sort of like funding a pension scheme. So assets today needed a lot lower for most pension schemes than they were prior to 2022. In a lot of cases, the funding position improved, and suddenly we're switching from talking about deficits to talking about surpluses. But it's worth noting a couple of other things that have impacted that as well. We've had pretty good returns on assets. So over the last 6 years, almost 10% a year on UK shares, probably. And taking into account a minus 40% in 2020, that's pretty impressive. And also downward pressure on life expectancy. So lots of different reasons for that, but COVID obviously a big one, and the fallout of COVID, the impact on the NHS, that sort of thing, really significant. And combine that with the current cost of living crisis, we see that being a bit of a drag on life expectancy for quite a long time.
So that's why kind of we're in a position where we can start talking about it, or people are interested in talking about this. But I mean, there's also been quite a strong drive from successive governments, hasn't there, to look at this as a source of potentially growth.
Yeah, so I think really started in earnest in summer of 2023. So Jeremy Hunt's speech to Mansion House, where he noticed there was quite a lot of money invested in UK pensions, often quoted about 2.5 trillion, covering DB and DC, so awful lot of money. Also noticed that in a lot of cases invested in low risk, low returning assets, which I think he described as a perverse situation despite many, many years of policy and guidance pushing trustees in that direction. Also noticed a lot of defined benefit schemes in surplus, right? So the idea was, can we have some of that surplus to invest in what they call productive UK finance? Now, he also stated that they wanted to follow what they call 3 golden rules. So first of all, pension savers should be protected. Secondly, we should be aiming for a strong and diverse gilt market. That's obviously a nod to 2022 and not wanting a repeat of what happened then. And any decision should strengthen UK competitive position. Now, since then, obviously we've had a general election, we've got a new government, but the message is broadly the same. I was going to say there's a quote on the screen from the Chancellor, but I can't get the slides up. So, but in January, effectively saying the same thing.
So we'll come back later to the kind of the idea that this money could be invested more productively, but it's something that the minister was very keen to talk about this morning. But just kind of on the corporate sponsor. Are we there?
Yeah, I've got it now.
Great, it's a stiff button. So on the corporate sponsor slide, it seems like it's not entirely unreasonable that to be looking at this now when sponsors have had to put in a lot of money in deficit repayments because they were told there's a large deficit. Now there's in many schemes a large surplus. It's an understandable question to ask, can we have some of that back? But obviously those deficit contributions weren't the only kind of impacts of the deficits, were they? So.
No, so I think the correct answer, unhelpfully, is probably it depends. Partly, yes, it makes a lot of sense. Employers paid in a lot of money. If there's now too much money, it doesn't seem unreasonable to say, can we have some of it back? But I don't think we should forget that members also took a hit on the pensions being accrued. Pension schemes were closed, or people, if they were lucky, just lost the level of accrual they had before. So I think if we're talking about giving money back, it shouldn't be just to the sponsor, it should be to members too. I think it's fair to say the UK pensions market have met this with a bit of justified scepticism. Some of the protections are pretty hard won. There's been difficult decisions over a long time. Probably 20, 25 years ago, if an employer went insolvent, you lost your job, you often lost your pension too. There wasn't enough money to buy out all of it, maybe 40, 50% at that time. Probably now we're close to 100% on buyout, so really, really hard won, and people don't want to give that up. The other thing to think about is investing in these type of assets are probably longer term, they've got more volatility, and employers don't often like that on their company balance sheet. So I can see pushback from that side as well. But it's a collective solution. That's what pensions are there for. If everybody suffered when things were in a bad place, then people should benefit when they're in a better place. So it's worth thinking, why do we have a surplus? And the obvious answer is protection. So it's a buffer against something going wrong in the future. Right? If your investments go wrong, you're still protected. You're protecting your past service. Might give you a bit more stability in the longer term, might give you a few more options. But then the question becomes, if you've got that protection, what do you want surplus above that level for? And to me, it probably falls into these two categories. So benefit augmentations, as I said, members have typically lost out in some way. That could have been through cuts in accrual. It could have been through pensions just being eroded by high inflation. So maybe there's a chance to give something back to members. And the other one is to subsidise contributions. So we've said before, employers paid in a lot. Maybe it's time to try and help them out a bit. And especially if they could use that money to perhaps ease the cost of living crisis for their staff, you can see that as being a good outcome for everyone. So for me, not suitable for everybody. Got to be done properly, but maybe there is an opportunity there.
And I think it was last year's conference we had a really good session with Hilary Salt that had some really good practical examples of ways in which schemes could use a surplus to subsidise contributions. But the headline just suggested that this subject, surplus access, could unlock 60 billion in investment, which it seems ambitious. Is that in any way a reasonable expectation for what could happen?
I think the short answer is probably no. Certainly in the short term, maybe in the longer term. But part of the issue is it's very difficult to say what surplus is in UK pension schemes. So places you might find it is company accounts, but that's a different basis. It doesn't necessarily relate to your real surplus. You might find it in PPF statistic, the Pension Protection Fund statistics, different benefits and different basis. So again, doesn't really help you. It certainly won't allow for any buffer for protection that trustees want to be built in there. So I think trustees will be rightly cautious. People have got longer memories than the last 2 or 3 years, and things have been difficult in the not too distant past. I think tax treatment might deter sponsors. So unless unless we get some changes to that, that might be another thing pushing against it. So it's a difficult thing. There are a few hurdles, and even if 60 billion is the right number, the amount that would actually be extracted is bound to be lower than that, and the amount that's going to be extracted and used for UK productive finance must be, by definition, smaller than that.
Yeah, well, and that's something we can also come on to in a bit. What sponsors would use any money that is extracted for? But something that you've already alluded to is this idea that I think that trade unions hold very dear, this idea that where the pain was shared back when there were large deficits, that the gains should be shared now there are deficits, is a principle that I think is the minimum starting point for a conversation about kind of accessing surplus for trade unions. So, what are the ways in which that kind of the gains could be shared now?
So, I think there's quite a lot of ways to potentially access surplus, both for employers and for members. I've put some on the screen. There's going to be legal points, there's going to be practical points with all of these things about whether you can actually do them or not. Personally, I think it's a lot easier for open pension schemes, and actually it makes more sense for open pension schemes. It's easier to say to an employer, well, we can reduce your ongoing contributions, than it is to actually take surplus out of the scheme and give it back to them. And the members, it might be easier to be rewarding members that are still working for you as well through that. But also, open pension schemes are likely to have longer time horizon, more likely to be invested in growth type assets, be able to take volatility, be able to take illiquidity. So it seems like it's a very sensible place to be looking there. I've been involved 3 or 4 examples recently, two in the trade union sector, where after talking about the principles of how we might use surplus for quite a long time, we ended up with an agreement where union could reduce their contributions in exchange for some augmentations for members, whether that was through discretionary pension increase, some added service, and in one case a reduction in normal retirement age, back to something where it was before. So those are interesting cases. I have another one that's a bank, slightly different view of the world, I think it's fair to say. They've paid very high contributions, sort of 100 million plus for many years. And they're now saying, well, is there a chance we can make our scheme self-sufficient, as they call it? So we've got the return to pay for the accrual each year. Frankly, with their covenant, they can do whatever they want, but the trustees are super prudent. And they've said, well, we'll have a look at it, but we want to put in some guardrails to say if funding falls below a certain level, we're going to turn off that benefit for you. So they're really, really careful about that as trustees, which I think is a good outcome for them. And the final one where I advised the employer, not the trustees, is a university. And they ended up in a position where they had excess, and they decided to share it by way of a reduction in contributions for the employer, extra benefits for members, and with the trustees allowed to de-risk a bit to make it a bit more comfortable ongoing for them. So really importantly, all off the back of being comfortable with these high-level principles about how you share the surplus and making sure that benefits are protected.
And I think it's probably worth adding at this point that, I mean, you talked at the beginning about the fact that this is all easier in an open scheme. It's easier and you've got more options. And it is something that unions are really keen to talk about now. Can we use this as an opportunity to reopen schemes, to add new members to closed schemes? And it is something, I mean, we've seen examples in America already, and I know there are some employers where that is a conversation that's going on. And that very much is this is a trade union kind of issue, I think, rather than a trustee issue. But it's one where I think there is real potential, and John from Unite highlighted it this morning. I know it's a priority for Unite, and there are other unions as well that want to take advantage of this position we're in, where we've got very substantial surpluses, a lot of schemes, to actually talk about something which would have been unthinkable to talk about, even 5 years ago. But yeah, I think that's one for us, I think, rather than the actuaries necessarily or the trustees. But it's a moment that I know we're keen to kind of take.
I mean, I'm of slight conflict of interest as an actuary advising DB pension schemes, but I think it's a great idea to be pushing that. And even if that doesn't happen, because people may have the longer memories, there could be an argument for at least perhaps enhancing DC savings for members, if they're not willing to do that, enhancing DC savings for members using the surplus, or even putting in place some other benefits that are non-pension, sort of post-retirement medical insurance, that sort of thing. Both of those have got some efficiency if you do it through the pension scheme, although the latter one will be very hard to hedge, changes of premiums. But
And I think, again, something that we are really keen to talk about is whether this could be used as to meet setup costs for a new collective DC scheme, which would ensure that there are long-term benefits from it. I think in a way that maybe higher DC contributions would be harder to ensure was an enduring benefit for members rather than potentially a one-off kind of hit. And that's something where I know employers, certainly when they've looked at setting up a single trust CDC scheme, potentially have been put off by the quite high costs at the moment. If there was some kind of deal there to link that, you can take some money out of your DB scheme, but we know that it will benefit members by establishing a brand new CDC scheme, which will leave all those members that are in a DC section in a better position. I think that's an interesting kind of conversation to have. But it does it brings us on to that. When you're a trustee board and you're talking to employers about allowing money to leave the scheme, you're giving up a lot of your control over those assets. So are there ways that trustees can actually say, we will return the surplus to you, to the employer, if you use it in ways that we think will benefit members? Are there mechanisms?
yeah, it's an interesting question. I mean, as a trustee, your primary responsibility is to the benefits accrued in the pension scheme. I'd like to think for open pension schemes there'd also be an eye to future service benefits, but really, if you're comfortable that those things are protected, arguably it's not your job to think about the other benefits. But of course, that's not real life. You will definitely be interested in where the money's going outside the scheme. And I think probably the only thing you've got going for you is just you can refuse to engage in negotiations if you don't think it's going to be used in a sensible way. But there's different ways to look at it. If the money goes, it improves the covenant of the employer, improves the strength of the organisation standing behind the pension scheme. That's got to be a good thing. And if it's going to fund other pension benefits, of course, that's good too. I mean, these things are quite early days. I've put a case study up there. This is not me, but one of my colleagues dealt with a local government body, very large scheme, multiple billions. And big surplus at the last valuation, and the employer wanted to reduce contributions. Quite importantly, they didn't want to take money out of the scheme, but they wanted to reduce the contributions. They were also keen to take a bit of risk out of the investments as well. So my colleagues helped them come up with a strategy, and it did reduce contributions by a lot, which meant they could spend it on things that was agreed internally and improved the employer and made them stronger, which is a good thing for the trustees, and less investment risk as well. So members would see less volatility in the funding. So I think it was a good outcome for everyone. But that's the sort of thing. I'm not sure you've got any official way to stop it, but it's just negotiations.
Yeah. But and again, potentially this is one where a trade union is in a better position to be able to take into account the needs of the whole workforce, and maybe to have some kind of mechanism to engage with the employer over if, for example, we're saying, we'll allow surplus access in this case if you're going to spend it in a way which will strengthen the business. That's kind of, trustees aren't really in the position to judge that particularly. So whereas trade unions, they can kind of make those trade-offs, I think. And which is why something that we always argue for whenever we engage with the government around this question is that there needs to be a role for trustees and for a recognised trustee in actually negotiating any kind of agreement, just because you've got an organisation that is capable about looking at it as a whole rather than just what's my duty as a trustee, what's my duty to the beneficiaries. So that's something that we repeatedly kind of come up against. But getting back to practical questions, or if you are a trustee and your employer has seen these headlines or has seen the pension scheme on its balance sheet now and comes and says, right, we would like some of this money back, what are the considerations for a trustee board there?
Yeah, quite a few considerations. The first one, top of the list, will always be rules. So will your rules allow it? You need to speak to your lawyers. All rules will be different, but definitely speak to them. I'm not a lawyer, hard to comment on that. I think the appropriate funding level at which you'd be happy to release surplus above is an interesting discussion, something that isn't something you'll get too quickly, in my view. At the minute, really, you can only release surplus above a buyout level. But if you're not looking to buy out, that becomes less relevant, right? So you need to think about what makes sense for you, that there is not going to be a one-size-fits-all for this. I think you need to look at your fund, you need to look at your investment strategy, the risk in that, because you want to protect against that going wrong. And frankly, investments do go wrong all the time. And at the minute, with what's going on across the pond, you can see that happening sooner than later. But I would also think about the amount you release and the frequency you release it with. So for example, if you say we've got $1 million above this buffer, it's probably not prudent to let it all go at once. So I'd prefer a schedule of when you let it go, and then you monitor what's going on, and if things start to turn in the wrong direction, you pull the plug on it and you stop that money going out the scheme. I think it's important to consider where you might be in a few years' time as well, and that's what I've got on the screen is some projections from our surplus modelling. Now, the left-hand side is pretty straightforward, deterministic scenarios. It's either good or bad, whether you've got a surplus or not in the future. But the right-hand side for me is a bit more interesting, and it's to look at all possible situations in the future. Now, in this one, there's loads of really positive scenarios in the pink, but the question then becomes, are you worried about these ones at the bottom? Because if you're in that situation and your employer's okay with filling in that gap and things like that, you might not need to worry about it. If you get to that situation and you are worried, I'd suggest that maybe you shouldn't be releasing that much surplus. And then it's back to the drawing board, and there's a few iterations of that. So it's definitely worth thinking about that. Or the alternative is, can the employer offer you any contingent assets, a charge over a building, that sort of thing, to protect you if things go wrong in that scenario? I think you need to think about the impact on covenant. I often say to trustees, probably the most important thing for your pension scheme is a strong employer standing behind it. If releasing surplus helps the employer improve their position, then it's probably a good thing for you. And then the other thing is taxation. Probably quite penal at the minute, but we're waiting to see what's going to happen on that.
Okay. And so we mentioned earlier the other side of this is could these assets be invested more productively, which again is something which we've spoken a lot about this morning, and it's probably something that's worth kind of being clear about from the beginning when we talk about what is in the surplus. It seems to be misreported quite often as being money that is sitting around which could be invested, rather than money which is invested in a certain way which admittedly might be invested in a way which is more beneficial to the economy and the government's aims and also scheme members. But what is the potential to maybe shift some of that money by leaning on this surplus into slightly more productive, slightly higher returning assets, and what are the guardrails that we need to think about?
I think for the vast majority of schemes, people not in this room are probably closed. They're a long way on a journey to buy out, and persuading them to change direction in a lot of cases is going to be quite difficult. Employers won't like the volatility back on the balance sheet when they think they're going to get rid of it completely.
Does that go back to it's not going to have as big an impact as government would hope kind of point?
For me, absolutely, yeah. I think it's a much bigger opportunity with open pension schemes. As I said, they are longer time horizons, less bothered about volatility probably, less bothered about liquidity. So maybe some support for open schemes adopting a sensible funding investment strategy would be helpful. The current guidance legislation is all based on closed pension schemes. There was loads of pushback from the industry. There was pushback from open pension schemes themselves saying, come on, this doesn't really work for us. And they did make changes.
From trade unions as well, I
bet there was, yeah. And there were changes, and there were beneficial changes, but still, if you follow the letter of what it says, you can see open schemes having to allow for some de-risking in their assets in the future, maybe quite a few years in the future, but even when they don't really intend to ever do that. So it doesn't make a difference really to where you're invested today, but what it does is push up the value that you push in your liabilities, right? Because you're allowing this de-risking in the future. So arguably you might end up thinking, if you use liability-driven investment, we need more of that because the value is higher, which increases concerns about illiquidity, which just goes down the circle and says actually it's having the opposite effect from what you want. So it would be helpful to have more sensible guidance for open schemes, probably. And to your point, Jack, if they could make it easier for people to reopen pension schemes, that would be really helpful. I do think one of the other issues is about the ability to invest in these assets. So it's easier for bigger pension schemes at the minute. Some sort of investment vehicles that make it easier for smaller pension schemes and potentially individuals in defined contribution schemes to invest in these sort of things without being tied in for ages would be really helpful. So I think there's a bit of work to do on that.
Which is something that we discussed this morning in our session on the National Wealth Fund, actually. So it all ties together. Another thing that we have discussed quite often in the trade union movement is improving PPF compensation. It's a long-running ask to do something to give more complete coverage to members whose schemes fall into the PPF. And it feels like there's an opportunity here to combine that long-running ask with something which might allow schemes to take a bit more risk. And this is an idea which has been getting a little bit of traction in a few areas, but is there a way the PPF could be used to mobilise this capital a bit differently? Or to support that anyway?
Yeah, I think the answer is yes, they could. The last valuation, really well funded, almost 170%, surplus of about 13 billion, so it's quite a lot of money to play with. They say they need it for protection, which, as we've covered before, is true to some extent, right? But, they could actually be investing in some of this productive UK finance that's being talked about, sort of put your money where your mouth is, I think. I mean, they are considering other things at the same time. They're considering lower levies or even no levy, which I suspect may well happen this year. And they're talking about higher benefits for PPF.
The change legislation, won't it, to do that? Is that?
Yeah, they're in a slightly daft situation where if you go to zero, you can never increase it above zero again because you can only increase it by 25% of the previous year. Which seems a silly thing to stop you doing that, but that's where they are, yeah. And yes, they're considering higher benefits for PPF members, but that they are, I understand, slightly concerned that some people could end up with benefits better than they were supposed to get in the original scheme because they were already getting zero increases or something like that. So yeah.
But again, it feels like it's back to that principle of the benefits of this should be shared. And so far, the benefits of this very healthy PPF surplus have gone exclusively to sponsors through lower levies. So I think there's definitely an area where that principle could be applied once again. And like you say, there's enough room there to potentially do something for pre-97 members, something for post-97 members, and something for employers through a hefty reduction in the levy. So it feels like there's room to balance the needs of all kind of those three different constituents there.
Yeah, I'd agree. There's things they could do. I mean, and I'm aware there are also background talks about using it as a sort of public consolidator, an insurance company that's not an insurance company, but there's some concern from insurance companies, funnily enough, about doing that. And I think that the Chancellor's been listening to the insurance companies for now.
Yeah, it seems to have gone quiet on that front now. Now would probably be a good time to open the floor to some questions. I know we've had a couple of allusions to DB surplus access already. So I see 3 hands up already. Can we start with Pat at the back and then work our way down to the front?
Yes, Pat Roche, UCU. I didn't actually realise until you started speaking, and I looked it up, that the teachers' pension scheme was in 2020 177 million in surplus, Because I just thought it went floating round somewhere, but it obviously doesn't. I think my question is, in the context of Rachel Reeves talking about ISAs and making them a lot less, but making the ones that are more into investment ISAs, so that people like me that are risk averse would have to do investments. And I don't know much about the market, but I know it goes up and I know it goes down. I think my question is, how can we be sure? For example, if you invest in a big project like HS2, that wouldn't be a good idea, would it? If you invest in a big project like the NHS supercomputer, that wouldn't be a good idea either. So my worry is, if governments use the surplus to make bad investments, how will that affect our pension members? Thank you.
Thanks, Pat. And let's take three, and then we'll go. Can we have Mike down in the front row, and then Nigel, please? Right in the front, Helen.
We talk about surpluses, but we don't define surplus. You've got the PPF surplus, you've got technical provisions, you've got gilts plus whatever, you've got buyout, and you've got solvency. Now the difference between those is 25–30%. Will there be a defining definition of surplus?
I ask an actuary for that one. I think that's probably a good use. And last question. I think the answer will be it depends on the aims and goals of the employer, doesn't it?
That's usually the answer.
Hi there. Nigel Cockgrove from the BT Pension Scheme. We're not currently in surplus, but we are a big closed scheme. When you've been advising other clients around how to deal with a surplus, to use a terrible phrase, what's a prudent level of surplus, setting aside the issues of definition of that surplus? As a trustee, if you're in surplus at one triennial valuation by a few percent, you could equally be off by more or, significantly more in 3 years' time. So for me, thinking about the future of my scheme, there's an issue about what's a prudent level of surplus and what buffer do you want to build in before you even thought about releasing it to the sponsor.
It's a nice question to be considering, but it's a very fair question. I think it's been at the heart of a lot of the consultations over when might surplus release be allowed and be in the best interest of members. It is that what level can you reduce a surplus down to before it becomes not prudent. But do you want to take...
Should we do them in order?
Those in order, yeah.
So you're absolutely right. If it's the same as any other risky investment, if you put your money somewhere and it doesn't work, you end up in a harder position. That's no different to investing in shares in John Lewis or Tesco or somewhere like that, and they go wrong. Now, clearly, you wouldn't invest all your money in one share, so it's about finding a diversified portfolio, and there may be restrictions on needing to invest a certain amount in these sorts of things, which might make it riskier. Yes, I agree with you, but that's about... You're going to be very careful about what you choose in the first place. And it's another reason that people might not want to do it. They might not want to tie up their money for that length of time. So very, very valid question, and I think it will stop people investing.
Can I just build on that a little bit? And just also, I think it adds to the point I think was made this morning about the importance of government not mandating any of the, it can have goals to shift how this pension money is invested in certain ways, but it has to be down to pension fund trustees to actually manage those assets in the interests of their members. And as soon as the government starts saying you must invest in this particular type of asset, or maybe in this location, I think that's when you take that ability away to a large degree, or you limit the ability of trustees to be able to actually manage that risk. And that's probably an important thing to add on that point.
Yeah, and the answer to both of the other two questions it depends. I think there's going to be a lot of discussion about what what government thinks is a sensible level. I'm sure they'll come out with something like low dependency, which frankly could have all sorts of different meanings for different people anyway, so probably not very helpful. It's going to be, for me, for each scheme and each organisation, you need to sit down and say, this is what I'm invested in, this is where I think there's risk, and this is a period over which I think there is risk. And then you need to build in enough buffer that if you get the very downside scenarios of that, you're still okay. It's not an easy thing to do. It takes quite a bit of work. And which is why, when we're talking about open schemes, it's easier to say, well, let's share it by reducing contributions for a bit, and then if things start to go wrong, you can put them back up. A closed scheme, it's harder because you don't have the same thing. You're actually talking about taking surplus out of the scheme and giving it to someone else. I think I'd want to be very prudent in that, but I'm naturally very prudent. I suspect a lot of trustees would be as well. So it all comes back to that question of Jack's about, is 60 billion the right number? And the answer is almost definitely not, for all these reasons.
So, is there a single answer to Mike's question about what's the funding measure that we should be looking at? Is there a single answer to that if you're a trustee of an open scheme?
So for a trustee of an open scheme, as far as I'm concerned, buyout, solvency is irrelevant. Right? That's not what you're doing. For the vast majority of open schemes, you're at your long-term objective, is what they call it. Everybody else is talking about where you want to get to, and you're saying, well, I'm here. So I'm over 100% funded. I've got the employer funding my ongoing accrual of benefits. I just want that to keep rolling on and on, right? So that's the technical provisions basis. That's where you look at your own assets, work out what you're actually going to get, what you think you're going to get on those assets. So actually, it's going to be technical provisions plus a margin for me. I think in that case, talking about low dependency doesn't make a lot of sense, unless you're invested in that way, of course, which some open schemes will be if they want to pay higher contributions. But so I'd say technical provisions plus probably quite a big margin, roughly. I've seen, so the ones I've dealt with, the examples I talked about, one of them has put in place a 10% margin, but they're invested in gilts and corporate bonds and nothing racy at all, which they already think is going to the races. I've seen it go up to 20-25% for people with a bigger chunk in growth assets, because growth assets you do expect to get you a better return in the longer term, but they're going to be more volatile in the short term. So yeah, that's really unhelpful, but anywhere between 10 and 25% maybe.
I mean, that's a fairly specific answer for an actuary on this kind of question, and that's not bad. We've got about 5 minutes, so we can probably squeeze another round of questions. And let's go, Con, front.
A couple of things here. Firstly, there's one thing which has not been widely mentioned, which we have now done twice, and that is we allowed return of surplus to the sponsor in exchange for reopening the scheme, including allowing members who've been in the interim DC scheme to transfer their assets into the scheme. The second thing is the number that TPR is quoting, and it's the number being used by DWP and the Pensions Minister, is an overall surplus of 160 billion of schemes in surplus. That number is, for a variety of technical reasons, complete bullshit. It's supposedly calculated on a low dependency ratio. If you do the arithmetic correctly, it's actually about 71 billion, and that number is consistent with what we see from the PPF. Now, there's a lot of talk about buffers and having buffers over and above that which is there. Your original valuation was prudent. There should be no need for further buffers. You can probably find a question in there somewhere.
There are things to respond to, certainly. And
Thank you. Ben Stafford from Just Group. A gentleman in the earlier session said that he felt somewhat targeted by the talk of surplus access, with the government expected to give its view soon on surplus access. Doug, can you give us your view on like what you think an appropriate approach would be for making sure that member benefits are secure before considering surplus access?
Thanks. And that's your hand up at the front here. And then I think we'll have to wrap up there. So, front row.
Thank you. As we know that the UK government is wanting the pension funds to invest in the actual UK manufacturing. I just wonder about, in fact, worker co-ops or indeed the mutual sector, so that would be, you know, beneficial to local communities and to pension funds. And just to get your views about buying gold with a surplus to hold that. Just wonder if you've got any view on that. Thank you.
Right. I mean, there might be some that I should possibly start on there. I mean, like Ben, I mean, I think one of the key principles, again, is that if it's negotiated with the union, that's a really good, really a gold standard way of actually kind of ensuring that it's, you know, it's in the interests of the workers and the members involved. I think, kind of, again, it's something we've argued for consistently, is that when you've got a recognised union, they need to be in that conversation. There needs to be a proper negotiation there. And just briefly to the point about kind of directing funds into in ways that support possible kind of potential government aims, like, you know, supporting, say, cooperatives, or, you know, I think we're very interested in supporting companies that are good employers. I think, yeah, there's lots of potential. And I think, again, kind of that National Wealth Fund conversation this morning was a really good example of it. If you're directing funds in that way, which is, you know, not a prescriptive kind of way, but you are using the muscle of the state to kind of channel money in certain ways, you can then make that conditional on, you know, must have good employment practices, or, you know, if you want to, say, support a sector that you think more cooperatives would be beneficial for the wider economy. I think there's, yeah, absolutely the institutions there that can channel money in those kind of ways. And Doug, do you want to take on some of Con's points?
Yeah, I mean, you're right. The funding basis is prudent. In a lot of cases, what you're saying is 70% of the time you expect to have enough money. But that's still 30, 40% of the time you don't expect to have enough money. And so to give the money back, to put yourself back in that position to the employer, you could argue is a bit imprudent in the way you're doing it. You can, if you're happy that the employer is going to be there in 30, 40, 50 years' time, then maybe you can do that. I would argue that there's not that many employers that if you said today, will they definitely be here in 50 years' time, you'd say yes. That there was a load when I was young that have gone, and you would have thought that they'll be here forever, but they've gone. So it's about, the reason we're talking about buffers is because what you're protecting against is the really, really bad scenarios, the downside that you hope never happen but might. I think that's why people are talking about buffers, I'd say.
Right. Thank you for that, Doug. And now, seeing as I've been at the back of the room tapping my watch at the end of all the other previous sessions, I'm going to make sure we wrap up promptly now. So we've now got a 20-minute break, and then everyone's back in this room for final two sessions, one on member representation, and then our final keynote from Narzika Delfas. So if we could all just thank Doug in the usual way, and I'll see you in 20 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Okay, something to thump. Hello, everyone.
Okay, we are ready to start the final session. So if everyone could please settle down. And this worked better when we had a teacher chairing one of the sessions. She just commanded the attention instantly. But I'll pass over to you now, Maggie.
Okay, thank you very much, Jack. I'm delighted to have been invited to chair this panel. We're going to be talking about member trustees and the value they add and their importance in all sorts of schemes, including mega schemes, which lots of people think we don't do, but we do. A little bit about me. I wasn't in the pensions industry at all till about a couple of years before retirement, when somebody sent me a, would you like to be on the trustee board as a member trustee, and I stupidly said yes. So I've been doing that for about 12 years, and I've been a member of the Association of Member Nominated Trustees for about 10, and co-chair for about 4 or 5. Jack seems to think this qualifies me to lead this bit, so we'll see how that works out. We've got some excellent speakers for you. We're going to have Paul Finch online. He's from the British Columbia Investment Management Corporation, one of the Maple 8. Perhaps it should be BC General Employees Union. There's so many different names. We've got Helen Shea from USS, and we've got Kevin Carey from the Royal Mail Collective Plan, so he's deep into running CDC, coming up to its first valuation. So I think the best thing I can do is just let them tell you a little bit about themselves to start off. And with fingers crossed, it's Paul.
Oh, thank you very much, and thanks for having me. It's great to be here. Can you hear me okay? Am I coming through?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. So thanks again. So my name is Paul Finch. I'm the president of the BC General Employees Union. I've served on the executive of the union in total since 2011, and since 2014, I've served as a trustee on the public sector pension plan for BC. That's an over $30 billion pension plan that has 14 trustees on it. I've also been the pension plan partner, so the partner for the joint trust agreements for the college plan and the public service plan. I've also served on the board of the BC Investment Management Corporation. That's the publicly owned and controlled investment management corporation that has a board of 7 members, a board of directors, and I've been on that for 6 years. I'm a former chair of the BC Target Benefit Pension Plan, so I have more pension experience than I would like, but I enjoy it. But today I'm speaking solely in my capacity as president of the BC General Employees Union, but based on my experience in those different roles and capacities. So it's a pleasure to be here. Thanks for having me.
Okay. Would you like to talk a little bit about the role of member trustees in your scheme?
Absolutely. So what I'll do is, if it's okay, I'm going to just attempt to share screen here with a presentation. Does that work?
Yes, I think. Let's see.
Okay. So I'm going to, I'll put it up here, and then you'll let me know if it's coming through or not.
We will.
Okay. Okay, can you see that screen? It should say the Maple 8 Canadian Public Pension Funds. Is that coming through?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, so this is just a really quick primer. We have a very successful pension plan, series of pension schemes, as you would say, here in Canada. And I'm just going to give you a very quick primer on this to contextualize my comments on member trustees, but it's really more about member trustees. So these plans are very successful. They are almost universally fully or above fully funded. So for example, the 4 pension plans here in British Columbia that work with the BC Investment Management Corporation, we are all more than 100% funded. And what I'm gonna emphasize is that's not just due to the role of member trustees, but that's due to the joint trusteeship nature of these plans. So the real secret sauce in these plans is that they're jointly trusteed and also jointly sponsored. And I'm going to break out what those two things mean and why both of those things are absolutely critical to the success of these plans. And if you don't have both, they would not be successful. So as you can see, there's quite a bit of money in these plans. This gives you an idea of the scope. These are figures from last year, but you can see the values represented here are quite significant. And, you know, we'll get into why that's occurred later. There's some good economic impacts from this. You know, we've got quite a bit of money going to retirees. I want to contextualize. So for the plan that I serve as a trustee on, the public service pension plan, if you do your maximum 35 years of service, you will get a pension, you know, with some adjustments, but you'll get a pension that is fully adjusted to inflation every year, that represents 68% of your income. And your income is based on an average of your best 60 months or your best 5 years of pay. So that's just to give you an idea of the value of these plans. When people are retiring, they're retiring with excellent pensions. And again, that's because not simply that they're jointly trusteed, but they're jointly sponsored. So I've got some economic impacts. These are, of course, important given the current political climate. Okay, so I want to talk a bit about what it means. So first, we're going to start with the Board of Trustees. This is the jointly trusteed part of it. We have equal representation, and that means that half of the trustees on the board on each of these boards are appointed by an employer plan partner, and half of them are appointed by an employee or employee plan partners. The employee plan partners are unions. Those are the only democratic bodies capable of being able to nominate and put forward trustees and train them and ensure they have the proper education and skills and vetting process when they go on the board. And but of course, there's subsidiary bodies or external bodies that will recommend trustees through their own nomination process. So for example, if you have a retirees association, that retirees association will, of course, you know, nominate somebody to be appointed either by the employer plan partner or the employee plan partner. One of the critical things here is that our pension plans are using publicly owned finance investment corporations. So for example, the BC Investment Management Corporation is created by statute, by legislation here in BC, and the sole shareholder is the Minister of Finance. There are 7 directors on that board. I'm one of them. 3 are appointed by the Minister of Finance, and the other 4 are nominated from each of the 4 of the big pension funds. We basically use in-house management quite extensively, and so we have there's several hundred employees at the BC Investment Management Corporation and over 1,000 at our wholly owned real estate subsidiary, Quadreal. We do use external consultants, but what this is meant to say is that we don't use those external consultants to govern our affairs. They're there just to advise us on specific issues. We have relative autonomy from political influences, and so if a minister, somebody comes to us and says, I'd like you to invest in this project in my riding or something like that, that would get a very negative and a very quickly negative response. In fact, that person would likely not be enjoying their role from that time on, because we would not allow that to stand. And you know, one of the advantages of this is that our investment management corporation, and I'll say it started off as simply hiring investment managers to farm out pooled funds to external investment managers. That's completely transformed now, and in fact, today we actually hire and pay highly qualified professionals to do all that management in-house. We're not farming out, the majority of investments are not farmed out to external funds or pools. We manage all that in-house. That means we have greater fee transparency, much more value added, and also some of those investment professionals are risk analysts. They're people that are able to do, total fund benchmarking comprehension, all that kind of stuff that you otherwise would not get anywhere close to using by basically farming out your investment management. So the example I'm using here, the BC Public Service Pension Plan, we have a 1.95% accrual rate. Like I said, that's a 68.25% pension at retirement that's fully indexed to inflation. Right now, forecasted out 70 years. And we've got some, I'll just move over here. I have a comparison here for your context with what the LGPS would pay out. Just going to forward here. This gives you an idea of our asset allocation. I'm just going to, okay. So this is really the most important part. And so this is a bit of a Trojan horse because we've said about the importance of member trustees, but the most important part is actually that the plan is jointly sponsored. What does that mean? Well, in trust law, which we got in Canada here from, as you know, medieval property disputes in England through common law, we have basically a joint trust agreement. And so in a trust, you have a settlor, that's the party that has created the trust. You have a beneficiary that is benefiting from the trust, and you have a trustee or trustees who enjoy all the obligations of ownership, except that they cannot have any personal benefit from them. So the why this is critical is the joint trust agreement set out that there are the settlors. There's at least two settlors, and one settler is the employer plan partner and the other is the employee plan partner. Effectively, for this pension plan, the employer plan partner is the government of British Columbia, because this is a civil service union, and the employee plan partner is my union. Why that's important is there's a whole bunch of other employers and there's a whole bunch of other unions, but we're the two main parties. And so that means that we have, as the settlers, as the plan partners here, we have the ability to amend by mutual agreement the trust document, the joint trust agreement that sets in place this trust. And that's where everything flows from. So, for example, there's 14 trustees, 7 are appointed by the employer plan partner, 7 by the employee plan partner. The method that we have to ensure that the plan partners are properly represented on that board is 5 of the employer plan partner trustees have to be directly employees of the government, and then 4 have to be directly elected representatives or employees of the BC General Employees Union. Of course, we have 2 seats for members of other unions that are in the plan and 1 seat for a retiree. A similar structure for the additional 2 seats for the government plan partner. But this is the key thing. The number of trustees, how they're apportioned out, how they're selected, their voting powers, because we require, it's not a simple 50% plus 1. We require that half of the directly appointed trustees from either party have to vote in favor of any motion for it to pass. All of those things that are set out, including, and this is very important, the allocation of surplus or any surplus funds in the plan, all that is governed by this joint trust agreement. And this joint trust agreement can only be amended by the mutual consent of these 2 parties to the trust. What this is doing is it gives an equality between the union and in this case the government of BC as the employer plan partner. In other plans, there are multiple employer plan partners, so you'll get perhaps a direct government entity, you'll get another level of government that'll be a mutual partner, and you'll get 2 unions as the member partners. Either way, what you see here fundamentally is a setup where we might change the number of trustees, et cetera, but the fact that we have equality in trustees directly stems from the fact that we have equality on every aspect of this trust agreement. And that's really the core to the success of the entire Maple model. That's the core to the success of every one of these plans, is the fact that no one party, especially the employer, can unilaterally amend the trust agreement. So the governance framework you see here, you see the plan partners, they appoint the board of trustees. We have a board secretariat, which is really the administrative advisory layer. And actually, our current executive director of our plan is from the UK, he's very good. And of course, we have our investment agents. Our investment agent is the BC Investment Management Corporation. And we're not required to use the BC Investment Management Corporation. We can pick any one we want. However, based on our returns and the service we get, we would be amiss if we didn't use them. And you'll see that we have a host of other advisors here, obviously, to the board.
Okay.
So, sorry, go ahead.
So I was going to say thank you, Paul. I think we're going to run over if we're not careful. Are we
Okay.
almost there?
Yeah, we're there. We're almost there. So what I'll do is I'll stop sharing and I will just I'll give you a practical example of where this has come up. Our plan currently has a 1.95% accrual rate. We used to have a blended accrual rate on various levels of income, but basically the highest accrual was 1.75. We increased it out of surplus funds. That was only possible because we had a joint trust structure, and there was a negotiation around how we would use that surplus. And so instead of seeing that surplus clawed back into government funds or clawed back into employer funds, we agreed on a mutual use of that surplus that saw it benefit both parties. And indeed, the plan today at the higher accrual rate is now completely and fully funded, and basically has an over 10% surplus. So I just want to highlight this structure is resilient. It's worked for over 2 decades. But the core to the success, more than even having the split board trustees, is having the joint sponsorship. That is absolutely critical to this. And I'll say, if you were to come on our pension board, you wouldn't be able to tell who were the union plan partner or the employer plan partner appointed trustees. Typically, there's a incredibly strong bench strength on both sides, and that's kind of how it works. So thank you very much. I appreciate the letting me go a bit over, and I'll stop it there. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there's some really interesting things there. We've all said for a long time that what we wanted was 2/3 replacement rate pension, and there's how you do it. And the equality of member trustees making a difference in how decisions are made and how surplus is used. How topical. So let's move across to the UK a bit now. And Helen comes from USS, which is definitely multi-employer,
Very much,
with knobs on.
yes, yeah.
So how you manage to run member trustees and how USS works, please.
Okay, thank you. I'm Helen Shea. I'm an MNT and a University College and Union nominated non-exec director of USS. I'm now serving my 2nd term, including on audit and governance committees. I previously worked as a lawyer in financial services and then in higher education, so I knew the sector. I was in-house counsel at York University. As you probably know, USS is the largest private pension scheme in the UK in terms of asset value. It's currently about 75 billion. I'll just give an overview of USS's structure and the MNT role, and about engaging with members and also promoting responsible investment, which comes into it, and possible future governance review, which on some aspects I'm very envious of Paul. Just to stress also how I think MNTs do add value and can actually assist in government pension agendas. So the structure of USS, it's very idiosyncratic. It was set up in the 1970s in Liverpool, and it was mainly for Russell Group universities. We have more than that now. It now has offices at the Liver Building in Liverpool and in London's Financial Centre. It's a very strong hybrid scheme with an open DB section that currently has a healthy surplus. A few years ago, I didn't think I'd ever be saying that, but so that's quite a good position as it celebrates its first half century this year. It's mainly DB, and we have a DC section that kicks in at a certain salary threshold. TPR has referred to us as a well-run scheme, and we work very closely with them, with the regulator. Technically, there's only one trustee, and that's USS Limited. And there are 12 non-executive directors. Now, this is where I really envy Paul. We only have 3 that are union nominated, and that's just historical anomaly, and I hope we can get it changed. 4 are nominated by the university employers, and then there are 5 independents. The board runs USS, and then in conjunction with that, there's a special committee that's in the rules called the Joint Negotiating Committee, and that's very important. That's made up just of union and university representatives, and they have certain powers, like they decide how the contribution that the trustee has told them is required under the latest triennial valuation. They decide how much the employers will pay and how much the employees will pay. So there is a little bit of that basic negotiation, a little bit like Paul has described. Member-nominated trustees have a big role in engaging with the members, and that's so important. There are certain areas where I think, particularly this one, that we can bring value. I mean, as an MNT, I work very closely with UCU's superannuation working group and ensure that their views are taken into account on the board. We recently had UCU presenting at a board meeting on valuation methodology. This is the first time it's ever happened, and I was very proud that we enabled that, and it was very well received because we will be going into the 2026 valuation soon. And, you know, they were able to put their ideas, because there's some where we agree, some on prudence, where we might be a little bit apart. USS is also just setting up something called a member voice panel, and I'm helping with this. And I want to increase participation throughout the pension journey and reaching out to all members, not just ones who are in UCU, though they do tend to be the ones that engage more. MNTs have this unique understanding of the member experience and how to enhance this. And so we can increase awareness and also indirectly pension savings. And this, of course, indirectly contributes to such as productive finance and investment in UK infrastructure, which USS does a lot of, and avoiding pension poverty. So we do feed into government aims. You can also have a role in promoting responsible investment, and I've been very keen on that. And I'm proud to say that USS has about 2 billion in green energy. It's just invested in some social housing. And as an MNT, you know that you can reflect general views within the membership I mean, I've got a lot of colleagues, you know, academics and such like, feel very passionately about responsible investment. I also have an advisory role with an organisation called Pensions for Purpose, and that's acts as a kind of bridge to promote impact investment. And I've been able to bring from that some useful ideas and connections to USS. And I talked to the head of investment at USS. And like Paul, actually, we have an internal investment team. We send a little bit out, but most of it is done in-house. And like Paul, we found that very successful. It saves a lot of costs. We attract good investor talent. And it kept us immune from things like the Liz Truss mini-budget debacle, because we had that time advantage. We didn't have to ring external people. We could make sure we were safe. And also, of course, responsible investment ties in with net zero aims, and again, backs up a lot of the government's agendas. And as a trustee and a lawyer in my background, I'm very, very conscious of fiduciary duty. But I do think there's a very clear role for responsible investment in that. And I do hope that the government will take the opportunity that it has to actually clarify that expressly, because that would be very helpful for all of us who serve as trustees. There may soon be a governance review of USS in which the union will certainly participate. And I'm hoping that might give opportunity to have more member representation, because to me it seems unfair that we've only got 3 NEDs on the board and out of 12. You know, it should be even, or you know, 4 for each section. 50% would be ideal, the way that Paul has described, and I think that's a really good ammunition to say why we need to get it equalled up. So I think USS is a good example of where M&Ts add value, and where, despite there being a lot of arguments made elsewhere, it can be seen that it is not difficult to get the right level of skills. And even though we have a complex scheme and benefits, complicated benefit structure, and even though we have a wide membership, because we cover academic teachers and research staff and a significant amount of professional services staff who work in HE. The unions can help organise the membership, and there is appropriate training out there. It's with TPR, it's with institutions like PMI, through who I got an accreditation. So I don't really accept the arguments that it would be too difficult and too complex to have MNTs on bigger funds. And I think MNTs bring member engagement and transparency, diversity of thought that you will lose if you just go to single trustees. They have historical knowledge of the scheme, and they bring consistency.
Thank you. Kevin's getting the really difficult job because he's got to think of something different now to everybody else to say. But I think coming from Royal Mail, which has introduced the first CDC, I think the interesting thing, I think, is the difference. You talked about having a member panel, and the difference between having people who are trustees who are members and just a member panel that asks for views, because you were talking about how much reassurance you thought the members took from the fact that members were actually involved in the decisions. Is that a good starting point?
Yeah, it is. I mean, look, again, thank you for inviting me, and like I say, I'm Kevin Carey. I am a Communication Workers Union CW representative and a trustee for the new RMCPP Royal Mail Collective Pension Plan. I've, compared to my colleagues here, I've been doing this for about 2.5 years. I was the interim trustee while the scheme was being introduced. It's only last week the election closed, the ballot closed, and I was elected as the actual member-nominated trustee, or one of the member-nominated trustees, should I say. As said, look, the Royal Mail Collective Pension Plan is the first CDC pension scheme authorised by the pension regulator. We do have over 100,000 members now in the scheme, created as a part of a landmark agreement between both the CW and Royal Mail, ensuring, ultimately ensuring a regular income for our members in retirement. The scheme, in terms of the governance, if you like, we do have 3 CW grade trustees and 1 CMA, that's the other union, the managers union within Royal Mail, and they have 1 grade trustee, and then you've got the 5 employee nominated trustees, which include the chair. Look, I mean, like any scheme, and the scheme's been talked about, I very much see it as the pension scheme is about securing the future of, for scheme members. But that security doesn't just come from good investments or legal compliance. It also comes from representation, trust and communication. And that is where I see as where the MNTs come into it and prove to be very, very important. In terms of the communication specifically in the run-up to the launch of our new scheme, the trustees did agree to let the company and the CWU lead on communications. Although I did have a bit of a kind of involvement in that, I am on the CWU working pensions group, also have been for the past 6 or 7 years. And that was more so not to cause confusion and to recognise that the scheme itself, the design, was a company and union negotiated position within the trustee role, being to run the scheme once it was launched. If we're honest, pensions can be confusing and complicated for members. That is the fact of it, and our new scheme is no different. And this is where us as MNTs, I believe, can be effective. We can come, we come from the membership. We speak the same language. We can break down a lot of the complexities in terms of information that is out there, and to put it into something that is relatable to the members, and that's where I see where the MNTs come into that. Knowing that we as MNTs are from the membership also builds trust, especially in a new scheme, where we within Royal Mail, I won't go through the history of it, but we have transitioned through a number of schemes over many years, and it is trust is a big issue, and to have, like you say, someone from the membership as an MNT, and when that information comes out, I think the members can trust that when we're speaking about it, or we've got a name to that information that goes out. As MNTs, we also get, we get that feedback loop as a member, which other board members wouldn't get. Whether that is, concerns, confusions in regards to the schemes, MNTs can bring that back to the board, and share how communications and to share and shape how communication should be delivered going forward. That kind of, real-time feedback, in my opinion, is often something that, no consultant or professional trustee could ever replicate. And that's where we see the importance of that. With the scheme now launched, there will be a need for, continued communications and essential communications at that. As members approach retirement or in retirement, the new scheme itself and the benefits, as I said, can be complicated. We need the members to understand the projections. We need the members to understand the benefits, and we need to manage expectations in regards to the scheme, because as hopefully in terms of the CDC, those expectations can go up and down, and we need to be there, to be able to explain that in terms of the benefits. The communications will be key, and will need to be effective and in plain terms for members. On the launch of the new scheme itself, we as trustees did pick up the mantle on communications within the first week. A letter was issued to all members welcoming them to the scheme. We are about to issue our first newsletter, which does introduce trustees, and that will be a regular theme throughout, and also, it's an opportunity for important information, something as simple as death nominations that we know is a big issue that doesn't always get picked up, so we can remind members of that. Our website with frequently asked questions, all went live on the launch and is a primary source of information about the scheme. The scheme booklets, the scheme videos explaining and promoting the scheme and benefits are all available online. All these communications have been agreed by the trustees. With this, the full involvement of the MNTs and myself. As an MNT, I do sit on one of the subcommittees I do sit on is the Member Experience Subcommittee, which, in my view, is a very important subcommittee to be a part of, because it does specifically look at the communications to the members, and I have helped ensure member communications are, to as best we can, jargon-free, relevant and engaging. I'd like to close by highlighting how vital I do feel member-nominated trustees are in our roles, and that is, creates the success and the integrity of the Royal Mail Collective scheme. Like I said, trust is a big thing in that, and I think when we're on those boards, I think we bring that trust to the membership of the schemes, particularly when it comes to communication. We're not just, in my view, decision makers. We are the direct line between the scheme and the scheme's members. We have been and will be, able to maintain the trust that underpins the CDC scheme. The CDC scheme being new, there is a lot of, at this moment in time, a leap of faith, and it is about having that trust, and I do believe that's where the MNTs come into that. And ensures that the communications around it flows both ways, upwards and downwards. So thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. I think there we got a real example of the difference that people trusting their trustee boards can make to bring something quite so new on board. And just to say thank you, because I know Royal Mail is helping all sorts of other people who are interested in the CDC to work out how we can potentially run other schemes. But I think now you deserve to have the chance to ask some questions. So I can, oh gosh. I think that at the back there starts first, and then John.
Circulate the slides, please.
Thank
you.
Thank you. John?
Yeah, thank you. John Gray, and I'm on the local government London Collective Investment Vehicle pool, which is a bit of a model for the Canadian, hopes to use the Canadian model as a model for us. Just to say, Paul, I always apologise now to any Canadians I meet, not only for the disgraceful way your nation has been treated, but also I have a Scottish father, and I'm terrified I might be related to he who shall not be named. But apart from that, no, the serious point is, I'm the only trade union representative on the London pool. There's 8 pools. Most pools don't have any member nominated or any trade union representation. In my employer now, we've got a group stakeholder DC scheme with Standard Life, no member representation whatsoever. And there's going to be tremendous opposition to us having member representation. But how do you guys do it? I mean, what sort of evidence can you prove, and this goes with USS, and obviously to prove that you give this so-called added value? It's our money, but how can we prove that we are worth our salt?
I mean,
Sorry.
No, I was just going to say, one of the things, I've been talking to people about AI recently, and they pointed out that professional trustees' knowledge can be replicated by AI, but people who know what's going on and make decisions, that's a very different set of skills, and that's what member trustees bring. Sorry. Paul, over to you.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm going to tie those two things together. So first I'll just say, thank you for the concern on what's happening in Canada. I'm actually more worried about Europe. And I think Europe's in a much more difficult scenario than we are. We're obviously, but there's a pattern, which is, throw on tariffs, pull back, and then say, okay, what are you going to give us for pulling back these tariffs? Like, we can wreck your economy, but if we don't wreck your economy, what are you going to give us in exchange? So we're kind of being shaken down that way, and I think that's Europe is in a much more difficult scenario and has some very difficult decisions to make. What I want to say about, and there's a tie into this, about the success of the scheme and where we can prove the value add. On an individual level, we can talk about the ability to provide education, training, and all that kind of stuff to individual trustees so they're a better trustee. There is that argument, and I think that's an important one. And the biggest one is actually time. It's time to be able to read, digest the materials, and make intelligent decisions that challenge the service providers. But there's a bigger issue here, and that's the fundamental success of the plans in Canada, and they're all successful to varying degrees, is this. It's shared risk and shared reward. Roughly, employees we pay half the contributions. The employer pays half the contributions. And that is the fundamental economic basis for us having shared trusteeship, but also, more importantly, shared sponsorship of the plans. So because the employees are paying half rate for the plans, we are a 50% partner in the trust document. We have a veto over any changes to the trust document, and we appoint half the trustees. So shared risk, shared reward is the lens through which we can demonstrate that, I don't even want to say added value, it's a fundamental value that propels this thing forward. Because when trustees are faced with a consideration, if you don't have shared risk, then you can't say, well, the employer might worry that we're just trying to juice up the benefits so that we can, as a result, harvest, force up in our defined benefit plans are all defined benefit, force up the employer contributions to meet the higher obligations of our benefit costs. But when you have a shared, when you're each side's paying roughly, not exactly 50%, then what happens is that the employee contributions go up. And I can tell you, as a democratically elected union leader representing over 95,000 members here in BC, they don't like that. So the shared risk, shared reward model is that thing.
Okay, thank you. I think we've probably just got time for one more. I can see there. Oh, hang on. See how quickly it can be. We've got a mic? Yeah.
Thank you. I'm a member-nominated trustee. My question follows on from that, really, in terms of how much, as a percentage of salary are your members paying into the scheme, and also the session that follows after you is with the pension regulator. I think many of us feel that their drive is to reducing employer costs, and actually what we would like to see is improved benefits. What were the arguments that you used to increase to 1.95% the accrual rate?
Absolutely. So right now, I'm paying 8.36% of my salary to the pension scheme. So there's matching contributions. The employer pays a bit of extra for post-retirement group benefits, and also slightly extra for the inflation adjustment account. But roughly, the actual basic benefit contributions are actually the same, which is 8.36% for the employer and 8.36% for the employees.
Okay.
Actually, so that's there. That's basically how we the leverage for surplus. Sorry.
Okay. I was going to say thank you. We might just squeeze one more in if we, because I think that 8% was interesting. Yes. I saw another hand. Sorry, can I go on?
Especially if this is a question for Helen or for Kevin.
Sorry, we haven't actually.
Fine.
A short question. If anyone, including myself, was interested in becoming a trustee, how do we go about it?
Well, on USS, they're advertised. They're advertised in, I think, higher education and the Times. They're widely advertised. And also the union will reach out. And, I was in the union, but I didn't need to be. You can still be appointed, as long as, as you remember, that you don't have to join the union. They'd like you to, but...
Yeah, that's very, very similar within ours. As you would have heard me say, the CW grade roles where we can. So yes, it's the union grade roles. But if you're not in the union, you can also apply. Very likewise, it is that the scheme does advertise it. The unions do advertise it. I mean, there is, conditions. They do want you to do the regulators toolkit. They do like you to have that done, either before or very soon after becoming a trustee.
I'm going to do a quick advert here. The Association of Member-Nominated Trustees, if you become a trustee, we can also help provide you with a safe space to talk to other member trustees instead of all the others on the board, and conferences and everything else, and I can give people details of who we are, where we are, if anybody's interested. But most schemes will advertise their roles, and they should be advertising them widely if they really want to get member trustees. I can't see Jack. Am I allowed to one more? Or no? Or one more? So,
Thank you. Sorry, the second part of the question, which I think Paul was about to answer, was on the 1.95%. What was the evidence that was used to increase the accrual rate?
Yeah, I can do that quickly. So we had basically, under the provisions of the trust agreement, the trustees act independently of instruction from their appointing partners, but with one exception, they're allowed both under trust law and under the trust documents specifically to receive communication from and some kind of consultation with their appointing partners on the allocation of surplus. And so what we did is we showed basically the amount of surplus that was there. And because it's shared risk, shared reward, we said, look, half of this surplus has been accumulated from the investment returns based on member contributions. But from a union perspective, we believe all the contributions, including the employer contributions, are benefits in lieu of deferred pay, deferred wages. So that is our ideological position. However, because of that, the employer couldn't touch the surplus without our consent. And so that joint sponsorship model, not just joint trusteeship, but joint sponsorship, gave us the leverage in that negotiation to say to the employer, well, you want some benefit out of this, out of this surplus. And of course, what that functionally means is, we've basically allocated a bunch of that surplus for a rainy day fund. We've allocated some of that surplus to suppress both employer and employee contributions below the entry age normal cost in the plan. So you want this benefit. We would like a superior benefit in terms of that pension, and we can show that it's affordable. So we can get incredibly good actuarial support to demonstrate that it's sustainable, and that we can not only sustain the basic benefit, that's that 1.95% accrual in perpetuity, but on top of that, we can do full inflation indexing on top of that. And I can say, we had in 1 year inflation indexing payouts of 6.5 or higher percent due to the inflation crisis we experienced, and the plan was fine. Our inflation indexing account, which is actually a target benefit silo of the plan, was fully funded and was not rocked by that inflation event. So all the retirees in the plan are essentially getting full pensions indexed to inflation in perpetuity. And now it's not a promise. If the fund went down, it wouldn't get there, but it's well managed, and it's well managed because of shared risk, shared reward.
well, I think that's our time up. Thank you to Paul, to Helen, and to Kevin, who've shared their thoughts with us, and thanks for your questions.
Thanks very much for having me.
Sorry, I went on a
name's Janet Williamson. I'm a senior policy officer at the TUC, and I'm really delighted to welcome Nasa Kadelfas, Chief Executive of the Pensions Regulator, to give the keynote for our final session of the day. Before joining the Pensions Regulator in 2023, Nausicaa was Executive Director for Governance at the Financial Conduct Authority. Prior to that, she was Chief Executive Officer and Chief Ombudsman of the Financial Ombudsman Service, spearheading its strategic, operational and digital transformation and resetting the organisation for the future. Prior to that, she held a number of senior, very interesting sounding roles at both the FCA and also the FSA. So we're delighted to have you, Nausicaa, over to you. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Good afternoon. I hope you've had a really interesting day. So after decades of hard work, a good pension provides people with confidence, empowerment and security in older life. And in the pensions world, we're all at an inflection point, a point at which we have a chance to build on the successes of the past and to make pensions work for everyone. So today I want to talk about the pensions challenge facing us as a society, the need to make sure that after 20, 30, 40 years of pension saving, that people have enough to support themselves financially in older life. Secondly, the reforms that are soon going to be implemented in response, leading to fewer, larger pension schemes that have the potential to deliver more for savers and potentially for the economy too. Thirdly, how we as a regulator will make sure that savers' interests are maintained in this transformation through trusteeship. And what together this means for workers up and down the country, a value for money pension system with the ability of people to make informed decisions which are right for them. So in terms of context, by the early part of this century, Britain wasn't saving. In 2006, only a third of all employees were saving into a pension, and as a result, more and more people would be reliant on the state pension. And at that time, 60% of employees aged over 35 were on course to have insufficient income to support themselves in older life. And so policymakers had to act, and the recommendations of the Pensions Commission in 2005-06 paved a path towards automatic enrolment, a multi-year endeavour from across the political spectrum. This reform has created a nation of pension savers. More than 8 in 10 workers now invest in a workplace pension, many for the first time. And the overwhelming majority of employers are complying with their duties, paying benefits in full on time every month. And that's a fantastic success story. But it is a story that is only half written, because many people still face uncertain outcomes in older life. And while we have a much more diverse group of savers putting something away for retirement, government research suggests that 12.5 million people are still under-saving. And this is because, as a society, people are living longer, face the cost of living pressures, and often have caring responsibilities for children, parents, and even both at the same time. We have falling trends of home ownership, and the cost of rent is increasing. And we have a generation of people who were never offered a pension when they joined the workforce, who missed out on the defined benefit pension offerings that were available to some, and have only been automatically enrolled into defined contribution pension much later in life. Across Britain, many face some or all of these issues, but research suggests that these issues are particularly acute for those born in the 1970s, women and low to medium earners. So for the next chapter in pensions, our mission is to build a system that works for everyone. And that also is the purpose of the government's reform agenda for pensions, to make the system as best it can be and to improve outcomes for pension savers. Later in the year, a new pension schemes bill is expected to introduce a raft of measures that will radically reshape the market. For defined contribution pensions, it will help prevent people from losing track of their pension pots. So the aim is that people will no longer be faced with multiple small pots when they have changed jobs and forgotten about their pension. Instead, they'll find that that work to consolidate them is done for them. A new value for money framework will drive focus on the metrics that matter for pension savers, the investment returns they get, the quality of service they get for the price paid. The introduction of a new duty on trustees will mean that pension schemes must offer retirement products. And this is really important because it will result in people actually getting a pension and not just a savings pot when they stop work. For defined benefit pensions, the bill will also provide a statutory footing for a new kind of pension scheme, super funds, which will provide greater security for pension scheme members in closed legacy schemes. Many of you in this room will benefit from a public sector pension, and the upcoming bill will also impact you if you currently or have ever worked in local government. The local government pension scheme in England and Wales is the 7th largest pension fund in the world. It manages around £360 billion worth of assets, thanks to the contributions of 6.5 million people who work in our public sector to deliver our essential local services. Here, the government plans to accelerate the pooling of LGPS assets into 8 mega funds, each with an average of 50 billion in assets under management, to strengthen the connection to local and regional investments to help support economic growth across the country, and to introduce new governance arrangements to ensure better management and oversight. Alongside the bill, the Chancellor has undertaken a pensions review seeking to deliver better outcomes for pension savers and to boost growth. So taken together, all these reforms represent a seismic shake-up of the pensions landscape. And across all is a common theme, the search for scale. So as a regulator, for many years, we have said that we want to see fewer, larger, well-run schemes that deliver for savers. Scale hasn't been a goal in itself. Making sure that every scheme provides value for money has been our driving force, and moving away from a focus on cost to value. But in our experience, scale does often bring benefits, not just in the cost efficiencies that economies of scale can provide, but also governance, where across both DB and DC, our surveys have consistently shown that larger schemes have higher standards. And that's particularly true for investment governance. I know that all of you in this room would expect that those looking after yours, your friends, and your colleagues' retirement incomes would abide by the highest standards. And for the vast majority of members, they are in schemes that are well run and well governed. But that's not the case everywhere. For example, our latest research shows that only a quarter of small schemes dedicate time and resources to understand and mitigate climate risk and its likely impact on the portfolio of investments. And this is a concern, especially when you consider that every single one of our authorised master trusts do have this in place. All savers deserve to be in well-run, well-governed, value-for-money pension schemes, and that's the purpose of the forthcoming Value for Money framework. This will mean that schemes will publicly disclose metrics that matter to good saver outcomes across the investment performance, quality of service, and cost. And through this, trustees will be able to learn from others in the market to provide a better quality offering. Crucially, employers will also be able to pick schemes that are right for their employees. And as unions, we'd hope and expect that you'd be an important voice of challenge to make sure that your colleagues are getting best-in-class performance. But ahead of the framework, we're also encouraging consolidation in savers' interests, where it's clear that schemes cannot compete with the biggest and best schemes in the market. The market's already moving in that direction, and this year the number of DC schemes has decreased 15% to 920, under 1,000 for the first time. We're not prepared to sit by when pension savers risk being in poor value schemes. And that's why we're running an ongoing regulatory initiative where we're proactively checking that savers in small DC schemes are really getting value. And so far, we've issued schemes with penalties and prompted nearly 1 in 5 of those contacted to wind up where they've concluded that they can't compete with the value offered by the bigger players in the market. Second best isn't good enough for people's retirements, and this focus on value will continue in all that we do. Now, one of the foundational safeguards we have in place in workplace pensions is trusteeship. Some of you in this room may be or have been a trustee, and so I'm sure you'll know about the responsibility that this brings. The responsibility to represent people like you, workers past and present in the company in which you've built your career, and a responsibility to guide the decisions that a pension scheme makes so that they are always in savers' interests. Diversity of thought matters, and member-nominated trustees, often supported by their unions, bring much-valued different perspectives to trustee boards. That's why we've published guidance for governing bodies and employers looking to improve the equality, diversity and inclusion of their pension scheme. And for many years, have helped to educate trustees through our free-to-use trustee toolkit that was mentioned earlier, and through our general code, so that no one is unclear of their obligations. But in a world of scale, the nature of trusteeship is changing. It's no longer a pension system of small independent pension schemes, but a landscape increasingly dominated by mega schemes and professional trustees. And this brings new risks and opportunities for savers and requires us as a regulator to shift our approach and to make sure that in all of this change, trustees remain fairly squarely focused on acting in members' interests. And this is especially true in the newly dominant professional trustee market. The professional trustee industry has experienced significant growth over the last few years, with more than half of UK schemes using a professional or sole trustee. Between them, just 10 firms govern more than £1 trillion of savers' income, retirement income. And as part of our new risk-based and outcome-focused approach to regulation, we're extending our engagement with these firms to identify and mitigate any risks to pension savers. We've spent the last 6 months taking a closer look at these firms. Our goal has been to understand how they make sure that the principles of good trusteeship run through everything they do. So we've probed across 5 key areas. We've looked at ownership structure, we've looked at skills and experience, knowledge and understanding, diversity, equality and inclusion, conflicts of interests, and fees. And the firms have been open in their engagement with us, as we'd expect, given the role they play in governing thousands of schemes. But this engagement has confirmed the need to not only check that professional trustee firms are providing capable trustees, which undoubtedly they can do, but also to make sure that they are operating in a way that is consistent with the needs of savers. That's why today I can announce that from the summer we're extending our supervision to build formal relationships with the largest professional trustee firms. We'll learn from this pilot before extending the approach to the rest of the market by the end of the year. And through this, we will explore the nature of the relationship between the firm and the employer to make sure that independence is maintained. We will interrogate professional trustee firms' profit and remuneration models. That means understanding if the commercial imperatives of firms could affect trustees' decision-making, and whether there's any risk that services could be compromised in a bid to reduce costs. One of the benefits of professional trustee firms is that they can bring a range of advisory expertise and ancillary services. This is particularly attractive for small schemes looking for a one-stop shop. But we want to explore if this brings risks too. For example, whether there is a reluctance from professional trustees to properly scrutinise advice from or pursue errors by in-house advisors. And most importantly of all, we want to know who the scheme decision maker is, not the firm, but the person, that these people have the right level of skills and experience, and that they are guided entirely by their duties to act in the best interests of savers. Because that is the role of trusteeship, to represent people like you. And that is why, in this changing landscape, we cannot afford to lose the unique perspective that member-nominated trustees also bring. Trustees who have access to the right expertise, who implement the right process standards, who access and base their decision-making on the best available quality data aligned to members' needs. And it's also a question of culture and behaviour of trusteeship that matters. That's why I always want to see in trustees the willingness to provide constructive challenge and, at their core, a member outcome focus. And we'll seek ways to foster these traits and behaviours in trustees. So, for example, we're going to continue to provide timely and relevant guidance, and later this spring we're going to be issuing guidance on new models of service provision that are hitting the market, fiduciary management, governance services, and for DB schemes and game solutions. We'll, secondly, continue through compelling regulatory communications and supervisory engagements to help set out what our expectations are. And third, developing a new strategy over the course of the year to raise standards of trusteeship. So now on to a final couple of points on dashboards and innovation. So in this changing landscape, pensions are about to become increasingly visible to millions of people. Pensions dashboards will launch next year and present a transformational opportunity to connect people with their pensions. In workplace pensions, some 2,700 schemes covering 48 million records are in scope. And there are about £31 billion worth of lost pensions that could be found thanks to dashboards. But dashboards will only work if people can trust the information that is put into them. Our industry engagement programme has reached 90% of schemes to make sure that they meet their deadlines, and we're urging schemes to improve their data as well as undertake regular data reviews. Progress has been made, but 1 in 4 schemes still hold some form of dashboard data in a non-digital form. 1 in 4. That is why data is the focus of a new regulatory initiative where we're reaching out to hundreds of schemes who may be failing our expectations. And they've got to explain why they haven't taken action to improve their data. I hope that dashboards are just the start of the journey towards open data standards, and that with the support of our new digital data and technology strategy, we can help the industry to harness the power of the data revolution to deliver even more for savers. And in a land of mega schemes, where value is the guiding principle and where savers begin to be more aware of their pensions, new products and new services will start to come to the market. And it's here that unions can also play an important role in working with employers to make sure that the pensions provision offered is right for you and your colleagues. One interesting innovation is collective defined contribution schemes. Following the negotiations with the Communication Workers Union, in November, Royal Mail launched the first ever CDC scheme in the UK. And these schemes provide members with an income for life in retirement rather than a pot of savings accrued in a DC scheme. It's almost like DB, but instead of a guarantee, there is a target pension which can go up or down based on performance. CDCs work by putting contributions from the employer and employee in a collective fund, and this helps to share risk across savers and for savers to remain invested in growth assets for longer, resulting in higher returns. Learning from the Netherlands, which has had types of CDC and industry-wide schemes for many years, the Pensions Policy Institute models show that in the UK, a hypothetical scheme with a 10% contribution rate could produce a replacement rate of between 27 and 30% compared to 12% and 21% in a DC scheme. At present, legislation only allows for a single employer model, but the government has committed to widening this to including multi-employer in the future. But this new model will only come to market if there's a clear demand for it from savers, from unions, from employers. So the ball is in your court. I started this speech outlining that the story for workplace pensions in Britain is only half written, that we have a generation of people now saving for retirement, but that many are likely not saving enough, that the system is about to undergo a radical change towards fewer larger pension schemes, which could deliver value for money that savers desperately need. But in that change, we must keep the best of the old parts of the old system, ensuring trustees act in best savers' interests, and build on it in the new system with greater expertise and regulatory oversight. Pensions in the last decade has been a fantastic success story, but it is unfinished business. Help us make sure that the next chapter delivers in savers' interests. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Nartica. You've given us a fascinating overview of the pensions landscape and covered so many different themes, kind of value for money, scale, moving to fewer larger schemes, and a lot of really interesting remarks on governance, in particular, role of member-nominated trustees, which is dear to the heart of many people in this room, and very interesting what you were saying about professional trustee firms as well. I'm just going to kick off the questions from the chair, and then I'm going to open up to the audience. But what would you know? You've covered a lot of different themes, and there's a narrative of change. You know, both from your own work as a regulator and what the government's doing. So, what would you say a successful pensions system would look like in, say, 10 years' time as a result of the government's plans and the reforms that you're undertaking as well?
Well, that's a great question. Thank you. I think the key thing is for people to be able to be saving enough to have an adequate retirement income, and we know at the moment that there isn't enough that through the DC schemes that people will not. There are a lot of people who will not have enough to retire on. So through the work that we're doing at the pensions regulator, we're looking at how can we protect savers' money, but also how can we help to enhance the market and support innovation so that it can progress forward and make sure that the pension system works for everyone.
Great, thank you. And yes, questions from the audience, please. So I've seen one over there, Nigel. Seen one there in the middle of that row there, and Luke at the side, very side there, just picking people who I'm not aware of having spoken before. But we'll have hopefully another round. Nigel.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, my name's Nigel Coggrove. I'm a member-nominated trustee. I thank you for your kind words about member-nominated trustees. I think some of your predecessors, the impression we got that professionalisation or improving standards for trustees meant no member-nominated trustees, and I'm pleased to hear your comments. But what I wanted to ask you is there's lots of schemes that don't have any member representation. So huge DC schemes that are not trust-based, no member representation. Huge master trusts getting bigger, no member representation. What's the regulator's view on that? And from our point of view, obviously, how that should be changed to include member representation in these DC and master trust environment?
Yeah, no, I think that's a great point. And we do very much support member-nominated trustees, also for the reason that the previous panel was describing. I think the issue is that we are now moving towards these mega schemes. So we need to work out how it will work in bigger schemes. And I think and that's probably what you're referring to as well, there may be ways in which members' interests can be represented through some sort of committee or something like that, if they're sort of multi-employer schemes and on a large scale. But I do think it's important that that voice of the member is heard, and it's something that we need to work through as we move through these reforms that are happening now, where there'll be greater consolidation as well. But we do think that it is an important voice to have heard.
Thank you. And you.
Thanks very much.
Martin Kelsey, PCS. For not so many millions of years ago, TPR had spent quite a lot of time trying to make sure that pension schemes stayed on track, that weren't slipping too far into deficit. And we have moved to a position now where today quite a lot of people have been talking about pensions schemes being in surplus, and obviously the pensions minister was talking at great length about investing in the wealth fund. Some of the other contributions we've had have been talking about, well, to quote one or two, about trustees have become risk averse and that they've concentrated on more stable investments, even though they delivered low returns, and gilts were quoted in that. As far as that's concerned, is the TPR concerned that because these schemes have come into surplus now, the way that people seem to be speaking could be people just being a little bit more confident when they walk towards the roulette wheel? Or is there a desire on the part of the TPR that as we move towards the National Wealth Fund and encouraging public sector schemes to invest in the National Wealth Fund, that there'll be proper scrutiny to make sure that people that those schemes remain solvent and secure? Thanks.
Yeah. Fantastic, thank you. Well, I think what you're representing there is the fact that now, compared to the last decade, we're in a position where over 80% of DB schemes are fully funded. And so depending on what the rules of the trust deeds are and the scheme rules, it is possible, we would support if trustees wanted to extract surplus and invested elsewhere. But I think the key thing here is that the members' interests come first. So the purpose of the defined benefit schemes are to pay out members' interests as promised, and that still is the case. But if there is a sufficient surplus and there is a agreement to reinvest in other ways, then we support that. But you're absolutely right that members' interests have to come first, and we can't get into a position where those are at risk.
Thanks very much. And over here, Luke.
Kind of a very related question, actually. I was just going to, a theme of today has been about how desirous the government obviously is to get pension funds investing in a way that aligns with the UK's economic interest and with their own investment priorities. And I was just wondering how you saw the implications of that for the pensions regulator and your remit.
Yeah, well, our remit is that savers' interests come first. But we do see that in a world of fewer, larger schemes, it is possible for those schemes to invest in diverse assets. So those might include private market assets, illiquid assets, so forth. The larger the scheme, the more, and with the expert investment governance, the more likely they are to be able to do that. And that can yield benefits both for the savers and for the UK economy as a whole. But our focus is firmly on savers' interests, but we do see that the two are not necessarily in conflict. In fact, they could mutually reinforce. So that's where I think the position is, and yeah, interested in your views that you were discussing today. Yeah.
Thanks very much. I think we've got time for a couple more questions. Can anyone who's not spoken yet at all in any of the sessions? I'd be very keen to get. So I'm going to get the lady there with the hand up. Helen's just coming towards you. Anyone else who's not spoken before? Okay, the gentleman just there as well.
Thank you very much. We've been hearing. My name is Christina Shosonya from the Union of General and Volunteer Workers. We've been hearing about pension surplus. What then is the need for the government to want to raise the pensionable age? That is one. My second question was this. What is the difference, or what are the differences between professional trustee and local government pensions trustee? Thank you.
Thank you. Shall we just take one more before to the gentleman just in front as well?
John Merritt from Prospect and UK Power. I think. I belong to the ESPS fund for years, and it's been set up for years. Originally, the electricity supply was the pension was in one form. It was then privatised. We now have 27 different funds spread out over all the groups of electricity authorities. Now, would there be any motions going forward to actually recombine this kind of arrangement? Because it must have happened like in BT, Water Board, Gas Board. They all got split up into different regions, but obviously, originally, there was one.
Thank you. Great. Well, if I take that one first of all, I think that there's certainly a move towards consolidating schemes. So I don't know the specific circumstances of the electrical companies, but certainly that could be something that may be done. Because as I mentioned earlier, the more fragmented the market, the more costly it is, and the less able to invest in productive assets as well. On the ladies' questions, I think on raising the pension age, that's not something I can really comment on. That's a government political issue, and I think that is particularly targeted at the state pension. So the fact that workers' pensions have surpluses, that's a different matter, and you can, obviously set the retirement age differently in those. On professional trustees and LGPS, I've been talking about professional trustee firms, where there are firms with professional trustees within them. I think LGPS has a sort of different governance model with sort of investment managers. But I think the same principles apply across the board in the sense of what do we want from trustees to have savers' interests at their core and to always act in the best interests of savers. And so we're very alert to any areas where we think there could be risks to that, where there could be conflicts of interest, or where for whatever reason that may not be the case. So I hope that's helpful.
Thank you so much. I think we're going to have to leave it there. We're nearly at the conference end, nearly time for drinks. But Nautica, thank you so much. It's been a fascinating overview. And I'm now handing over to Jack to wrap us up for the day.
Hello. So yeah, we're now up to the conference wrap-up, which you'll be pleased to know I'm going to make really, really short, because I think the best way to wrap up would be to discuss some of the interesting things we've heard about today over a drink. But I just wanted to say a few quick thank yous to, first of all, to all of the speakers and chairs today who have been really fascinating. I think all the sessions have been really engaging and interesting. Thank you to all of the TUC staff who have been helping out, particularly Suha, Helen and Janet, who I think have been at the conference all day today, ushering people in and out of rooms and holding microphones. And I think I should thank all the people that have joined us online today. I'm astounded that people seem to have stayed for an entire day of online pension conference, which is quite a grueling feat. Yeah, we are now going to have a drink reception where hopefully we are going to take up some of the themes that we've been discussing today. We're doing that thanks to the generous support of TPT. I think Paul is somewhere at the back of the room. Yep. Grab hold of Paul and ask him about CDC if you get the chance. And also, as was revealed by the Minister this morning, this might well be the last ever TUC Pensions Conference in this building. So, yeah, everyone discuss interesting pension topics and raise a glass to this fine old building.
And a big thank you for Jack, who's put this all together, put the agenda together.